some motherfucking music. If I'm missing one, then I'm a motherfucking music.
How you doing, brother? Don't mind your stupid brother. His ass is getting crossfaded, yeah, he's suited, brother. What am I doing? Man, I'm just chilling up in the building. I got a feeling tonight might be some fuck shit if your brother gets pissed off. But I'm acting Will Smith the way I get anyone who messing with Chris Rock. Slap a pussy like how I did in school when people picked up. Hold on, give me the phone, fool. Don't listen to me, he talking shit. Why you on my dick? Yo, motherfucker, I ain't do nothing, man. Stop being a bitch. Oh, I'm a bitch. Just because you're older don't mean I'm a kid. Oh, here we go with this. And by the way, stop stealing my shit. I ain't take nothing from you. I'm telling mine. Then go ahead and snitch, you fucking prick. Keep talking like that, get 5 fingers to your face. You wanna bet? Fucking do. Hey Ryan, I'll call you back. Your brother acting like he know better than me on how to act.
God forbid someday you have some where he flies to his team, buys demonic records, and smokes the dope.
I was born and raised by bad examples, and yet I'm pure. Was never tempted even within Are You Sure? I don't need alcohol or weed, just some motherfucking music. Cause if I don't got that, then I'm motherfucking losing. How you doing, brothers? You like my music, brothers? I hope you don't think I'm portraying you as stupid, brothers. You know what I'm doing? I'm trying to keep it real. No more feelings concealed. Alright, so here's the deal. I know you beat my ass for doing substances. So how come y'all do them wondering why life's such a bitch? How do we work the same job and yet you two are broke? My only guess is that it's caused by all that dope you smoke. Nothing wrong with living life the way you wanna live it. Maybe I'm not grown enough to understand why some people don't try to test their limits. Maybe you seek forgiveness or wish your life was different. I feel like there's a reason why we're close but also distant. You've made mistakes and never wanted me to do the same shit. Exactly why I'm here today. But brothers, let me say this, I also make mistakes. I make a lot of them. Do as I say or as I do and never stop hustling. Alcohol or weed, just some motherfucking music. It was 2021 when I still played on the drums. Back when marching band was cool and your boy was still going dumb. We kicking off the season with a win under our belts. It's funny cause we thought our football team needed some help. I noticed someone in our group I've never seen before. People picking on him, curiosity and being bored. The perfect combination for a conversation. I walked up to him and learned a lot about his situation. Turns out that he's the son of a father that knew my mother closely. We was invited to a party that his sisters got on Halloween. Apparently she knows me. This is her brother's story. Okay, this picture's not the prettiest. From birth you think his luck was running out, and really it's so crazy that he made it. You know how much of a gift he is? Well, people didn't seem to think he is. Fast forward 2022, got a leadership position for the drumline at my school. Told my peers and the director that we need to change the rules. Told him straight up that he's not someone we should ever exclude. Cause yes, he was a drummer, but they put silencers on him unless he was at practice for the summer. He was the only one that got that sort of treatment. They blamed it on his mental state and said it's not indecent. Well, his family had disagreements, and I was on their side. Us versus the world that tried to say that they was justified. I had to take some bullying for him, my eyes were dry. But I refused to let people pick on him, and that's why to him, I'm like the brother that he never got. I even stayed the night at his house on the couch. We sit and talk a lot. I realized that he's been through more than I could ever comprehend. And if I graduate, there's things that I cannot prevent. Fast forward 2023, threw a party cause I graduated and got my receipt. My younger brother had showed up and gave his congrats to me. All the friends we made along with him were sad I had to leave. College right around the corner, it's kinda hard to believe. Spent the rest of my summer with him and all his family. Moving day finally came and I'm receiving my key. Hug my parents goodbye, everything's moving quick as can be. Silence fills up the room. I didn't know how to react, it all happened too soon. Someone I used to talk to every week, I'm not able to see. No license in sight, I guess I'll be here doing me.
Chat. We're here. Oh my god. Another day, another opportunity to talk about this project that is now a freaking year old. Flesh and Blood, ladies and gentlemen, what you are currently listening to right now. But for those of y'all that don't already know who I am, my name is Senna. C1NNA, the acronym for creating one new non-profit artist. I'm a musician that makes music not for the money, not for the numbers, not for the AI algorithms, not for the analytics and stats, none of that. I make music because I love making music. You feel me? And bro, we are still currently celebrating the fact that this freaking project is now currently over a year old. Are we serious? Flesh and Blood is over a year old. And tonight, first of all, yesterday, we went over the breakdown of the promo. You feel me? The promo of Flesh and Blood. But now, we are about to break down all of the tracks. All 13 tracks. At least the parts that I didn't already break down in the last video, because if you didn't see the last stream, then you gotta go watch that, you feel me? We got the VOD. We're probably gonna have a fully edited version, because I'm gonna make sure that one actually, we get, like, all of that, like, you know, in an actual full-length video, because that deserves to be on the main, like, channel. That deserves to be, you know, its own, like, thing, you know what I mean? So, chat, it's about time we talk about this freaking project. Welcome in, everybody, by the way. Welcome in, Pyro. Welcome in, Critter. Welcome in, Zalia. Just got done listening to Flesh and Blood. Oh, shit. Perfect. Perfect timing. Because now we get to actually break down this whole freaking project. You're going to get a lot of context that's gonna be provided, because look, there's a lot of context that might need to be provided, because some people who have listened to the album have said, oh shoot, like there's some things that he might need to break down for us, you know what I mean? So that's what this stream is for, you feel me? Still can't believe that it's a year old. Yeah, man, I still remember the first reaction I had like it was yesterday. Hey, and I have that reaction, by the way, that will eventually be turned into a short at some point. Because also, not only did Pyro and my very good friend Kevin react to the album live with me, but I also showed my family this album, at least the parts of my family that I could, like my brother, my mother. They got to listen to the album the day it freaking dropped, as in the night it freaking dropped. It dropped at midnight. Bro, this project is still absolutely legendary even a year later. And chat, if you haven't already, before I begin breaking down all of these songs, because we're just gonna get right into it, you feel me? Make sure you follow the movement. Exclamation mark socials in the chat to be able to find the allmylinks.com/C1NNA, where you will not only be able to follow the music pages and all of the socials, but you will also be able to find the Ruin the Moment official Instagram, because for those of y'all that don't know, me and my very good artist friend Zach the Terror formed the amazing super duo in hip-hop with our powers combined, known as Ruin the Moment. Ruin the Moment 216 right here. We have been posting content very, very consistently, and I'm actually going to have some more for y'all along the way, because I'm going to be posting some more parts of the vlogs that we haven't seen. And also, it's funny that we have like a fucking backwards 144 right here. I mean, that's really insane. But yes, chat, not only are you able to follow all of these amazing pages, but the Flesh and Blood official website is a thing that you can go to not only listen to all of Flesh and Blood on Spotify, YouTube, SoundCloud, Apple Music, and all of the above right here, or you can buy the CD. You feel me? The Flesh and Blood CD. Because this freaking project has a physical copy. And we've sold a few physical copies. Like, it's actually really crazy. We actually have quite a bit of people that bought the CD. And you could be one of those people too. If you go to the all my links right here when you type ! socials to be able to get to here. And in order to get to here so you can buy the CD. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely so freaking crazy how far we have come since Flesh and Blood. And look, also chat, we are almost at 300 followers on Instagram. So again, if you haven't already, I mean, what are you waiting for? I mean, come on now. Look, man, we're going. We're doing this. You feel me? Hey, man. Oh yeah, which also I think it would be appropriate to, because we also saw the breakdown, if you remember from stream, that Zach was actually the one that gave me the idea for the final album cover for Flesh and Blood. But also, in ITB, in the bonus, which make sure y'all are following Sierra in the bonus as well. I need to make sure I give her a command in the chat for y'all. I keep saying I am. I'm going to do it. But Flesh and Blood won Album of the Year over in the ITB side of things when they did the ITB Awards. So we are actually going to re-watch that moment. You feel me? Need a 1-year anniversary edition CD? Hey, Critter, that's going to be happening. That's going to be happening. You feel me? Y'all are going to see. Y'all are going to see. It's literally top facts. It's so beautiful to see it as a future memento. Yes. Yes, dude. It's so crazy. Don't have to leave the stream early tonight. Bet, Zalia. So you get to see all of this freaking breakdowns and shit. And look, we got FL Studio open as well for certain parts because there are certain things that I have to make sure I put into here for y'all to at least hear certain things. I think it's only for like one specific song that we're going to have to be able to listen to the album with, because there is a thing I have to use FL Studio for. But chat, let's watch this Cinnawin's Album of the Year from last year in the ITB community, which make sure y'all are following the page. Let's get this started actually. Production. Come on. Oh, okay. So what happens? Yeah, production, you're fired. Okay, we're going to the next. We're going. Hold on. Wait. I know how to fix this. We're going to the YouTube content page because I posted it as a YouTube short. That's why I do that. That's why I gotta post it on as many platforms as possible. Here we go. Cinnawin's Album of the Year. Let's watch this.
So I'm gonna let you know. So not only did I lose my
that's not the right fucking.
So not only did I lose my phone.
Come on.
You know, probably one of the.
Come on.
So I'm gonna let
2020.
So I'm gonna let the man himself,
Okay.
Cinnamon. I'm gonna let you go ahead and speak, bro.
Wow, it's an honor. I mean, I never really thought like my artistry would like culminate into something this impactful. Cause look, I got the timeline of this, right? It's so crazy. I bought this studio that I'm in right now in January. I literally started this year just buying the studio. From then on, I was just like creating songs. The mixes got better, the artistry got better, and then that led to me, getting 200 subs on the YouTube in February. That was crazy. And speaking of crazy, I mean, shit.
Oh yeah,
like,
that was the song.
that was the first time, I bet ITB, the support and feedback from ITV on this song, it was so different. Like, I felt y'all cared about it, I did make the right decision to include y'all in that video of the whole compilation of reactions. I released that in March.
Yep, there's a whole compilation for one of my songs of streamers reacting to my song. Crazy. A lot of positive reception on that song too. If y'all haven't heard that song, I mean, come on, man. That shit. Look, man, y'all got time to catch up. You feel me? To hear all these bangers that I've been dropping. But yeah, that was the first song I made in FL Studio, and that was the best decision because Flesh and Blood, you know, imagine a universe where Flesh and Blood was made in GarageBand, y'all. It wouldn't have even came close to the same sound that I got, like, from upgrading my studio. Like, that's why that was, like, the best decision of my life, to take the money that I had and spend it on FL Studio to be able to fucking use it. And yeah, I've been creating great music ever since, and it's a really great investment. Like, for real. Like, even just taking all the time to learn it, like, Flesh and Blood would be a way different album, I feel like, if I was producing it in GarageBand. I can't lie to you.
And then, of course, you know, in April, that was my first show. And it was great. Like, yeah, shout outs to Zach, man. Zach, I did the show and I teased Patient. I put out Patient in May, then I did the rollout in June, and then the album released in July, and that's when we did the album reaction, right? August came around, and what was August? You know, we kicked off one of the most legendary 1v1s in this community.
Oh, wow. That is, yeah. And you know what's really funny, too, is that that guy that I 1v1'd, Spare Tire is what we call him over here. Yeah, Spare Tire, fucking, I 1v1'd him, and the thing is, the month before that, he was a part of that album reaction, by the way, and he was like, yo, I feel so inspired, like, I need to write, like, a project, and he ended up writing a project that he never released on his page, because he was doing the introspective, he wanted to do an introspective album, he never did one before, and then apparently my album inspired him to make an album with him using the exact same lines that he'd been using in previous songs. So, like, it wasn't, you know, like, it never got out. And there's a song on that project, by the way, that I gave him a feature for. Yeah, that never came out. And look, you know, it's just, it's whatever, though, you know, it's whatever. Which, yeah, I won that 1v1. By the way, he paid me up front $100 on the Cash App because we fucking bet against each other. We did the 1v1 cash pot, actually. $100 on the line. We did 30-minute song challenges. We did a 30-minute challenge, a 20-minute challenge, and a 10-minute challenge. And all of them had different conditions in them. So we had random wheels to spin. So we had like a random like genre slash like random like kind of like, I think it was like random genre, random time, and then we had a random like limiter, like random challenge on top of it. So we did, the first round was 20-minute challenge. It was an R&B song we had to do, and the condition was we had to reverse the beat. So the beat had to be in reverse. We didn't know what it was going to sound like after we did it. So I think I won that round, if I'm not mistaken. Like very slightly. Or like I had more points than him at that point. Then in the second round, it was a 30-minute challenge, and we had to do it on Trench's setup. We had to do it on our phone, and the topic was damn, I don't even know. I don't know if what genre did we even do at that point? Was it like oh my god, was it like not UK? What the fuck? What was the genre we did? I mean, because the beat itself was like a different, like fucking, I don't know what it was. It was, I can't remember off the top of my head. I might need to go back, but yeah, we had to do it on our phones with no microphone and no headphones. Like, we had to record straight into the mic and make a banger song out of it. And I made like, oh yeah, and then in the the 20-minute challenge, by the way, that R&B song, yeah, Spare Tire decided to diss me in the song. Or no, not in that one. No. It was the 30-minute one he dissed me in, like, during the challenge. And so he got extra points for it. And then fucking my other one was a completely different diss track, because I was dissing the other people in the, like, that weren't, like, fucking, like, cool anymore. So, like, I didn't use any of my tracks to diss Spare Tire, you know, which, you know, says a lot about how much I'm able to be creative, you know. So, but he won that round because he managed to do ad-libs on it, and, like, I didn't have time to do shit like that on my shit. I didn't even know how to use BandLab. I didn't know how to export my shit. It was cooked, I'm not gonna lie, but that song, like, is on all of my challenges. Actually, no, that is the one challenge that actually got uploaded to the ITB SoundCloud. I think the other two are currently archived right now. I might need to talk to Sierra to get those out, because I do still have them. But then the third round was, we had a 10-minute challenge. And that 10-minute challenge was, we had to do a troll song. Alright, so we had to troll on it, and the condition was we had to do all one take. Like, so the take we did, if we stumbled over our words, it's like you had to use that take. You can't delete it. You can't like, you had to do your line in one take. So like we had to punch in like all the shit. So I made, Spare Tire did a fucking dumb fucking thing he did. Like, bro, he did a troll, like, probably bro, that shit was hilarious at the time, because looking back at it now, it's like the shit he was doing on that track, it was like, oh my god, what the fuck? Like, that shit was so fucking ridiculous, like, to listen to. At least mine sounded hard. We actually, as the troll songs, we used, what beats did we use? We used, we used Blueface, beats. So, one of us, oh my god, I almost said his name. Spare Tire rapped on, Tatiana, and then I rapped on, I think it was Respect My Crippin', I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. And yeah, that was really funny. I think it produced one of the funniest, songs that I made in the new wave of, like, cinema music. That shit was fucking, I was trolling the fuck out of somebody that, was always stalking our page and shit. His name is, Swimbo, if you will. Fucking, what other names did we come up with for that motherfucker? I mean, we called him Swim Slow too, but, like, we called him Swimbo because, of the fact that he was called, his style of rapping was very similar to EBK Jabo, which they have, like, very similar songs, like, sounding songs. So I came up with the name, I swear to God, I came up with it myself, where I called this motherfucker EBK Swimbo, and ever since I said that shit, everybody's been fucking calling him Swimbo. And it's been really fucking hilarious. He even owned that name. Like, he started calling himself that. Like, that's how powerful that name was when I fucking came up with it. And so he's dead to us in the community now. He's like, he's a file that is formatted to PDF. You feel me? He's got those tendencies and shit. So, like, yeah, he's also a deadbeat. You know, not a very good human being. I was trolling him on a song, and I think one of my opening lines, literally the opening line of the fucking song was, "Hey Swim, you a fucking bitch." Like that, like, bro, if I played that song for y'all, wait, hold on, I might need to play the song, hold on, I need to tell y'all what I'm talking about, actually. Do I have it still? I think it's called, Fried. Is it what it's called? I think I called it Fried. Oh my god. Alright, chat, wait, hold on now. Let me read the... Yo, Twan! Oh my god, Twan in the fucking chat! Holy shit, what's good, Senna? Love the freaking album, man. Can't stop listening to Wanted. Oh, yeah, bro, Twan, I've been seeing the fucking comments on the YouTube. Yo, W Twan, man. Oh, my God. Thank you, man. Thank you for fucking tuning into the stream, tuning into the album, tuning into everything that's been happening, man. Oh, my God. Bro, Ruin the Moment is an absolutely crazy album, man. Like, I'm really proud of me and Zach, like, getting this out. And the fact that we, like, took this, like, around the fucking, like, you know, like, different states. Like, we were in Ohio and we were in fucking Pennsylvania. We're about to be going to Missouri with it to just showcase our album. Like, yo, like, really great shit is happening, man. Like, bro, that album, bro. Listen, if y'all haven't even heard the album yet, like, listen, man, y'all could type !socials in the chat to get to the allmylinks.com/C1NNA. And if you look on the music pages, you can actually see it on the music YouTube right here. Because if you, it's in playlists. If you go to the playlists section of my music page, you'll be able to see Ruin the Moment right here. Or if you want to, also Zach the Terror has it on his page specifically as well. Oh yeah, he changed the shit up here too. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, he mainly has it on his page, cause that's the page we uploaded it at. But soon enough, there is going to be the songs on my page too, because we're gonna be releasing some more. Just know it's not the last time we're releasing those songs, cause it's not just gonna be the cover art. It's gonna be perhaps a little visualizer, you know, lyrics or something like that. But you didn't hear that from me. But yeah, fucking YouTube censored me. I quoted the swim line. Oh god, dude, yeah. Chat, listen. Y'all haven't already heard this fucking song. I mean, listen, this was part of the 30-minute challenge, or the iconic ITB 1v1 Song Wars with a $100 cash pot. This is what I came up with as a fucking troll song, bro. Listen to this shit. Hold on. We need a visualizer to this. Nah, we need a visualizer to this. Hold on, nah. Y'all are gonna see how head ass this shit is. Y'all ready for this? Hold on. YouTube's gonna copyright me. I don't give a fuck. Hey, Swim. You a fucking bitch. Get the fuck out that YouTube fuck, I'm stuttering, man. It's cause you dead pissing me off. Man, fuck this shit. Hold on. Hold on. He a fan. Hey, hold on. Freaky ass. Hold on, I can't say that. I identify as white, unlike Crash. Why you dead got a crush on my ass? BTNF, your fucking whole gang ass. Swim's hairline got cut by a Buzz Lightyear. Rapping on beat on purpose, this is my year. God damn it, that fucking shit was on beat. Your whack ass style so trash I can't copy. This the type of music you can play for deaf people. Fly as a motherfucking bird on Nino's Desert Eagle. I ain't need bullets to go for the fucking kill shot. Swim probably brush his teeth and they still rot. Paradoxically trash, the shit is generational. Oh, but it's all love, bro. Shit, I ain't hating, bro. I'ma leave your dumb ass with one last line. I still fries your ass and I ain't even trying. Oh my god, chat, what the fuck? I'm fucking stuttering, man. It's cause you're dead pissing me off. Bro, that shit is fucking hilarious, bro. Yeah, YouTube, if you say my shit copyrighted, like, look, I don't give a fuck, man. Look, I had to play it for chat. You feel me? Look, that fucking, oh my lord, bro. Fuck that entire song. I feel like I need to crop that shit down and just send it to C and just be like, look, can we please post this on the page? I feel like that would be really fucking funny. Look, August is coming in a few months, man. I feel like for the 1 year anniversary of me fucking winning that shit, cause yeah, bro, like that 1v1 against Spare Tire, right? Fucking, I think I like slightly had the edge in that round, or like we tied at some. I don't know how it was, because it was a troll song. But like, I think he like had the slight edge just because of how ridiculous he sounded on the fucking thing. Cause like, it was a troll song. He fucking one take the entire fucking thing and then looped the beat because 10 minutes wasn't enough time to just say bullshit, you know? So that was an interesting battle. And then after we did the challenges, right, we had to do our pre-made songs. So MOB is, oh my god, whoops, well whatever, man, y'all know what the fuck his name now. Spare Tire, Spare Carry Sperry, fucking, what did he do? Yeah, he played like very safe songs. Like I think he played like Mask Off, Again and Again, and I think it was, I don't remember what the fuck he played after that. I think he had an unreleased that he did, if I remember correctly. He played it very safe though, and I was like, well, I know he gonna play it safe, so you know what, I'm gonna play it even safer by picking the 3 best songs off of my project to basically make a statement like, yo, I could pick like the hardest songs in my catalog, which, like, I mean, look, some people might agree those are the hardest songs in my catalog, but I picked the ones I picked specifically just because it showed who I was as an artist. It's like, those songs were very personal to me, and like those songs that I picked Fam Comes First, Honor, and RTK, which, I mean, for people, that those are like the 3 best songs on the album, like, that I had, you know. And I didn't want to just go back to the other. I had other options. I could have picked Crazy, I could have picked Keep the Lights On, I could have picked any other, but specifically I picked the ones off of Flesh and Blood, and I narrowly came out on top, victorious against Spare Tire, and he had to send me over $100. And I think, actually, you know, hold on, chat, let me actually show y'all the screenshot, because I have the screenshot of it. Actually, it is very funny. Can I let me turn up my light? I just realized this, my face don't look as bright on the camera. Let me see. Yeah, it should be fine. Actually, let me take the lighting kind of like that. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, let me get into the drive. I hadn't even fucking remembered to fucking get in on the drive. Hold on now. Is it in pictures? If it is in pictures, I will have it, so that way y'all can fucking I really called it payment.png. That's really funny. Yeah, here it is. Here's the proof that he sent the goddamn he sent it for damn sobbing emoji. He really didn't want to pay me this. He really didn't want to pay me the $100 for winning the song. Cause look, I wasn't even gonna bring up the fact that he needed to pay, but Ty actually, shout out to Ty, he brought it up after like it all happened, cause he was like, hey, yo, I know y'all are giving like the speech at the end of it, but like, where's the payment at actually? Cause like, yo, I feel like he slick thought too, like MOB was gonna fucking not pay me for the Song Wars, cause like, look, he tried to not pay Cade for president, I'm moving elegant, you know what I mean? So switching to Twitch, yeah, Twan, bro, fucking, this was the fucking screenshot of him doing that. Like, the fact he had the fucking message as damn sobbing emoji, you know, he felt like fucking, oh, wow, I can't believe I actually lost. I really thought I was gonna come out on top with an easy victory. Nah. He tried to play it safe. He tried to play it safe against me. Cause, you know, I had all the diss tracks, right? Look, on the ITV page 2, you feel me? Look, on, y'all can see with the Cine Radio, which I need to actually pull up Cine Radio, because as you will see, yeah, in between me making Flesh and Blood and Ruin the Moment, I was not inactive. I was actually active over on the ITB page with it. In the bonus, I was making a bunch of songs, you know. I was going at everybody. Do you see how many of these fucking songs say diss tracks? Yeah, I was a menace. Or I still am a menace, but like, you know what I mean? Like fucking it started with On Guard, right? And then it started with then it went to Mob Ties. Where it at? Where Mob Ties at? Cause it's on the, oh wait, yeah, she didn't put it on the, I need to tell her that it's not on Center Radio. Yeah, the second diss track was called Mob Ties, and then after I made Mob Ties was when he dropped the diss track, because the other two diss tracks weren't very good. He like remixed Public Service Announcement, which fun fact chat, I remixed Public Service Announcement first as a diss track towards another person that we don't talk about over here, because also the video in question that I made on the Cine YouTube, yeah, it makes my videos age restricted, so I can't even talk about the video. But yeah, he remixed that beat, and then he also found out like I had more diss tracks planned for him, and so then he dropped a second diss track, and I was like, well, that shit's not really doing nothing. So in Mob Ties, I said those were light jabs, right? And then when I said they were light jabs, he's like, oh shit, all right, nah. So then this Spare Tire guy dropped Done Deal, and that was the track where people were like, oh shit, okay, he's going crazy now, hold on, that's probably one of his best diss tracks. And it's funny that they said that, because then afterwards I ended up dropping some diss tracks that aged extremely well after the beef, which wasn't real beef at the time, because it was more so it was just us going at it for the love of the game. But then these really started to mean something else when, you know, he said he was starting to be like, fuck ITB, you know? So, 010, I did 010, I did a remix on Still Tippin' by Mike Jones, and then I also did a remix on, what the hell is it called? It's Last Days by Onyx. I remixed those beats on here, so some fucking classics, you feel me? Look. They gotta stop sleeping on me knowing about the classics, because like I know about the classics. And then I made Fatality as another back-to-back track, which is a Killshot remix. Yeah, I remixed Eminem's Killshot. That was I think that was actually the first Eminem remix I did. Like, which is really crazy, because if people know, like, I'm also influenced by Eminem, so it's kind of surprising how long it took me to do an Eminem remix. I always wanted to kind of do a Killshot remix, but now that I had the context of it being a diss track, it's really funny now, because it's like, this shit hit crazy too. And I wasn't done, because I literally showed this guy, listen, you want to know something? Hold on, let me actually show off this playlist. That's on the wrong YouTube channel though, so like, hold on while I switch my account right here to the real Cine page right here. Let's see. Oh, here we go. ITB Diss Beats. Yes. That's the On Guard beat right there. Look, y'all see this? I had a whole fucking playlist of beats that I planned to get on to this MOB. And some of them turned into, they ended up turning into Ty Gunn's diss tracks, like the Not Like Us beat that I went on, the Element beat that was Paramedic, which if I'll play like a second of it, that song right there, that I originally planned this to be against MOB, and yeah, that ended up becoming something completely different, which is like really fucking funny. I'm glad he got a 3. Yeah, for real. That motherfucker did not stand a chance at fucking all. Yeah, MOB did deserve to get a 3, because it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, you know, what he did on there, like, look, now that we have the context of like who he is and like what he actually did, like, I should have pointed it out before too, because like I could have gone even crazier than I did, but I was reserved. Like, believe it or not, chat, I was reserved when I was going against MOB. Like, these were reserved tracks. Like, these are just tracks because like I could have fully went at his discography and how he hasn't done anything in the last 9 years, but I didn't, which speaks even more to my creativity to be able to make what I did and bring up completely different points about him in all of the tracks that I did. And I still could have gone even harder because I had a whole other catalog of fucking beats. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's fucking crazy. Like, I almost did one on Perfect, like the Logic beat. I found that other beat that Sierra got on. There was, this one was the MOB Drizzy beat, which is actually a Gunna beat, surprisingly enough. And then like, this is the one, oh yeah, these were the Cade ones right here. Yep, this was Bad for Business's one. This is the one I used. The No Auto Jace type beat. And then this is the Ian Ken Carson beat that I hopped on for the other half of Bad for Business. This fucking beat is diabolical, bro. This shit is diabolical. Like, for those of y'all that don't know what the fuck this beat is, first of all, it was also produced by Matthias, who produced Bank Shot. Like, this shit was crazy. That beat was crazy, bro. Oh, and then here's Crash Out again. Crash Out Wago. Boom Bap Unk is going to hate this type beat. Isn't that funny? That's the title of the goddamn beat. And guess what? That's, if y'all know, this is November 22nd. Ain't that crazy? Like to comment on, I look at you feel uninspired, cooking from my bench, I'm starting house fires. Whoa. Fucking caption, I'm making shit happen. I look at the numbers, the math ain't mathing. Why your main page on your IG look at the back of? Oh, you don't have one. Matter of fact, you ain't packing no heat. IGP gave you ammo for me. Still out here rapping balancing shit. Really looking like camo to me. You just trying to blend in with the game. Oh, you're really concerned with his fame. Like, come on, man. This fucking, yeah. Yeah, bro. What a fucking title, right? That's fucking crazy. All of these, look, it's crazy because, like, yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. These were the swim ones when I dissed, fucking, what is it? This is the first track that made me ascend. Oh, dude. Yeah, bro. You're talking about November 22nd? Yeah. Fucking this beat, by the way, yeah, you can see it's 2 minutes. I extendoed the fuck out of that intro. Like, this intro was not long enough for me. Like, I wanted it to be like a no melody, or sorry, no drums kind of fucking thing. So I extended the fuck out of that intro to like make, and obviously I got the clip like for it too, like of him being like, cause Sierra said, never change, bro, never change. I guess you'll never get caught lacking. And then he was like, well, I'm still breathing. And that's when I was like, oh, so after Bad for Business's thing, then I'm like, well, I'm gonna just do that in case he comes back and makes a track on it. And he didn't, but you know, I was like, yo, cause he was like, yo, I hope he has 10 death tracks for me. And well, it's funny because the 2 tracks that I did were enough. Like, and you know what's crazy? I could have gone even crazier. Like, that's the thing that people don't realize. Like, I had more shit prepared. I had another track to do. I think it was on a King Von beat, because Ty sent me the track, actually. I think it was what the fuck was it? It was like some shit, something for president. And then like he gave me the idea actually to call it Cabbage Patch for President. Like, I think I had some of the lyrics. Hold on, can I actually get that? Where the fuck? Do I have Cabbage Patch for President? What is it called? Lil Kennedy. That's crazy. Cabbage Patch for President, my top 3 spot. Bitch said it's stone, this brother wet cement. I've been killing beats too long. Shit to a veteran, but just bit. I was gonna fucking interpolate the flow that King Von had on the fucking shit, like for it, cause I never got on a King Von beat. So I was like, you know what? All right, fuck it. So I was trying to fucking. I had like a rough concept. I was gonna fucking change the lines too, just cause like it's really that short. I didn't get that far, cause then it was like I was like, look, I had a bunch of songs prepared. Like, trust me when I say, for any situation, like, look, I even have unused beats. Like these two right here, these are unused. I still have yet to use these beats. Fucking what else? Yeah, like I still have yet to go on this one. Like obviously the Logic, the Perfect track, I didn't even go on that yet. Like or this one down here. These three I did not use, but every other ones I did use. Like this is the one from Mob Ties. Like fucking, you know what I mean? But if Cabbage Patch for President wanna spar, I'm ready, I ain't scared. I ain't worried about the K-bots assembling. Say real, recognize real, cause I got MOB respect, and he got mine. That's ITB shit in the end, and it's still fuck Jen. He ain't nobody scary. His ITB case stunts made the squad sound like a library. You know, like that shit right there, like, bro. Bro, like, come on, nah. That shit, bro. Like, when people try to doubt me all the time about what the fuck, like, I do with, like, the diss tracks and shit, but, like, they gotta stop playing, because I have a whole playlist, and I'm still adding to this day. I think there are beats that aren't even in this playlist. They're in a completely different playlist that I don't even know which playlist it is, but, you know, I gotta save those for another day, because, you know, but just know, that's not even it. That's not even all of the beats that I have. It's in, like, a completely separate playlist that I did. But yeah, let's continue watching this part of the ITB awards, because this is very important before we talk about Flesh and Blood.
More people got to hear the songs too.
Yes,
and even more people are gonna hear it because the video's still not out and the clips aren't out. So
even crazier, you know. I did say I did a show in April, but in November I did another show. You know, thanks to Zach. Shout out to Zach. You know, you can see that on my channel, and specifically for the Bone Thugs one, you could see it on Zach's channel too. We did a little collab. Now that we're in December and like into January, because it's now like the new year, it all culminated to the space being reorganized. It's crazy. Like to this day, people are still like spinning this album. It's crazy because I looked and I was like, oh yeah, like I remember my album hit like 1,000
I remember that.
on Spotify. I didn't know it hit 2,000. Oh, I checked that today. I had the video today. I had the little short.
Wait. If it was 2,000 then, chat, if I open Spotify and it's at 3,000, bro, hold on. We need to check that. We need to check that stat. Hold on now. Wait a minute. Let's look. Let's look at this. Okay. It's not at 3,000, but it's at like almost 2.8K. So like, it's still gaining. Look, y'all saw it was 2,200 down there. Yeah, that gained 500 more since then. Like in the past year. Like people are still playing this shit to this day. That's how powerful this fucking album is, man. Like, come on now.
It's real people listening to this album, and it's like, you know, like, dude, and like, it's only up from here. That's only like an introduction
type shit. It really was only an introduction to all of the shit. Yes, sir. Absolutely. fucking inspirational, man. Fucking WITB, fucking everybody that fucking, like, listened to the album, man. Like, come on now. Y'all, like, I'm so grateful for y'all, man. Like, and it's just so crazy, because it's like, the fact that I get to be on here, to be able to, like, you know, still, like, give this whole, like, album's, like, coverage, like, you know, like, it's so cool. I feel like it's so cool that, like, I get the opportunity to, like, to do that, you know. Oh, don't mind this. Don't mind what that is. But yeah, man, fucking, you know, it's just so crazy. Like, but now it's time for us to get into the album. It's time to break down all of the songs. But even before that, because yes, of course, there's always something I have to do before that, let's actually talk about what this track list is. Because as you guys will see, Flesh and Blood right here, this cover, is a whole project dedicated to my family, as you could probably guess, because if you've heard the phrase Flesh and Blood, it normally refers to family, you know? So, this album was released July 1st, much like my other albums, All Nighter and Tabula Rasa, also released on July 1st, which, isn't that really crazy? Because I've been talking about how Ruin the Moment has a bunch of moments on there where the number 3 shows up, and I have a whole list to tell y'all about when we actually break down Ruin the Moment, because yes, that will be getting a breakdown very, very soon. But 3 of my albums, my solo albums, have been released on July 1st. Crazy. So not only is it the 1-year anniversary for Flesh and Blood, it's the 2-year anniversary for All Nighter and the 3-year anniversary for Tabula Rasa. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? And yeah, it's the 3-year anniversary for Tabula Rasa, so that's another 3. Oh, and it was released in 2023. So, like, come on, y'all. But now, we're gonna talk about this track list. Now, as you will see, there are 13 tracks right here, right? 13. Now, one of them is an interlude, so it's not a full-length track. So you could technically say there are 12 full-length tracks out of 13 tracks in total on the album. So you got the number 12, you got a number 13. And chat, I was born December 13th. 12/13, right? So, but it gets even crazier, because if you see, the only 2 tracks that don't have these numbers, because these numbers actually happen to show up, and they also end up showing up not just in there, but I even paid tribute to the fact that I was going to do that on the album, even before the album came out, when I did the letter. And as you can see with the letter entry right here, there's 4s replacing the A's and the 0s replacing the O's right here. So, I did it in this. I don't know what other one I did it. I think I did it in here. Yes, I did it in the album cover pseudo reveal, because this is the real image that I used to then create Flesh and Blood's cover, which is right here. And how I made it look like a tattoo, like on my back. Which, yes, chat, one day when I get the funds to be able to do this, because it's going to cost thousands of dollars, but I genuinely want to get Flesh and Blood, the text and the family right here, tattooed on my back, so that way I can have the album cover live on, like, also, like, as a part of me, because, like, this album is a part of me, you know what I mean? So, with all of these zeros and fours, right? If we count how many zeros and fours are in the track list, because it's gonna look crazy to see, but as you can see, Welcome to the Function doesn't have any of them, and RTK doesn't have any of them because there's no O's and A's here, but also the O's here are actual O's. But if we count how many zeros and fours are in the track list, we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 zeros and fours. Kind of like 20, 0, 4, like 2004, 2004. And if you remember, there's 12 full-length tracks on the album, right? And there's 13 tracks in total on the album. Chat, 12/13 through 2004. My birthday is December 13th, 2004. My track list on my Flesh and Blood album spells out my birthday, and funnily enough, the 13th track is the initials for my name. RTK, Ryan Thomas Curall, on the 13th track. Born December 13th, 2004. I mean, come on. The fact that I managed to make it like that, like to make the track list match my birthday, like that, the amount of creativity it had to take to be able to come up with that, to get all of these tracks to like make sense for it to have the zeros and the fours where they are. You know what I mean? Like, that took a lot of planning. Like, it was a lot of planning for me to just even figure out the names of these tracks right here, just for it to fit, because I went into making the album wanting to have that little secret in there. But y'all get to know that this spells out my birth. The track list for Flesh and Blood spells out my birthday, and on the 13th track, it's literally me. It's the track about me. Isn't that crazy? So chat, without further ado, let's get into the first song. Welcome to the Function. What should we play it off of? I think YouTube's not gonna be the one I play it off of. I think we're gonna actually play it off of SoundCloud. But you can listen to this album actually if you type !socials in the chat, and you'll be able to pull up the actually, didn't I have a command for Flesh and Blood? Is it !FB? Did I make it that way? Hold on. Can I test this, chat? No. What is the command for Flesh and Blood? Hold on, chat. I know I have a command for it. Wait a minute. Wait 1 second. I know what the command is. I need to actually pull it up. Cause Nightbot has it. If I, first of all, can I sign in with Twitch? Yes, authorize. Let's see. Oh, what? It is !FB. What? Okay. I believe it's !FB. I definitely typed it in the Twitch chat. Why is it not there? Is it not connected to my Twitch stream? Wait a minute. Hold on. No, not that one. Hold on, chat. Wait a second. It should be in my chat. Can I type it again? There we go. Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't showing up the first time. Cause did it like just log in to my stuff? That's so weird. And it should also work on the YouTube side, no? Yeah, that's very weird. I don't know why it didn't do it the first time I typed it in the chat. Okay, well, hold on, chat. I'm going to make sure y'all actually... Let me actually pin this too. Just because, you know, I feel like I gotta make sure I can do that. But yeah, chat, if you want to listen to the album, you know, let me actually get to all messages, and then type it in the YouTube chat. Okay, it's supposed to work in the YouTube chat too. Hello? Do I have to be constantly logged into Nightbot for it to work? Hold on. Can I switch my account? Go through here. Do that. Do that. No, stop it. Hold on. Bruh. Yes. Commands. Bruh. Now will it work? What the hell? Why is it not working? Nightbot. What do you mean? It's supposed to work. You need to connect Nightbot to your channel. So connect to the channel. Okay. Bruh. Hold on. First of all, can I remove this message? Then can I remove this message? Then can I do this here? Nightbot, where the hell are you? These are active commands. I literally... Bruh. Oh, now you want to work. Okay, thank you, Nightbot. There we go. Took it long enough to figure out what the hell I was doing. Okay. Yes, if you want to listen to Flesh and Blood, I mean, just make sure you can type !FB, but I typed it in chat for y'all because I love y'all, and I want to make sure y'all can see that, yes, you can listen to the album if you type the command, you know, because I got to make sure that I say that command more for if people want to listen to this album, because this album is not going to be the only time, you know. Oh, nice try, frickin' AI frickin' bots coming into the chat too. Like, come on, man. They need to stop sending AI my way, because it's not going to work. Okay. Now, chat. Now we're actually going to get to it. Alright, this, for sure, this time. Let's just play the first few seconds of this track right here. Oh, wait. Let's turn it up, because y'all need to actually hear the audio for it. Alright. Let's go. Thank you for coming to this momentous occasion. Now that sounds crazy. Right off the jump. That right there, that intro. Chat. I need to tell y'all what that intro is, because you're about to get it translated to you live. You're about to see what it actually was. That reverse audio, you're gonna know what it is. So you have to watch this video to actually know what the hell it's actually saying. So let's pull it up in FL, and I'm gonna make sure that I freaking, what is it? I'm gonna switch the audio source so that way y'all can hear it, and turn on Voxengo. So we're gonna do that. We're going to turn this on so y'all can hear the Voxengo. Voxengo. Boom. Alright. Boom. 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 Okay. Now, chat, you're actually gonna be able to hear this. I believe. If I play it.
Nemi rollot with his bad fees Thank you for coming to this momentous occasion.
So, you're about to hear what the hell this audio actually is supposed to be. Are you ready? I'm gonna reverse it. Right? Is this what it is? Let's see. Oh, that's the fucking... That's the end of the track. Hold on, chat. Give me 1 sec while I fucking... get this extendoed. Because I'm gonna do this. Just gonna get the whole track here. Okay. Now, you're going to hear what the actual reverse audio is. I think. Alright, hold on. Alright, you ready? This is gonna be crazy. Alright, you're gonna hear what it actually was supposed to be. Here we go. This is the translation.
Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty. Through Christ our Lord, amen.
Oh, shit. Hold on, let's play that again for those of y'all that didn't hear what I said.
Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty. Through Christ our Lord, amen.
Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty. Through Christ our Lord, amen. That phrase, chat, for those that are very confused as to why that is the start, this is the Catholic prayer right here. Because, fun fact, chat, my family is Catholic. Crazy lore, I know. So, when we go to my grandmother's house, we actually end up, whenever we do grace, we end up starting grace by saying that prayer. By saying, bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord, amen. And so I included it in the beginning of this track right here because, well, as you are about to hear, welcome to the function is actually referring to basically introducing listeners to the world of my family. And the setting that I want to really paint for people is the fact that we are actually traveling over to my grandmother's house. Because that is the setting of this entire album. This album, the album takes place at my grandmother's house. It doesn't ever fully leave this place. It's only really here because even though I'm talking about all of the other people that are in this album, right? It's more so me telling the story of like everybody that's here, and then the ending is talking about me because it's like I'm introducing all of the listeners to everybody that's a part of my family, you know? And then that's when, if people are rocking with the entire album, that's when you get to find the exposition for me and my story. And, you know, that's the path that people are going to take whenever they, you know, get introduced to all the people that are in my family, and then, they rock with me, and they learn about me through this whole fucking 7-minute, 8-minute track right here. But yeah, man, so yeah, crazy. You wouldn't know that until you watch the breakdown. Let's hear that one more time, chat. This is the reverse part of Welcome to the Function right here.
Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty. Through Christ our Lord, amen.
Isn't that crazy, bro? That's so fucking wild that just happens to be the reverse part. Like, come on, nah. That's, like, to include something like that, like, in the beginning, for people to not even know what it is, like, now we have the breakdown. Now y'all know the answer to what the hell I said in there. And we have a lot more reverse parts in eventual tracks to break down, because I do like doing those reverse messages I feel like shit is like I definitely got that inspired from Kendrick, especially in that Fear track that he did. He's done a lot of reverse shit before, like especially it came from Damn. Damn was definitely the one where he was reversing a lot of shit that he did. And I wanted to incorporate something like that in my track too, so that's why I included the Catholic prayer to basically reference my grandmother's house. So now we can hear the reversed message, but you know what it is now. It's bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. But this is reversed, so let's actually hear what I'm talking about in the beginning now.
Thank you for coming to this momentous occasion. To each and every one of you, I am grateful. And my love for you will never die because you're all so amazing. As our time together comes and goes, I plan to use my heart of gold in order to give you the love that you deserve before we grow old. The roses I give you are as red as the blood running underneath my flesh. So, to my flesh and blood, and the ones I consider to be in my circle of love, I'd just like to say 4 words to you. You are the best. God bless us all.
Crazy intro, bro. Like, and that was a huge risk, people said, to me making this intro as long as it is. Because it's like, when you initially hear this song, like, to hear that long of an intro, it's like, it captivates people. It's like, oh, what is he about to talk about on here? Especially with those, like, reverse swelling parts. I love doing those, and that stems all the way back from Tabula Rasa, too, because I learned that trick on how to swell my vocals like that through a random freaking tutorial that I followed from somebody. What is it? What am I talking about? It was a YouTube short, you know, and it was so crazy because that random YouTube short that I found on how to actually do that, it was like, I never forgot how to do it since. And I actually want to tell y'all how to do that, too. Because this is, like, a very important, like, thing for people to know. Let's actually... What should I use for this, Let's actually use this song, Mob Ties. Let's actually do this. I'm gonna show y'all how to do a reverse swelling effect on your voice while we do this, because you know this y'all thought this wasn't gonna be a production class either. Y'all, come on now, listen. I'm showing y'all. I'm breaking down literally everything I did on here. These swelling parts. So look, I'm gonna just play the slight intro for this.
What? Who said I was done? He ain't done yet.
So that vocal right there, I could make it reverse into itself, right? So all you have to do when you want to do an effect like that, just take like the first word of the phrase you're gonna use.
What?
Just use that. Cut like a slight chunk of it so you just get the very first part of the vocal right here.
What?
Right there. And then what you want to do actually is not delete it because that's stupid. You're gonna want to just have it as its own thing. So like, you know, in my case I have to make it unique, so it's like detached from this. But once you have that, all you want to do, we're gonna call this reverb, just so that way you can see what the hell I'm doing. So in this little effects chain, right, all you want to do is first of all, put this in a separate track so that way there isn't any other audio here, because you're gonna want to, it's gonna be very important to leave it by itself in another like thing. Go to any reverb you want. The most simple one though is just one where you have a dry knob and a wet knob right here. Turn the dry all the way down, turn the wet up, And you can adjust certain shit, like I can adjust like the size of the room, but like whatever you do, just the most important part is turning this dry level down so you don't have any of the main vocal and it's just you hearing the reverb. And then you could like space it out like a little bit. You could space it out a lot if you really wanted to. It doesn't really matter. I kind of just fucking mess around with these knobs like just a little bit like on the effect chain. But then after you have that, the vocal's gonna sound like this. No it's not. It's supposed to sound like the other thing. You have to make sure it's in the fucking chain. Sorry about that. So it's actually gonna sound like this. So you hear that, like, that sound? Like that. So, you wanna make that, like, actually show that, because it's not gonna actually, like, show the audio file of, like, what it's doing. So like I have to do this merge clips button, and now you'll actually see the sound itself, like, but as the what it actually should look like with that effect. See how long the chain is, right? So all you do after you do that, this is a Cine exclusive though, you feel me? Is you're gonna want to reverse. You're gonna want to reverse the sound. And when you reverse that, let me make sure that y'all can actually hear it, because I'm pretty sure I have it on, right? I definitely know I have Voxengo. Yes, I do. Just want to make sure. So you can, now that when you play this, it reverses. It's reversed reverb. Literally, that's what it is. So then what you want to do is you want to shorten it. You would just shorten it enough and like add like a fade into it, right? And then cut off the end of it. So like abruptly cuts, because obviously you'll hear that it goes back into fading into like reverb here, and that's not what we want. We want it to just abruptly cut so it sounds like a riser. And then you just line it up with your vocal that you want it to line up with. And now you have a reverse effect into the voice.
What? Who said I was done? He ain't done yet. I know you ain't think I was gonna make it easy.
So
right?
I do that a lot.
Here we go again.
That is the shit that I do all of the time when I'm fucking making like certain audio effects on my voice. I love doing that solo, like that swell. And you'll hear it in Ruin the Moment too. You'll hear like I love doing that effect because it's very simple. It's not like, it's a very simple thing that I do in a lot of songs. I love, like, here, I'll even give you an example right now. I do it for Zach's, like, that's how you know I like mixed and mastered these songs, by the way. Let's pull up Fly on the Wall, actually. That's not Fly on the Wall. Where is RTM Mixes Masters? Here we go. Final versions, we'll pull up Fly on the Wall, and you'll be able to hear Zach's voice swell when, like, into his verse. Right here. You hear that? You hear that?
Spiritual awakening.
It's so simple.
Spiritual awakening.
It adds so much character to the verse, because I could have made it to where it didn't have that effect building into his verse, but I did it intentionally because of how like the beat starts building from the beginning, because it has like the bass guitars and it has like the narration like talking.
As life had dictated to us before, all good things.
And then that synth comes in,
come to an end.
and then the drums come in.
Although and for moments of all kinds.
So now it's building even more, adding some ad-libs and shit, and the swell.
Spiritual awakening, bringing home the bacon in.
Type of shit that I did in Flesh and Blood. I wanted to make sure I contributed a little bit of that into Ruin the Moment as well. And there's a lot of that in Welcome to the Function specifically, which I think is like really cool that, like, you know, even to this day, I still do that effect. And it makes the intro, like, that much better, because if it's, like, if I just, like, made it a straight through talking point, it wouldn't sound as, like, dramatic. So, between all of the lines, I add a swell, because it actually kind of mimics, I don't remember what song it is, but this is also very Kendrick influenced. Like, this is a thing that I also, I think it was, what song was it? It was, oh my god, because it's, shit. I know he did it. No, it was in Element. It was an Element. I remember now. Hold on. Yeah, let me get that real quick. Let me get that for y'all real quick. Let me just play the intro briefly. That shit right here, that type of shit, I wanted to also, like, as soon as I heard that in Damn, I was like, wait, I already know how to do that effect. Keep in mind, chat, I've been doing that reverse effect, and I didn't even listen to Damn. I didn't even know they did that type of shit, like, in that production. I just learned how to do that swelling effect for all of my other shit. I did that shit in, All Nighter. I did it in, what else? I definitely did it in Tabula Rasa, though. I do remember doing, reverse effects in Tabula Rasa as well. T! What's good, T? Hey, man. Yo, I'm doing this super deep dive breakdown right now on, this album of mine that turned about a year old now. Flesh and Blood is the 1-year anniversary. It's also the 2-year anniversary of All Nighter and the 3-year anniversary of Tabula Rasa, because I released these albums on the exact same day, just in different years. So July 1st is the day I released my projects. Flesh and Blood, All Nighter, and Tabula Rasa. And I'm currently going over Flesh and Blood because this album deserves to have coverage on it. But yeah, chat, so that intro, and like also with everything I said in it, thank you for coming to this momentous occasion. To each and every one of you, I am grateful, and my love for you will never die because you're all so amazing. As our time together comes and goes, I plan to use my heart of gold in order to give you the love that you deserve before we grow old. The roses I give you, the roses, remember chat, remember the roses? Remember these? I didn't just use this for, I mentioned it in the album. I told y'all. Look, this wasn't just a one-off thing. I didn't just randomly have them. They've been in the videos. They've been in Fam Comes First. They were in the Patient video. Look, I mentioned the roses throughout the entirety of this, and I even technically kind of, like, had a little foreshadowing when I did the Man at the Garden remix right here. As you can see, I had the roses. These weren't just a throwaway. I used them for a very specific purpose. The roses I give you are as red as the blood running underneath my flesh. So to my flesh and blood and the ones that I consider to be in my circle of love, I just like to say 4 words to you. And that's when I do those choir stabs in there when I do the "You are the best," you know, just to add some character to the intro. Just because I could have made it to where I just said it like normally, but it wouldn't have that same feeling that I wanted, because I wanted to have moments like that throughout the album, you know, having like vocal stems like that, like in other parts, you know, like how I have more singing on like Leo, you know. My singing was something I really wanted to kind of hone in on too when I did Flesh and Blood. I wanted more songs where I did some more melodic-ish kind of sounds, because back then I didn't have stuff like that. I like barely did. Like Tabula Rasa, the one song I had where I did that was Trippin'. Like, and it was very brief. It wasn't like you know, and it wasn't like that honed in. Like, I think Just a Shadow, I did it like a little bit too, but that was following the sample. So I didn't have my own, like, kind of thing. And then All Nighter kind of did it a little bit more with, like, tracks like Is This Real? Keep the Lights On was definitely the start of when I started doing more melodically sounding things. Not Myself also had it. What else? Damn. Is there another one after that? No, there's not. There isn't another one where I did anything melodic. So, there's a lot more of it in here, too, because I have it in stuff like Welcome to the Function. I have it in Mom. I have it in Fam Comes First, obviously. I have it in Leo. I have it in what else do I have it in? Face to Face, with my homies. You know, I had it in quite a few more things, and then, you know, it got translated into Ruin the Moment, which had some of my best melodic sounding parts as well. You know, like, it's just all around, like, my melodic, like, rapping got a lot better, you know, but, like, Flesh and Blood really, like, cemented that as part of my style. And you will soon see it in tracks like you know, the other ones I mentioned. But let's listen in to Welcome to the Function. I won't be breaking down too much of the intro, by the way, because I did it in the last stream. So we're actually just gonna vibe out. But you will hear that there is more to break down than just the very first part, because I actually broke down the music video, which, again, make sure y'all check that out, because I did a breakdown of it too. It's also on ITB University. I mean, we literally had the masterclass on their channel too. You feel me? So let's talk about this. Let's get this started. Welcome to the Function. Good, homie. I see you finally made it. I'm glad you're here. Come on in. Let me show you around. We got some people I want to introduce you to. If that's cool with you. Oh. Which I actually do want to say before I go on, because I know I just said I'm not going to do that. But I did actually not mention, yeah, the deep vocals. That kind of started that a little bit. Like, I definitely really got more intentional with deeper vocals, like, and narration because of Flesh and Blood. A lot of the deeper voices on Flesh and Blood coming into Ruin the Moment, it's like that. Zach was even the one that was like, oh dude, like, where's the deep voice that you're always known for using in your shit? And then I did it on stuff like Butterfly Effect, and he was like, oh, there it is. Yep, now I know. That's the thing that Cinna does. I'm like, oh my god, that is part of my sound now, isn't it? So, yeah, chat, that deep voice Cinna, that became a staple, especially after I made Flesh and Blood. All Nighter had it, like, briefly, but Flesh and Blood, that's where it was even more intentional. Hey, welcome to the function. Welcome to the function. Dab up on the side. Grandma's pie, get that fucking knife. Take a seat with me after we take that culture stairwell. Hope you got some room to eat, cause we got plenty food compiled. No guests left behind, I promise our home is at home today. Only rule to follow is show respect and you'll be okay. I'm trying in the kitchen, girl, you do the dishes. Pies on the room, spoons on, tradition. Grandfather in his office, don't say you really kiss it. Cause I know cause I'm in the dining room, all my cousins trying to kick it. They came to rock, we belong here. Don't be shy, we don't bite. You can party with us all year. We just want you to be comfortable. That's the proper way to treat your homies. All my brothers know. Oh, it continues. Oh shit. Welcome to the function. Hey, hey. This is a Cine exclusive. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. I knew it! Fuck! I knew it! You couldn't hear it! Motherfucker! Every time. Thank you to whoever pressed that sound. Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding? We're running it back. I don't care, chat. We're running it back. We're running it back. Because I'm fucking great fucking job, son of production. Well, run it back, chat. We're gonna listen to this again because time isn't even fucking real, you feel me? Look, I broke down what I needed to break down, though. You feel me? So hold on. Let's just go back.
Thank you for coming to this momentous occasion. To each and every one of you, I am grateful. And my love for you will never die because you're all so amazing. As our time together comes and goes, I plan to use my heart of gold in order to give you the love that you deserve before we grow old.
Come on now.
The roses I give you are as red as the blood running underneath my flesh. So, to my flesh and blood, and the ones I consider to be in my circle of love, I'd just like to say 4 words to you. You are the best. God bless us all.
You know another thing, chat, I completely forgot to mention? I teased that in the first thing. Where is it at, actually? Where is that description? It's... Which one is it? It's this? No. Where was that at? When did I do that? Or wait, was it in Patience that I did that? No, it's not this. Is it the music video for Patient? I definitely teased this before that came out, actually. Hold on, because I want to show y'all that this is actually a thing.
This is a...
No. It's not this one. When did I tease that? When did I do that, actually? There's a specific song that I did that in, and I don't remember what it was. Hold on, chat. Hold on, let me get the Nightbot out of here. What did when did that happen? I know I remember doing it. Hold on. No, it's not that one. Dude. I definitely remember teasing it before that. Hold on. I teased it way before. There was a point in time... Yo. When did I do that? I teased the exact message in something. What was the thing I did that at? Was it under... It's not this. It's not this. It's also not this. Dude, when did I do that? Shit, I had it. It was somewhere. I actually don't remember where I did that at. Dude. No, because I want to show that. I want to show y'all that that was a thing. I totally teased that message. Shit. Where did I do that? At the end of the... No, yeah, but that one was, I did Welcome to the Function at the Patient music video. But I had the entire
2025.
album.
So I'ma
Sorry,
let-
I had the entire intro in a certain part. It was typed out. There was a certain video of mine that I did that, and I don't remember what it is. Oh my god, which one of these had that? Or was it here?
This is a
Was it the Welcome to the Function video? Yes, it is. Okay, there we go. I remember. Yes, I did actually have that exact whole message. The thank you for coming to this momentous occasion. That entire message was secretly put in the description of the Welcome to the Function music video. Because it wasn't the full-length song, but I put the entire intro in here, and then the You Are the Best was reversed. Because the other part wasn't in there with the reverse Catholic prayer. So, yeah, dude, that took so much time to remember. I had no idea where I did it at. But yeah, chat, even back then, I was talking about that intro on the song. So that was a really cool fucking moment. And yes, Astro! Fucking welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat, everybody. We are currently breaking down Welcome to the Function, which we're actually breaking down the entirety of my album Flesh and Blood right here. Chat, the album that turned 1 year old as of July 1st, because it is now July 3rd right now, so it's actually 2 days and a year old. But yeah, I broke down the first part of Welcome to the Function through the last stream I did, where I was breaking down the promo and how I broke down the music video part of it. Where is it at? The music video. I broke down this music video and all the other ones. So I did technically do the first verse of Welcome to the Function already, so I don't actually need to commentate on it too much. But of course, chat, if you have any other questions about it, I mean, definitely let me know, because I am down to answer any questions you have about this album once we get to the songs. You feel me? So, let's actually play this out.
Yo,
Y'all can hear it. Yes.
what's
Just
good,
wanna make sure.
I see you finally made it. I'm glad you're here. Come on in. Let me show you around. I got some people I want to introduce you to. If that's cool with you.
Welcome to the function.
Facts, Astro!
Welcome to the function.
Hey, hey.
Welcome to the function. Welcome to the function. Welcome to the function. Welcome to our lives that were on the side. Take a slice of grandma's pie, get that fucking knife. Neighborhood is pretty nice, barely any crop. Just be careful how you drive. Welcome to our lives. Take a seat with me after we take that cold and stay a while. Hope you got some room to eat, cause we got plenty food compiled. No gets left behind, I promise our home is your home today. Only rule to follow is show respect and you'll be okay. Mama chillin' in the kitchen, grandmother doing dishes, fathers in the living room, sports on tradition. Grandfather in his office, brother sitting where the kids sit, aunts and uncles in the dining room, while my cousins trying to kick it. I know what you're thinking, do I really belong here? Don't be shy, we don't bite, you can party with us all year. We just want you to be comfortable, that's the proper way to treat your homies. All my brothers know you gotta be a part of a second family like me. My mother, your mother, my brothers, your brothers. Just don't try to kill me in my sleep. You know how it is, I'm in a tight circle, that's why I show honesty. And honestly, if I trust you enough to invite you, you won't need to worry. Whatever you want, anything you need, take whatever you want. Be sure to say please, take whatever you want. Don't be shy, homie, take whatever you want. Welcome to the function. Welcome to the function.
That is really funny, Pyro. He said, when I show this to my nieces and nephew, my niece literally said, he sound like Kendrick. And you know what's funny, chat? Welcome to the Function actually took a lot of inspo from Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe from Kendrick. If I'm ever post something on IG again, I'm using this song. Hell yeah, Astro! Yeah, chat, Welcome to the Function was actually very inspired by Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe. If you even hear the instrumental, because it has that guitar. Now obviously Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe is a lot like slower, but it does take that like guitar like fucking You know, it takes that guitar kind of thing, but like it's much more fast paced. But as you can hear, I mean, if you hear the two tracks like together, like you can kind of understand like why it's very heavily influenced off of how Kendrick approached it. But I had my own spin on it because like I wanted to kind of develop that sound of layers on my like voice in my own kind of oh my god, my own way. And I think Flesh and Blood was kind of the start to me doing that sound like super fully. Like All Nighter was a very Kendrick influenced like sound too, don't get me wrong, but I definitely honed in a lot more on this album that sort of direction of sound that I wanted to go to with like the layers and the ad-lib like kind of parts, and having like the, you know, just having it blend like super well, where it's like there's ad-libs where I'm talking with my full voice, or sorry, it's my full voice on like a verse, but then the layers are more like whispered, so it gives it like some air like on the sides, which is why I do like all that panning too, which like gives it makes my voice sound more full when I do it like that. And I think that's probably the correct way for me to do layers regardless, because it's like some people do like layers and they don't like pan them, they just kind of like let them sit in the middle with your other verse and just kind of like make them quieter. But with me, I wanted to have that kind of feeling that Kendrick's voice had when he did certain tracks where like his layers would also talk with him, to then make it to where his main vocals are like much more elevated because of those layers. And that's why I have layers on like that fast part, like with it. You better be a part of a second family like me. My mother, your mother, my brothers, your brothers. Don't try to kill me in my sleep. You know how it is having a tight circle. That's why I show honesty. And honestly, if I trust you enough to invite you, you won't need to worry. You know? Like that shit is... And of course, you can hear that Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe fucking sound, especially in the parts where I go, whatever you want. Anything you need, take whatever you want. It's like, just having that like swag to it, you know, like fucking, I love doing that type of shit, because it really fits the vibe of the instrumental too. Like I feel like the instrumental really got me to feel out like how like it broke down, like where it didn't have the hi-hats like in it, and it was just like the kick and the snare, like because that it sounded like a breakdown part of the beat. So like I used it as like a little break in me rapping, so that way it could like simmer down and then go back into the chorus, where it can build back up again, because then afterwards I have a second verse. Because yeah, the music video is only like 2 minutes. This track is 4 minutes 20 seconds. So let's see what Senna was talking about in this next part of the song.
Welcome to the function. Welcome to the function. Welcome to the function. Welcome to our lives. Step up on the side. Take a slice of grandma's pie. Get that fucking knife. Neighborhood is pretty nice. Ready any crime. Just be careful how you drive. Welcome to our lives.
Fun fact, my great-grandpa was the biggest fan of jazz. Sat right here at this table before he passed. Actually believed in me when people didn't know I was like that. Looking at me, wanna know I rap. Everybody telling me I should start up a band.
Ooh, that is really crazy. Wait. No, because, okay, that had a completely different meaning to it when I said it, but now that ruined the moments out, now that has a whole new meaning, actually. That's really crazy. There's now a flip on that. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Before I even talk about that, hold on now. First of all, okay, so I said in the track, I say, fun fact, my great-grandpa was the biggest fan of jazz, sat right here at this table before he passed. Now, I didn't say that just, you know, just to say it, because I'm actually, I'm taking y'all into, like, the setting of it now, because it's like, the first part was just like, you know, like you're walking through the front door. I'm just like, man, take a seat with me. then take off your coat. Just stay a while. You know, like let me introduce you to all the family members. We gonna walk around. You know, we gonna rock around, give a little tour. You feel me? So now we're at the part because in the beginning, it had that reference to how my family has like Catholic roots, and how we say the Catholic prayer whenever we go, "Bless us, O Lord, these thy gifts if we are about to receive." Whenever we like say grace and we're about to like eat, you know. So that's when it goes to the next verse where it's like, okay, now we're sitting down, now we're chatting. You know, now I'm like, you know, now we're sitting down, just kind of like, you know, talking, you know. And when I say sat right here at this table before he passed, the setting that I'm trying to give off, y'all, is the table actually that's in like the dining room with it, you know, like how so we're in the place where the aunts and uncles are, like in this setting of it, just to give y'all some context of like where we are in Welcome to the Function. We're at that table, and that's why I'm saying, you know, I talk about my great-grandfather because he sat at the dining room table, you know, and was always talking about, like, you know, just, like, stories about, like, you know, life, you know, like, he like, gave, stories about, like, whenever he was in, like, the war, you know, I think it was World War II he was in, or it was the Vietnam War, whichever one it was, he was in the army. He was a lot of things. He was a detective. He was in fact a police officer, and he was a veteran. So he did a lot of things, and of course he was a jazz musician. And you know, he wasn't even just the biggest fan of jazz. He was also the one that actually played in a jazz band. You know, which is why I have his instrument. I have his piano, and you will soon find out that fact when we go into Leo and Honor, all of those ties into him being both a soldier and also being a jazz musician. And so then I go, he actually believed in me when people didn't know I was like that. Looking at me, want to know I rap. Everybody telling me I should start up a band. Which is crazy because, like, Zach is the one that coined the term for Ruin the Moment. He's saying we're a band, you know, because I always say we're the duo, but, like, he phrases it as, like, we're not just the duo, like, Ruin the Moment is our band name, you know? So now that has a whole new meaning to it, because originally, before we even called Ruin the Moment a band name, right, and we came up with the name, I was more so talking about the part where people looked at me and was like, oh, you're doing this music that you're doing, like, you know, you don't look like you're like a rapper, you know, like, you play piano, you play violin, you play, like, marching band drums, you know, like, you should start a band, you know, with other people, like, play the keyboard and shit, like, learn guitar or something, like, I don't know, whatever you set your mind to, like, start a band with somebody that, you know, could play instruments. And it's funny now because not only did we start a band, but it's also still in the genre that I do with rap, and I go into more why people don't think that's like the genre I should be doing when I go into Honor, because I talk about how it's like maybe you don't see like what I'm doing, you know, as like worth like time, because it's like it's not the music you thought would have been, you know, like what I should do. But I still feel like despite that, my great-grandfather would still be proud of me for what I'm doing, especially with my musicality and teaching people and like inspiring other people to make music. Like, I feel like the fact that I have that gift to be able to do that and provide that to the world, whether it's in a completely different medium than what people thought I should do, right? It's like people are still proud of me despite that. And I think that's really cool to be able to like have that, you know? But yeah, let's keep going, chat. Let's keep going into this song right here.
High school teacher knew I'm gifted. Mama got the same opinion, but the way of thinking's different. I want a studio for Christmas. All the beats that's on my hit list. Hope my family is with it.
I'm really trying to stay on business, but some losers plan on kidding around with me and end up switching. So if you truly plan on sticking around, your boy is on a mission with his music, yo, so listen.
Crazy. Definite cool little breakdown too. If y'all notice how many times I switched up the way I approached this beat. Because at first I did it where it's like, okay, I'm just like, I'm fucking rapping like this, and I'm rapping, I'm fucking rapping, and then like fucking I go later into it, and then I like switch it up to be more melodic a little bit, where I'm doing like the mama chilling in the kitchen, grandmother doing dishes, father's in the living room, sports on, tradition, and like it's semi-melodic at that point, because it starts with it, and then it like goes back into me rapping and like going crazy with it, and then I like, you know, then I go into like the talking part where I'm like, I know what you're thinking, do I really belong here? Don't be shy, we don't bite, you can party with us all year. And then I do that little ad-lib to like complete the verse, because like I love using that to like, I love using ad-libs to like elevate my verse too, you know, like shit like that where it's like it hypes me up, you know, like I like the ad-libs that hype up the verse itself, because it's almost like it makes the illusion that my voice is larger than life, while the ad-libs are kind of like the crowd, or like the people in the background like cheering me on, like in the back, like being like, oh yeah, you know, like fucking, that shit is super fucking cool. Like I love that makes it makes my verses sound so much more powerful, because like if you just had it to where it didn't have those ad-libs, it wouldn't be the same, you know, like it would still sound cool, but it adds like a different like flavor to the verse, I feel like, you know, like having ad-libs like that really elevate the whole like thing, like to complete the verse, you know. So then I do the thing in the first part of the verse where I'm like, you know, fun fact, my great grandpa was the biggest fan of jazz, sat right here at this table before he passed. And then I did a little more like kind of the faster part of it, like I elevated it even more by like making it almost like a chopper flow. People didn't know I was like that. Looking at me, wouldn't know I rap. Everybody telling me I should shut up a band, you know. And then it goes into the ad libs, where it's like, oh word, you know, because it's like y'all talking to me, like with it. Like I'm using the ad libs to make the characterization of like how like y'all are responding to what I'm saying, you know. It's like people are telling me I should start up a band. Oh word. My high school teacher knew I'm gifted. Mama got the same opinion, but their way of thinking is different. Oh, word? You know, like that shit is fucking so creative. Like, I feel like using that to like kind of do that to characterize the listener, and it makes people feel more like they're in the story. Like they're like glued to the narration of it, because it's like now you're deep into it, like at that point, because now like it's like I'm acknowledging the listener throughout this entire experience of this intro, because then it allows you to dive more into the world of what eventually comes through to all of these other tracks, you know, which is why I think this intro is probably the best intro I could have possibly made to it. And then of course we have the lines at the very end, you know what I mean, with the fucking with the shit. But yeah, my high school teacher knew I'm gifted. Mama got the same opinion, but their way of thinking's different. And the way that is like characterizes that my teacher knew I was musically gifted, and it's like my mom knows that I'm musically gifted too. And the thing is, their way of thinking is different, like from how like that is, because like they're saying, oh, you're musically gifted, why are you using your gift and wasting it on becoming a rapper when you could use it to use like, you know, instruments or do all the stuff? And it's like, I'm like, well, I'm proving exactly why I don't need to do that, because like the thing that I'm doing is like I want to show people that like I'm really taking this genre that I'm doing like serious. It's not just like a thing that I'm doing because it's like a phase, you know. It's like, no, I'm actually making serious music out of this, and it's really taking me places. Like clearly Ruin the Moment took us places too, but like Flesh and Blood was really the start. Like Zach saw the vision even before I like released like Flesh and Blood, but then it's like, you know, All Nighter was like really the start of him like seeing it, and then it was like, hold on now, like Flesh and Blood came out, and like all of the other songs I did like with Greenlight and Get It, like he was really starting to see like what I was actually doing with it. So then I finally built up enough of a catalog before Flesh and Blood to really start performing and showing people who I am. And Flesh and Blood was probably the perfect album to come out after I did that show, because it's like, now people have something to see from me, to know who I am, to like hear my entire story and what my sound is, because it's like, you don't even have to see it through in the moment. If you wanted to see what my sound was before I even made it, look, here it is. Here's me in an entire album, 13 tracks, an under an hour album. Chat, did you know this album is just under an hour? Like, that's crazy. You know, I haven't had a project reach an hour until Ruin the Moment, and it barely reached an hour. Like, it's an hour and 4 minutes. This is the one project of ours that reached an hour without the bonus track, by the way, because the bonus track only adds like 5 more minutes to it, which is still crazy, but you know what I mean? Like, that's very powerful, the fact we're able to do that. But yeah, so it's like, then I'm like, I want a studio for Christmas. All the beats that's on my hit list, all my family is with it. And look, y'all see how I do the rhyme scheme? I made it to where it was like a 3, like, in it. Like, you know, how I'm rhyming, let me pull up the lines. Because I'm, like, I rhymed, like, gifted, opinion, different in the first 3. And it's like Christmas, hit list, with it, you know, like I'm rhyming it in 3s, because then it goes back to the ad-lib where it's like the listeners responding to what I'm saying to like characterize it. It's like, oh, word, you know. And like I love that I gave it that like character too. Like I wanted to really make it sound like it's like a conversation, like between me and the person that's listening to this / being taken through this world that is my family. So, at the very end, I start actually like talking. You know, I gave it the, you know, this is like not me rapping. This is now me giving the rest of the exposition and why the song might have technically ended at 3:35, but there's more to it to then give proper context to the rest of the album, which we're going to listen to now. I got it all figured out, man. I'm manifesting for my dreams to come true through working hard. I may be a mic in a dream, but I'm putting in the work to achieve that dream. You feel me? Like, once I make it, I'ma make sure I give back to everybody that helped me get this far. Trust me. Matter of fact, let me tell you something. I got this album I'm trying to write, right? It's a whole project dedicated to my family. I ain't always there to tell them I love them, so why not make a little tribute, right? It's almost like a digital letter, if that makes sense. We got like, what, about an hour to kill? So here, let me just play you what I wrote, man. Yo, check this out. Boom. Perfect intro to a fucking album, man. Like, so crazy. Cause like it has the talking at the beginning, like for like a minute, and then it has like the song that really takes you even further into this like world that I'm building, you know. And then at the very end, it's almost like the actual conversation that I would be having. And it's like, you know, it's like, oh, I got this album I'm trying to write. So I was self-aware in the project, you know. I'm treating Flesh and Blood as if like I know I'm writing this album, so it's not like it's just like a story told from like the third person, or it's told from like, you know, from another like POV. Like, I specifically acknowledge this project as its own entity, because it's like, this is Flesh and Blood is the digital letter, and so the song itself literally references the fact that I acknowledge the existence of this album before I even fucking get through the rest of the album, you know? So it's like, I had all of these songs written out to them, you know, as the 0s and 4s, and also the one that's written to me. And if you look in the Instagram promos, as you will see in the pictures, you'll see all of the descriptions with like, you know, like it's literally a letter. I frame all of these things as like letters, you know, and if you put the entire thing together, it makes a complete letter. And I believe this even has the description in it, doesn't it? Oh, it does not. Oh, yes, it does. It's right under. Dear family, this letter is dedicated to each and every one of you, the people who played a significant role in allowing me to become the person you see today. Although giving thanks to all of you proved to be a challenge on paper, it made much more sense to spread my love to you in the most efficient way I could possibly think of, through music. For most of you, if not all of you, there were never any doubts in my ability as a musician. After all, we had a very important musical figure in the family who believed in this supposed gift I adopted from the start. For those of y'all that don't know who I'm talking about, I would obviously be talking about Leo. However, the musician you witnessed almost a decade ago has evolved into creating one new non-profit artist. And as you are about to see, that little detour made in the path of my musical journey was the best decision of my life. And so, I have the following people to thank. And then it continues on into the very next track, Mom. Let's go. It really did, Pyro. Yeah, the train didn't slow down after that. Come on now.
Dear family, I want to give thanks to the woman that gave me life today. The woman that gave me life today. Dear family, I want to give thanks to the woman that gave me life today. The woman that gave me life. What you wanna say? I want to give thanks to the woman that carried me for 9 months. The woman who before school made time to pack my lunch.
I forgot to also mention, actually, before I even get to this, let me give a big shout out to the producers, by the way, that were on here, because, yeah, I probably need to tell y'all, actually, where I got these beats, just so y'all are aware of who I got these beats from. So let's actually go to Flesh and Blood's instrumentals. So Welcome to the Function was produced by Flip Magic, and as you are about to hear, a lot of these beats are going to be produced by Flip Magic. We have Face to Faces was produced by Flip Magic, Fam Comes First was, Mom is also produced by Flip Magic, and yeah, as you can see, Welcome to the Function, pretty self-explanatory, Mick Jenkins, Kendrick Lamar type beat. Like, I mean, it's literally, like, come on now, but yeah. Flip Magic's beat right here is a Saba type beat, which is an interesting type beat, because, like, I don't even think I've ever rapped on a type beat from Saba before, but now we could say that I have. And I clearly did it on Mom as well. And yeah, this song was definitely very much like, which, chat, if you don't already know, yeah, all of these beats were found off of YouTube. Like, because I know a lot of people like to ask me, oh, like, how do you go about getting, like, your beats? Like, don't you, like, make them yourself? Because people think I make these beats myself, and really, that it's not. Like, in the next project, yes, Ruin the Moment, some of them were produced by me, some of them were produced by Zach, and some of them were produced by other very amazing people, such as Matthias Tyner, Ash Delta, Adania Melodias, also Connor Musada, I think. I'm forgetting someone. Dino Dirty, yep. And is there one more? Am I thinking of another one? Bad Beats, which is also, yeah, he produced the Butterfly Effect beat, but also he produced With My Homies. And we're gonna rename all of the people that produced each and every beat, by the way, like once we get there. But yes, shout out to Flip Magic for a lot of the work he's done on these beats, because like I used, out of all of them, I used 4 of these beats from Flip Magic. Flip Magic is definitely a dope-ass producer, and is the reason why these fucking songs came to existence. And of course, here is the continuation of the letter. Mama, thank you for everything. You raised a fine young man, that's for sure. I can't really imagine what being a mom is like, because I'm not a mother. Now, I would read the rest of these, but the thing is, chat, these are the same letter submissions that I put on the Instagram. So not only did I actually read these in the previous part, yeah, these letter excerpts, if you will, were all done throughout the promo. So they're kind of out of order on purpose because of the promo, but yes, if you do go back, they are in fact here, and you can find every single one of these descriptions as well. So yes, these are reused for the actual descriptions of the songs. So let's keep going. Let's keep playing this song, which, by the way, chat, this is a very melodic song for me. I think this is one of my most melodic songs that I did up until this point, because I think there's not a single moment on here where I rapped normally, specifically. I think it's all melodies.
What you wanna say? I wanna give thanks to the woman that always gave good hugs, the woman who knows I have good luck, the woman who helps me when I'm stuck. My mama, my mama, my mama, my mama. I love my mama. Hey, my mama, my mama, my mama, my mama. I love my mama. She raised me to be the man I am today. My gentle spirit came from mama's DNA. So I don't let people put dirt upon her name, 'cause I'm my mama's boy, I say that with no shame. Yeah, I know that you love me too. You still want me to learn those tunes. Got the New York state of mind in mind every time I'm thinking about you. And I'm still your little piano man, that's for sure. That's for sure.
Hey.
My gentleman, that's for sure.
So yeah, that line right there with yeah, I know that you love me too. Still want me to learn those tunes. Got the New York state of mind in mind every time I'm thinking about you. And I'm still your little piano man, that's for sure. Yeah. So that is in reference to how my mom always talks about how, you know, like, she loves hearing me play piano. And one of the songs that she's wanted me to play for a really long time, that I'm still currently working on trying to figure out how to play, is New York State of Mind by Billy Joel. And funnily enough, I did gain the title from a lot of my family members and also people in school too. They called me the Piano Man. And if you know anything about Billy Joel, is that there is a song from him called Piano Man. And that's why it, you know, it all connects together with it. You know, because it's like, New York State of Mind is, in fact, by him as well, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to fact check that before I sound confident in that. Hold on. Yeah, it's Billy Joel. It's Billy Joel. And then, of course, Piano Man by Billy Joel. So, yeah. So, just a slick... Like, even in my, like, serious songs, there are, like, bars in there that people, like, could slick catch still as well. It's like, my writing still doesn't stray away from having lines like that that are, like, clever, but also in a way to where it's, like, it's like a slick clever. Like, you would hear it and be like, oh, okay, it's like Billy Joel, but, like, it really is, like... It makes a lot of sense for why I have those lines that way, because, like, in the context of that it is, it's like, my mom loves the New York State of Mind song from Billy Joel. She wants me to learn it on piano. And it's like, I know you want me to learn those tunes, mama, you know, frickin', and so I'm gonna do it, you know, at some point that will happen. Chat, I will learn how to play New York State of Mind. Maybe I'll learn it on stream. Maybe that would be a really cool chill stream to do, is just like sit down and stream doesn't end until I learn how to play New York State of Mind by Billy Joel. Wouldn't that be a crazy fucking thing? I wonder if I would get copyrighted for doing that. I have no idea. But what I do know is that, yeah, freaking. And also, it's crazy too because the other double with that is that my mom was also born in New York. She used to live in New York, and that's where she got a lot of her how she pronounces words too. So it's like, yeah, my mom is from New York, so it's even better that she also wants me to learn New York State of Mind. So it's like, that's why I say, got the New York State of Mind in mind every time I'm thinking about you. It's really a double, like, in a way, in that sense, you know, because it's like, it's the New York State of Mind because of my mother passing that on to me through her, and like how she was influenced by New York, but also the New York State of Mind is the song by Billy Joel. And that's why it's like, I got it in mind every time I'm thinking about her, because she wants me to learn the tunes on piano. And that's why I'm still her little piano man. You know? Like, look, you would think, like, I don't know, look, it's clever. I feel like the way I wrote it was clever. You know, just to pay homage to that in, like, the most tasteful way I could possibly think of. And so, oh yeah, and then...
Dear family, I wanna give thanks to the woman that gave me life today. The woman that gave me life today.
So as you hear, the chorus picked up, because in the first part of the track, I have the deeper voice when I'm doing it, because I go, dear family, I wanna give thanks to the woman that gave me life today. I wanna give thanks to the woman that gave me life today. Right? So then when it goes to the next part, not only does the voice change when I do it, but I'm adding those ad-libs in the back.
I wanna give thanks to the woman that gave me life today. The woman that gave me life today. Dear family, I wanna give thanks to the woman that gave me life today.
You hear those wows in the back? So those ad-libs, chat, the wow ad-libs, I didn't just do it to do it. It's actually in reference to my mother. Funnily enough, even the ad-libs are a reference to how my mother is, because what she does sometimes, chat, it is really funny, actually. Sometimes shit will happen, or like, you know, like when there's like a situation that comes up and she's just like super fucking like, you know, like done with shit, or just like something that's like exciting, you know, like she'll literally go, wow, you know, like she says wow a lot, you know, like whenever that happens. So I was like, you know what, that would be really funny to have as an ad-lib in the song, because it also pays homage to like fucking how she does that, like in her speech sometimes whenever she's like talking about shit, and she'll just go like, wow, like to be like dramatic a little bit in a way. Not to call my mom dramatic, she's very reasonable, but you know, like she fucking, you know, she does that sometimes. So I was like, man, I need to incorporate that in the song, because I feel like that'd be really funny. And it gets even more heightened in the last chorus, but we'll talk about that when we get there.
The woman that gave me life, what you gonna serve? I wanna give thanks to the woman that cared me for 9 months. The woman who before school made time to pack my lunch. What you gonna serve? I wanna give thanks to the woman that always gave good hugs. The woman who knows I have good luck. Good luck. What you gonna serve? To the woman that gave you life today. What you gonna serve?
Crazy. We're not skipping past that, chat. First of all, those high notes, chat. Yeah. So that what came as a very welcome surprise to a lot of people, because people were not knowing what the fuck to expect off of Flesh and Blood when they first heard it. Soon as those vocals came, I feel like the feeling people got off of this album shifted very dramatically, because they were like, oh, this isn't just a Cine project anymore. This is something extremely, like, this is special now. Because prior to that, chat, I didn't have a single song that did that type of shit. I didn't go falsetto on any song of mine like that. You know, I never had a song that did that. I always had the kind of like, you know, I've either had the aggressive sounding Cinna, I've had like the vibey Cinna too. I've had like the bar like heavy ones with like the boom bap stuff. But I haven't had something like that in a song, and I was like, you know what? I'm about to be really ambitious on this. I'm really about to push what I'm willing to do. Because originally, I kind of had it in my mind to where I wanted to collab with like a female artist, like to get those vocals. I really wanted to like, I had that idea in my head because I was like, dude, how would I be able to pull that off? Because I thought of that melody and I was like, you know, because I was doing it in the lower voice. I was like, what you wanna say to the woman that gave you life today? And that is actually directly inspired off of JID. Fun fact. Let me actually pull up the song from JID. What is the song called? Oh my god, I need to sing the melody to figure it out. Oh shit, it's off the Forever Story. Can't make you change. Yeah, it's that. What the fuck is it? Is it really called Can't Make You Change? Yes, it is. Okay, it's this song. Can't Make You Change, featuring, Ari? Is that her name? Yeah. That song, if y'all don't know what this song is, the chorus happens to go, so the singer, Ari, it starts in the lower register of her voice, where she sings, can't make you change, can't make you change. So that's how they sang it in that part, right? And then she switched it up. She switched it up into the higher part of her voice, so she went an octave up. So instead of going, can't make you change, she switches it an octave up by going, can't make you change, can't make you change. And I heard that switch up, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, whoa, that shit is fucking crazy. I'll play it briefly for y'all, just so y'all can like hear what I'm talking about. So y'all hear that part, right? That's the can't make you change. And I think it's in the half, other half. There you go. Can't make you change. So that's the lower part, right? So she does that just in the first part, but then she switches it up when she goes further into it.
Baby, baby, baby.
I think it's here.
Wait.
I heard the switch up and how she delivered that fucking shit, and I was like, yo, that shit is hard. I was like, wait a minute. I kind of want to do some shit like that. Because, look, at the time, chat, not only was I looking at Kendrick's discography, I was looking at JID, too, because I wanted to actually hear the Forever Story. Now, I will do a full deep dive on, JID's discography with the Never Story and is it DiCaprio? Is that the name of it? I forgot what it is. But that, and then also God Does Like Ugly, because that's his newest one. But I heard this Can't Make You Change song, and I was like, yo, I want to do some shit like that. Like with fucking on Mom, because I love the female vocals on it. And so I was like, well, shout outs to Ari, by the way. She fucking killed that fucking verse, chorus on there. And what she did on, like, the other end of the vocals, like, oh my god, just such a good fucking song. But so, I had it in my mind where it's like I wanted to have that in Mom with like that what you wanna say. Like I wanted like a female vocalist to do it. But I was like, you know what? I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a female vocalist to work with that could like do that. So I was like, you know what? Let me just try it myself. I want to know if I could actually do some shit like that. And well, chat, I discovered that I have a falsetto voice. That is the whole reason I started singing a lot higher in certain songs. And that's why I have vocals such as the ones in Butterfly Effect, where I have like the, yeah, he's a genius, you know, shit like that. Or, what else do I have? I had it in, what other fucking track did I do those high vocals in? Like, aside from Mom. Did I have another moment of that and ruin the moment? Yes, I did. It's Till Next Tomorrow I did it. I did it after, when I did, so I did the higher register, like, vocals, and it's about that time we close up shop for now, till next tomorrow. And then I did the ad-libs after, till next tomorrow, till next tomorrow. Like, I love hitting those vocals. I love doing the higher register of my voice when I do like vocals and stuff. And you'll also hear it in Fam Comes First. You'll hear it in the choir parts. I got way better at doing those. But Mom was the start of me doing that. And why I ended up starting to do a lot more falsetto singing. And why I want to actually really focus on that in the next project that I do, which is gonna be eventually, chat. We're gonna get to that eventually, but yeah, that was directly inspired off of Can't Make You Change by Jid. And, you know, there is a universe out there where I got a female vocalist for this, but I think it's even more, like, it speaks a lot more volumes, I think, to people, that I did this entire project solo. Like, there is not a single feature on this album. It's just me on Flesh and Blood. And I think it's better that way because it's like, if anyone were to have ever featured on this project, it would be a different story than what I'm trying to tell versus, like, you know, with me, like, doing this solo. You know, I think me doing the solo albums definitely speak a lot more to people when it's just coming from me. And it's like, I will have projects that have features on it, don't get me wrong. I do want to have, like, I want to work with people when I do songs, you know, but as far as like my actual storytelling projects, it's like either I would be doing it with Zach under the Ruin the Moment alias, or I would be doing it when I do like my solo albums, you know, like if I were to feature with anyone, it would be on like a mixtape, or it would be on a like a EP, probably, like, cause my features only go so far, like, to people, because, like, you know, I want to add to their story when I'm on a song, when I'm featuring, and if people are to feature on my songs, I expect the exact same thing, you know, cause that's kind of what I want to go for. So that's why I don't normally, when I make projects, I'm not ever like, yo, I need a feature on this project. And the only exception is the mixtape, because the mixtape is supposed to be paying respects to other artists that can actually get on certain beats. But we're not talking about the mixtape right now. We're talking about the album. But yeah, I think in a different universe, if there was a female vocalist on here, I feel like this song would still sound really cool. But the fact that it's me doing those vocals, like, I feel like that impressed a lot more people, the fact that I was the one doing those vocals on there. And as you will see, it's not the last time I do really crazy vocals that I've never done in any other project, because this was my most ambitious, like, honed in project. It's very consistent, and I think that's why a lot of people really love this album, you know. But yeah, W fucking song. Mom, bro, like, she loves this song too. She cried when she heard this song. I love my mama. You know, she loves this song as much as I do. Mama, I'll dry up the tears for you. When life getting harder, I'm here for you. You know how I've cheered for you. If I get some money, I promise I'll buy you a house and food for our mouths. I promise we'll make it out. Dear family, we should all give thanks to the woman that gave us life. The woman that gave us life. Oh, I also forgot to mention, during these parts, I do very subtle switch-ups. Like, during, like, okay, so, like, in the verse, right? When, you know how the first part of the verse went, I want to give thanks to the woman that carried me for 9 months, the woman who made time to pack my lunch. What you want to say? I want to give thanks to the woman that always gave good hugs, the woman who knows I have good luck, the woman who helps me when I'm stuck. My mama, my mama, my mama. So that's the first part, right? But then I go back into that chorus-ish, post-chorus thing, right? And so the line changes to, I want to give thanks to the woman that always gave good hugs, the woman who knows I have good luck. I have good luck. The woman who knows I have good luck. That's what I changed the line to, well, no, that is the line, actually. I changed the ending part to where the part that comes in, it doesn't end with the woman who helps me when I'm stuck. My mama, my mama, my, because I made the line end early to have the ad-lib, so it just switches up like a little bit, because then it transitions into the part with the breakdown where I do the falsetto singing, and I do the what you wanna say to the woman that gave you life today. Which, chat, that vocal's very hard to like hit. That shit is like, listen, I make that look easier than it is. It's not easy. It actually hurts to do sometimes. Like, I need to have proper amounts of water, like, just to be able to even hit that properly. Like, I think I was even like low at the beginning, but like, yeah, ever since I did that, chat, I wanted to do that even more, because like, that is my sound. I like doing those sounds because I'm very versatile with my voice. I have the deeper voice, I have the higher voice, I have the mid-range voice, and I just have a bunch of other like ways to use my voice that like I don't think, you know, like there's not a lot of people, especially like male rap artists, like, not to make it about that, but like there's not a lot of them doing this though. They are not singing like that. They are not fucking doing high-pitched falsetto like voice. I think the closest I've heard anyone do that so far, that because I need to do a lot more deep dive research on like artists, but Tyler the Creator I have heard do like falsetto singing. Now in this kind of wavelength, look, this is a Cinna sound. I feel like I don't think there's anyone that really sounds like this song, which I think is a very underrated part of this. But also, to get back into me with my writing style, in the beginning I have the chorus without the drums, and I have it in the lower part of my voice where I'm like, dear family, I want to give thanks to the woman that gave me life today, to the woman that gave me life. And then the chorus goes into the higher part of my voice. Dear family, I want to give thanks for the woman that gave me life today, the woman that gave me life today. And then the final chorus comes in, and then I go back to the deep voice, but then the lyric changes. So that way I can repeat the chorus twice. But I do it in a way to where the line changed, so now it's dear family, we should all give thanks to the woman that gave us life, to the woman that gave us life. And then the ad-libs play off of that too, because then I make the ad-libs elevate my voice. Again, I do this in this song as well. It's a very cool technique. I feel like it's something that I've done in a lot of songs, and Butterfly Effect is definitely the culmination of me doing that on Flesh and Blood. Because like having the ad-libs hype me up in the back to do that, it's like, dude, I've done that. That's like my style. I like doing that type of shit where the ad-libs like talk and hype up the verse while I'm rapping. Like, to make the environment that, like, I'm doing it on stage. You know? Like, that's the environment I give whenever I do shit like that, you know? But, yeah. So then, yeah, once the chorus changes to... It's not just, I want to give thanks. Sorry, chat. It's not just, I want to give thanks anymore. It's now, we should all give thanks to the woman that gave us life. So mom is really a track, not just me thanking my mom, but also telling other people, like, appreciate the one that gave you life. Because without, you know, your mama, you wouldn't be born. You know, because you had to be born. You know, like, like, they literally create life. You know? And it's like, this is just another example of the Senna respects women, you know, fucking movement. Because it's like, bro, we should respect the woman in our lives. And look, if you don't respect your own mom, like a certain someone, spare tire, you know, if you don't respect your own mother, like, she literally gave you life, bro. You're literally alive because of your mother. And you should at least be grateful for that, if you're not already grateful for all the other things that your mama may do for you, whether it's giving you a roof over your head or, you know, feeding you, you know, giving you, like, life, you know, just to push that message out with this song. I feel like this is a very powerful song, and for people that haven't already heard this song, I mean, look, this song is an absolute banger. I mean, come on, this song... There's so many reasons why this song is so good. But you don't need me to tell you that. You just gotta listen to it.
Dear family, we should all give thanks to the woman that gave us life. The woman that gave us life. Dear family, we should all give thanks to the woman that gave us life. The woman that gave us life. Dear family, we should all give thanks to the woman that gave us life. To the woman that gave us life.
So you hear how I did that? You hear how the chorus went from the deep voice, and the ad-libs were deep too. Because they went, to the woman that gave us life, okay. Woman that gave us life, okay, okay. And then when I raised my voice up after that part with the vocal going, what you wanna say? It's like, that's what I want to say right there. That I'm answering the question while that high vocal comes back with the, what you wanna say? To the woman that gave you life today. You know, I'm answering the question by saying, dear family, we should all give thanks to the woman that gave us life. And then the ad-libs raise up an octave too, because not only does the chorus raise up, the ad-libs raise up. So instead of it going, okay, okay, it's now me raising my voice up and go, okay, okay, you know, and it adds more to the final chorus, because it leaves it to where even though you're doing the same thing, each time it changes, so it's not like boring throughout the whole song. It makes this song not long to listen to, because look, songs are getting much shorter now, chat. It's like we have under 2-minute songs like all the time from artists, and it's like to have a project that has as long of songs as there are on here. Like, look, there are 5 to 6 to 7 minute, almost 8-minute songs on this project throughout the entire freaking project. And I didn't make it boring a single time. I feel like I made all of this very captivating for people. Like, even when I started repeating parts, you know, like, even parts that repeat, I made it sound interesting. And I think that's like a very, like, just a very good thing to point out about this album is like, this album, there was no time wasted on this album. Like, everything was very intentional, and there wasn't a single song where I was like, yeah, let me just do this just because, you know? Like, everything was very honed in and intentional, and that's why even if you have the same idea on a song, you can reuse it and just reshape it in another way. And like, you can do that over and over again to make the song sound even more complete, to like take listeners on like a journey. And that's what I did with the mom track. And then of course at the very end, oh crazy, it's the end, but it's also the part in the chorus where I go, my mama, my mama, my mama. And then that's when the fucking wow, I really accidentally. So I go back to that at the very end to say, you know, the woman that gave me life is my mama, you know? And then I go into the deeper parts of the voice when the drums cut out and it's that like outro, everything's fading out. And I did that exact technique in Speed Limit, because Speed Limit does the exact same thing where I do the pre-chorus, where I go too far. Hold on, let me do that again. Too far ahead to quit. So why should we stop now? Why should we stop now? So I do that in the higher part of my voice, right? And then at the very end, after the chorus, like stops with Zach, where he's like, speed limit and we can't seem to slow the whip down. I do the pre-chorus again and I go, too far ahead to quit. So why should we stop now? And that's when the instrumental is just fading out and it's like giving space to breathe and be like, it's over. We're here. We're at the end. Oh my god. And it's like that's what I do in Mom. And you see even how I switched it up at the end? Like I even made that a thing where it's like it has the ad-libs from the other one, but it's not as full sounding. It's more like reserved and laid back, because now like the song is reserving and laying back, and so it's giving it a break. And so the ad-libs disappear at the end because it repeats twice, right? It goes, my mama, I love my mama. But then when I do the very final time I say it, I end it with the same voice that I started with, which was my mama, my mama, my mama. I love my mama. So I even switched it up at the end. It's like that is a very good way to keep those like hooks and pre-hooks like not boring throughout the entire song, because it's like you could repeat it, you know, you could copy paste DIY, like do that, but with an album such as this and having as long of songs that I do on here, it's like switching up as many ways as I can to do that same kind of idea. It's like, you know, it makes more like retention to listen to a song. Ugh. And so, yeah, this song is absolutely beautifully crafted, and I definitely can see why people absolutely love this song as well. So let's continue, chat, into the very next song, fittingly, Dad.
The language the Irish use for themselves. Marijuana is referred to as everyday fun. They never say to each other, let's smoke a marijuana cigarette. They say, let's turn on, let's blast it.
Yo. Now before that drops, before the beat drops, I gotta tell you all about that sample, because that sample is directly from it was a marijuana PSA. I don't remember what it, I think, can I just type blast a joint? Can I do that? No, I gotta look up the actual, hold on now. Hold on. I gotta look up the video that my father sent me. Because this is stuff that was heard on, like, college radio. But, like, I included that clip in there both to kind of go into the next topic, which is Born and Raised, and why it's with the alcohol, weed, it's a motherfucking music, you know? So it ties into that, too, but then also this ad was directly from my father hearing it on college radio, and he emailed me the video. He emailed me the video for me to have, and I'm actually going to get his thing. Let me see it, actually. Where is it at? Oh, do I have to put it into the drive? Oh my god, it's not a YouTube link. Dang it, hold on. Can I just have this in the drive actually? Which drive did this save to? Hold on, chat, 1 second. I want to actually show you what it is, because I think it would be really funny. Here we go. Okay, hold on. Chat, give me 1 second. I'm about to show y'all. I'm about to show y'all the video that came from, because I have it specifically in my Google Drive. Let's actually, hold on, I could just pull up my Gmail. Let me actually get that. Because, if I look and I go... Oh, not that. Let me just sign into this one to see it. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let me download this. And then I will just, let me go to view channel. Okay. Alright, chat. Hold on. This is what it's from. That sample in Dad, this is what it's from.
Now, in the language the addicts use among themselves, marijuana is referred to as Mary Jane, pot, weed, or tea. They never say to each other, let's smoke a marijuana cigarette. They say, let's turn on, or let's blast a joint.
Commissioner,
Yep. That's what that's from. I don't specifically know what movie that's from, or if that's like a... I forgot. I need to ask my dad again where that's from. But yes, I directly took that sample because he actually sent it to me through email as well, because we were talking about it from the college radio. We always listened to college radio when we were chilling in the car, and we would be just like, you know, like driving either to like martial arts, or it'd be just wherever we drove, we turned on college radio, especially on Wednesdays. Wednesdays had probably the weirdest days of college radio of all time, and that's why I know a lot of very obscure music that like nobody, you could ask maybe like one person, you guys, like actually millions of people on this earth, they probably have never heard the songs that I've heard. It's actually really crazy. But yeah, shoutouts to Dad for giving my freaking elite ball knowledge up. But yeah, that's where that came from.
They never say to each other,
let's smoke a cigarette. They say, let's turn on, or let's... Hold on now.
Hammer MCs like I'm the son of Odin. Can't touch us like a mint-condition comic, cause you'll get your fingers broken. The mic like me only some can hold it. While I electrify the crowd with every word I'm spoken.
Okay, hold on. That was a lot right there. So now we on some different timing. You got the hype cinna to give y'all the world building. You got the little slowed down cinna for the, like, you know, melodic kind of like, oh, okay, he's being really sweet with it. But now we got the bar heavy cinna. We got the cinna from the 90s. This is 90s cinna right here. So look, this whole scheme was crazy. Yo, Hammer MCs like I'm the son of Odin. Can't touch this like a mint condition comic, cause you'll get your fingers broken. Now that's a direct reference, not just that that first of all, the MC Hammer fucking reference there, obviously. I go Hammer MCs like I'm the son of Odin, cause like the son of Odin is Thor, right? And Thor carries the Mjolnir, which is the hammer that he has. So a Hammer MC's like I'm the son of Odin, can't touch this like a mint condition comic. Can't touch this is the reference to MC Hammer's song, obviously, can't touch this. And I say can't touch this like a mint condition comic because you'll get your fingers broken. That is in direct reference to my father owning a bunch of mint condition comics actually, and he actually, when he was chilling with his buddies, right? Like, he had friends of his that would try to touch his like comics, and like, swear to God, he was like, dude, if anyone touches these comics, like, I will break their fucking fingers. And like, they try to do it, and like, dude, like, my dad literally has done that to people for trying to touch his like collection of comics. Like, he's really serious about his comic books. Like, so that's why I said like that. But then it goes crazier because I go, the mic like Mjolnir, only some can hold it. Because if you know anything about Marvel, only certain people that are worthy of the Mjolnir can hold it. You know, can hold the hammer. So a hammer MCs like I'm the son of Odin, and the mic is like Mjolnir, like the hammer. You know, that's why I hammer MCs, because I had the mic. The mic is the hammer, that the hammer's MCs, like the son of Odin, like, you know? So only some can hold the mic, while I electrify the crowd with every word I've spoken. When I say I electrify the crowd, the mic, like Mjolnir, obviously if you know anything about Thor, he has the thunder, like, the lightning, like, kind of, like, powers to it. He has the electric powers on the hammer, right? So, you see how that scheme is like really fucking awesome? I used that whole comic book Marvel Thor, but also like rapping kind of like thing. Like, that's some old school fucking rapping. You know, like, people aren't doing that type of shit anymore. Like, you know, especially at my age, like, come on, man. Who the fuck do you know being able to do a 4-bar scheme like that? Like, that's definitely a very underrated fucking, like, line from me. Like, I feel like that showcases a very impressive side to my lyricism. So, then it goes even further, because in the very next line, I say,
heroes don't always wear capes. My father's superpowers making sure the bills paid.
So, boom. It goes even further, because I'm like, heroes don't always wear capes. My father's superpowers making sure the bills paid. So now it's talking about the heroes part of it. Like how it's like Thor and the fucking, with the Mjolnir and the mic. So it's like, well, heroes don't always wear capes, because my father's superpower, you know, he's not, because I'm saying, like, you know, he's a hero, but he doesn't have to wear a cape with it, you know, and his superpower is making sure the bills paid. You know, because I'm paying, you know, respects to the fact that my father's keeping this roof over our heads and like paying the bills. You know, so then I dive even more into it.
As long as we've got bread, we good. Yes, sir. Got our hands on anything we could.
Oh, by the way, that's a double. By the way, as long as we've got bread, we good. Got our hands on anything we could. So that, not just bread, as in money. You know, because people think when they hear bread, they're like, oh, it's money. But like, I'm actually talking about bread, like actual bread, like. Because of how I say my father's superpower is making sure the bills paid. The funny thing is, chat, whenever I've like struggle mealed, like in the past with it, it's like the thing our family always said was if we had bread, like we were good in the house, because like anybody can make a fucking sandwich, they can make like toast, they can do whatever the fuck they want with bread. So as long as we had bread, we had food. That's how we phrased that. That we always said that. As long as we had bread in the house, we had some type of food to be able to have, like, you know, in the pantry. Whether we had like the peanut butter, whether we had the lunch meat, whether we had, like, I don't know, a fucking hot dog, like a fucking struggle hot dog. Like, what did y'all know about that? Fucking having the leftover hot dogs in the fridge, and fucking you don't even have any fucking hot dog buns. You just had to take one piece of fucking bread and just wrap it over the fucking thing, like. And like microwave the fucking shit and just like do that. Like, what? Come on, man. Y'all don't know, man. Like, listen, some people don't know. They also don't think I know about that either, but I know. Trust me, I know how it is. So I go even further into it. I go even further into that scheme of like, oh well, as long as we got bread, we good. You know, we got our hands on anything we could. And then I go even more into like the kind of like struggles we've had like in the past with like food and shit.
What you know about a hamburger helper 9 at night on a Tuesday, fiending for soda when you don't got any more Kool-Aid, or asking dad to fix some ramen cause you don't know how to work the stove, serving Tupperware instead of bowls.
Crazy, yeah, cause you know my father would either, whenever we needed to eat, we always got that hamburger helper, just like on a random Tuesday night, like, and that shit would hit, man, cause like, bro, that was shit I looked forward to as a kid. I was like, yo, that hamburger helper, like, yo, we overly need to fucking have that shit, you know? And then it's like, you know, or like fiending for soda, when we don't got Kool-Aid, yeah, we fucking used to have the pitcher of Kool-Aid to fucking always fill up. And when we didn't have it, you know, it's like my father would always, you know, like my father got me into drinking Pepsi, you know, because like he always drank Pepsi, and I was like, yo, I need to try that. And then I had it, and like I got used to drinking it ever since. Now, chat, I got more addicted to Dr. Pepper than I did Pepsi over the years. And it's funny because I fucking hated Dr. Pepper. I'm not even gonna lie to you, chat. I fucking hated Dr. Pepper for a really long time. I thought that shit tasted like medicine, like everybody else that hates Dr. Pepper says it tastes like. But over time, when I started hanging out with actually the people that I mentioned in On the Couch and Face to Face, they drank Dr. Pepper all the time. That was the only thing they had at the house. So I was like, man, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna drink it, and I drank it enough to where I actually low-key started liking it. Like, I was like, okay, you know what? It's not that bad, actually. And then eventually I became addicted to it. It's like I was a Pepsi addict at heart, but I eventually switched over to Dr. Pepper, and ever since then Dr. Pepper became my favorite soda to drink. Like, especially just because of like the taste of it. Like, I don't know, man. Like, you know, talking about it makes me need to go get a Dr. Pepper. Like, hold on, chat. It's like, y'all don't even know how prepared I am for moments like this. Like, I legit have them at the ready if ever I need. Look, motherfuckers are gonna call me an addict. So what? Maybe I fucking am. You know? Whatever, man. All I know is I fiend for the Dr. Pepper, you know? I really gotta put these in the fucking mini fridge that I have. We actually just bought these today. Golly. But yeah. Fucking. So all that shit's real. Also, the asking dad to fix some ramen because you don't know how to work the stove, served in Tupperware instead of bowls. And that, technically, chat, that is still true to this day, but I recently upgraded because then I learned how to work the stove and like cook, and I also learned how to upgrade my ramen. So now I don't even put it in the bowls. Like what we used to do, chat, when I was younger and I was having ramen, I didn't know how good ramen could be because I just thought there was only one way to make it. Because what my father would do is we had the kettle, right? We filled it with the water. We would turn the stove on to let the water boil in there. And when the water like boiled in the kettle, we would take the Tupperware, put the ramen brick in the Tupperware, pour the hot water on it, and then put the lid on the Tupperware and let it like steam in there for like, I would want to say like 5 minutes, I think. Like for just long enough to where it wasn't like too, like, you know, like the noodles wouldn't get too soft, because when the noodles get too soft, that shit is disgusting, bro. Like, don't ever serve me that shit if it's like mushy ass noodles. Like, that shit is diabolical if you do that type of shit. But yeah, that was the one way. And obviously with the packet, of course, like fucking you add the seasoning packet. Like, we weren't stupid, we actually seasoned the shit, but we did it after it was done boiling, you know. And then yeah, that was how I ate ramen for like most of my life. And then I learned how to use the stove, and then I learned, wait, I can make ramen in the pot. You just boil water in the pot, you add it to the fucking thing, and you add the shit. It tastes so much better when you do that. It's instead of just letting it sit in boiling water. Like, and then I learned how to add seasonings to it, and then I learned how to put the egg in there, and then I learned how to fucking stir fry the noodles with it. Like, I got fancy with it, chat. I knew how to fucking cook up a good ass bowl of ramen, and now I've elevated my ramen game ever since. I've added the fried egg on there at points in time. Add the green onions on that shit. Like, I always add the soy sauce. If you have soy sauce, add that shit to your ramen every single fucking time. If you have hot sauce, by the way, also add that shit to your ramen every single time, because that's what I do. I add the hot sauce to the ramen every single fucking time I have it. And even if it's not a lot, chat, like, come on, like, it's just add it, you know, like, don't be scared of a little bit of heat, you know? But yeah, that shit's real shit right there. So let's keep going.
When the Guardians were still the Indians, and the blue noodle packets had that Oriental seasoning.
Oh, okay, so when the Guardians were still the Indians, if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, this is our baseball team. The Cleveland Guardians. They used to be called the Cleveland Indians. They are no longer called the Cleveland Indians, and I'm sure people know exactly why, but it's cool though. You know, I don't know if, do we even have like the old logo for me to show? Like, I mean, look, this is the Guardians though. Like, that's our baseball team, the Cleveland baseball team. And even though we used to be called the Indians, you know, it's like that was fucking, like, I'm reminiscing in this song. This song is really talking about like the good days, like back then, you know, because it's like when I was younger, it's like my relationship to my father was strong. Now it's stronger now. Like, obviously as I grew older, he like started realizing like what the fuck I actually do, and like he really is seeing how far I'm going with it now, and so he's like, all right, you know what? I'm proud, you know. I'm glad to know my father's like proud of what I'm doing, because like, you know, like to have the knowledge that he believes in me, it makes me happy that, like, you know, I'm doing something right. And also with the blue noodle packets had that Oriental seasoning. Chat, I think I might have a thing to show y'all. If I have it, this would be really convenient for me to show y'all. So like, hold on 1 second. I have it. Yes, I do. Yeah, chat. Oh yeah, chat. Alright, we're gonna get into this. For all my ball knowers out there, hold on. I'm about to, can I get my fucking headphone cord not fucking tied in this shit? Like, what is going on? Yo, come on, get fucking, come on, yo. These headphones, man, these headphones. All right, chat, you're about to see what I'm talking about. Cause I say when the blue noodle packets have that Oriental seasoning. Watch this. Watch this shit, chat. You see this blue noodle packet right here? It says soy sauce, right? This say soy sauce. This shit is not soy sauce. You know what it is? I'm gonna show y'all what the fuck it is. I'm about to show y'all what it actually is. Cause like they got me fucked up. Oriental ramen. Watch this, chat. Oh wow, look, what does that say? They could never make me fucking forget, chat. They could never make me forget about fucking Oriental ramen, bro. Come on now. Bruh, cause like what the fuck? Cause look what it became. It became the soy sauce flavor. They took this shit out. They literally had a problem with it being called Oriental flavor, so now they can't use that. They have to call it soy sauce flavor now. I don't necessarily fully know why, like, and I don't want to, like, I don't know if it's like disrespectful or whatever, but like, look, man, Cleveland mentioned all the time, man. Look, Cleveland 216-440. You know, especially like Parma, like being part of Cleveland, like we never not have the opportunity, you know. Like, we always, whenever we have an opportunity to mention where we come from, it's like we always got to take that opportunity, like all the time. But yeah, chat, that was the good old days when the Guardians were still the Indians and the blue noodle packets had the Oriental seasoning.
When it was $10 to feed a family of 5. Nowadays it's hard enough just staying alive. But I gotta thank my father.
Crazy. Yeah. when it was $10 to feed a family of 5, that's actually in reference to my father actually, whenever we needed dinner, Taco Bell. Taco Bell was cheap as fuck back then. You could get a fuck ton of soft tacos for legit like $10. Like, it was actually much cheaper to feed a family of 5 back then than it is now, because Taco Bell got fucking expensive as fuck. Like, it got even more expensive than McDonald's. Like, and it also got worse tasting. It didn't taste as good as it did back then. They changed shit up. But so now it's like, it's hard enough to stay alive, but I gotta thank my father.
The lock wizard making magic happen, utilizing every dollar.
The lock wizard making magic happen, utilizing every dollar. Chat, for those that need some context on why I said the lock wizard, yeah, my father owns a business. He is a locksmith. His locksmith company is called Lock Wizard. He is known as the Lock Wizard. And so that's why I make reference to that, because he utilized every dollar to be able to pay for the bills in the house and also be able to pay for like his equipment and like all the shit. Like, he overly does like a good job of fucking keeping this like roof over our head. And as he has said, without him, it's like, respectfully, it's like the house would like fall apart like pretty quickly, because it's like he has a whole plan, he has a whole independent like business, he knows what the hell he's doing, and he's doing it so efficiently to the point where it's like, bro, it feels like a miracle the fact that we're still under this fucking house. You know, like, we're making all that shit work. And of course with groceries and gas and like everything else, right? Like, we're making it work. You know, and I just gotta thank my dad for it.
I always felt bad when I had to ask for money, but now I got a job so we get some payment from me.
And I mean, that was true back then, chat. I mean, technically I still have a job. It's me streaming, and he still gets money from me to be able to pay for for rent, but also pay for the internet bill, because yes, chat, W fucking independence, I'm paying for our internet bill in the house. And obviously now that I don't have my restaurant job and I'm currently gonna fully get into streaming, you know, and get into like making money off of this, once I get a full-fledged schedule and also get all the music reviews up, because that's got to happen extremely soon. I need to start actually making shit off of this. But I always felt bad when I had to ask for money, because it was like, I always there were times I didn't have any money. I needed money to like do shit like, oh, like after school, like I would need to go over to, you know, like McDonald's, or like there were certain things, because it was like, I didn't want to ask my parents for money. I wanted to make my own money, and that's why I wanted a job. I wanted to like find a way to support them, because it's like, I didn't want to borrow their money. Like, you know, I didn't want to get to that point where I needed to do that. But, you know, so then I got to the point where it's like, I don't need to ever ask my parents for money ever again. You know, the only thing is that I live under this roof and they pay for the food that comes into this house. But other than that, like, I pay for my own shit. And I want to get to the point where I pay for my own groceries too. You know, like that, I really am trying to become that independent, like, person that I've always wanted to become. You know? Oh my god. But yeah, man. It's crazy, you know?
It's funny, he never really saw me as a rapper. I guess that's how it is for a cracker. Really wanted me to be a martial arts master, but now I have to prove I deserve what I'm after.
And yeah, so my father, even now, is like, oh, well, you know, like, with how you're going about this music shit, right? It's like, you know, he's like, he never really thought I could like do that. Like, he would crack jokes sometimes and like call me like Dustbuster B, like that's from a show, chat. I don't remember what show it is, but like he would make reference to that all the time. But you know, he wanted me to pursue like judo, like, which is the martial art that I did, and I get more into that topic later in the song. But just know, chat, like, previously my father did not see the vision with me doing music, but as you'll later hear, it's like he now is able to, he will come to accept the fact that I am doing music.
Silent but deadly, that's how I moved in my life before.
Is that a
Now
raid?
the motion too heavy, it's about time we put on a show. All the haters
Oh
want
my god.
to do what I'ma do.
You're here, Sierra. Oh my god. Welcome in, chat. Welcome in.
2025, you know, Senegal.
Hey, what? Is that the bits? Oh my god, bro. Thank you, Sierra, so much for the bits. I truly appreciate you so much. W Sierra. What the fuck? More bits? What? What the fuck? Thank you. Oh my lord. Golly, Sierra. Holy. Bro, W bits. What the fuck? Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, chat. Fucking welcome in. I was knocked out. Oh, dude. I feel you. I feel you there. Excuse me. Good lord. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Welcome in, Sierra. Yo. Fucking. I'm just currently fucking still breaking down the third track of the album right now, actually. I broke down some more of Welcome to the Function and obviously Mom and like the inspirations that came off of this, which, yeah, fuck, I forgot to mention, chat. Hold on. I gotta mention where I got the beat, cause yeah, also, again, all of these beats that I've been fucking rapping on, this is from Lethal Needle. And if anyone needs to know anything about Lethal Needle, they have been part of my production as well, especially during All Nighter, cause I rapped over one of his beats for Passing Out. I used a Lethal Needle beat there too, but Lethal Needle is actually not the first time you'll hear from him. I also used a beat from him when I rapped on Mob Ties, that diss track towards Spare Tire. Yeah, I used that old school boom bap beat from him too. So he's been a part of my production for a minute. I've been using the boom bap beats. He's very much a boom bap producer, from what I know. And like he's done very great work, as far as I know. So shout outs to Lethal Needle, man. But yeah, he's the one that produced Dad. And yeah, this beat like just unlocked, like as soon as I heard like that saxophone in there, I was like, yeah, man, like I need to fucking go crazy on the bars. Like this was 90s fucking Cinna. This is like how I would be rapping if like I was rapping in the 90s, you know? And I think it definitely pays tribute to the fact that my father is very much old school when it comes to like rap and like knowing anything about the genre, because it's like he knows like about like, you know, Eminem and like some of the newer stuff, and he's like probably heard of Kendrick Lamar but like never heard a single song from that guy and wasn't ever like interested in like fucking listening to that. But he knows a lot of old school like music, and I think going with that approach was also very intentional with the Dad song, because it's like, you know, it's like, hey, I wanted to make it as listenable for him as possible so he could like hear it, you know, because like I know he appreciated what I had to say during this whole ordeal. But yeah, fucking that right there. Hold on, let me actually go back a bit, chat, because there was something I was going to point out.
But now I have to prove I deserve what I'm after.
We created most of the kids fed the drug of the nation on. We created most of the kids fed the drug of the nation on. We created most of the kids fed the drug of the nation on.
Now that chorus, chat, very important I point this out. This is two different things mashed up into one, because not only did I do the college radio reference in the beginning with that video that my father sent me, but that part in the part where it goes brats, 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 that is from a movie. I don't remember what it's called, but my father emailed me the video actually of it, and I can actually pull it up on YouTube because he gave me the YouTube link through an email, and I will actually pull it up right now. And I need to find the part in it where I could do that. I also need to pull up the other thing, which is let's see, television. It's this song as well. So y'all are about to hear some crazy ball knowledge, like, in a bit. So let's actually switch over. You're about to get some sample references. First of all, the first sample, which, well, really just the one sample, but because I make two different references of things. But this is a movie that my father saw, and I don't remember. Is it really called? It's called Desperate Living, from 1977. That is a long fucking time ago. And he saw this movie. There's lines from this movie that apparently he heard. That he heard the lines on the college radio that he listened to that referenced this movie, and he was like, oh my god, like the fucking shit they say in this movie is like really weird, but like it's funny at the same time. Apparently this is a very iconic scene for some people, according to this person from 11 years ago, that says quite possibly the greatest scene in the history of cinema. So let's find the part where I actually got it from. There's this movie, right?
Oh, I knew they'd trying to kill me in my own home. It's like war. Don't tell me I don't know what Vietnam is like.
Oh my god.
Rat, rat, rat.
There it is.
Oh, Mom.
That's what it's from. That's what it's from. This whole scene is really fucking ridiculous, like, looking, but, like, when you hear that, like, listen, it gets even better. I'm gonna play the clip for y'all.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Granville. I'll pay for the window out of my allowance. How about my life? Do you get enough allowance to pay for that? I know you were trying to kill me. What's the matter with the courts? Do they allow this lawlessness and malicious destruction of property to run rampant?
The fact she's fucking yelling at these kids, too. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this movie, chat? I feel like I need to watch this just to know how weird it is. Because, like, my father wasn't kidding. Like, this fucking scene, bro, it's so, like, you look at this and you're like, what the fuck? What is happening? Chat, I'm about as lost as you.
I hate the Supreme Court!
God damn.
Go home to your mother! Doesn't she ever watch you? Tell her this isn't some communist daycare center!
Oh my
Tell
god.
your mother I hate her! Tell your mother I hate you!
Goodness gracious, bro. What the fuck? Like, why is she having this big ass fucking meltdown? Chat, I don't know. I really couldn't tell you, but yes, that part where she's screaming out the fucking window, that's where I got the sample from.
Rat! Rat! Rat!
And so you can hear it in the song when I go back in the chorus.
Most of the kids fed the drug of the nation on. We created.
Now I sped it up in the sample, but I also pitched it down so it fit the beat. So it says brats, brats, brats on beat. Like, and so that's also another college radio callback. But then this song, chat, this is extremely fucking old. Like this, now, chat, the ball knowledge you have to even know about this song, like, you have to be like 40 or 50 years old to know, like, what the fuck. But like, this song itself, like, I don't know if I'll do a breakdown of this song or not. I might, but it is actually pretty interesting. It's called Television, the Drug of the Nation by Disposable Heroes of Hypocrisy? Yeah, I can't actually pronounce that name, but yeah, this is the music video. But you can hear in the chorus, I go, so I answer the sample where it goes, brats, brats, brats we created. Most of the kids fed the drug of the nation are brats. That's how I phrased it. And then at the very end, I go, brats, brats, brats we created. That's how it is when we're fed the drug of the nation, radiation. And look, Television, the Drug of the Nation. If I play this song for y'all, you'll understand what it is. Now this is a whole intro.
Thank you for joining us live on the air.
My pleasure.
One nation under God has turned into one nation under the influence of one drug. Television, the drug of the nation, breeding ignorance and feeding radiation. On television, the drug of the nation, breeding ignorance and feeding radiation.
So that's the chorus. The chorus of this song. I actually listened to this song, chat. I was like, hold on, because my father told me, please listen to this song. I'm like, you know what? Alright, I'll listen to it. And then when I listened to it, I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, it's actually talking about some pretty crazy shit for being however old it is. This is 13 years ago. I'm sure the song is even older than that. But yeah, just it's from Disposable Heroes, or the Disposable Heroes of Hypocrisy. And yeah, so the chorus goes, television, the drug of the nation, breeding ignorance and feeding radiation. So I make reference to that by so by not only I combined the two of those references together with the brats fit in this video and the chorus of the song in Disposable Heroes of the Hypocrisy, television, the drug of the nation. And so that's why I'm saying it says, because it says it's feeding radiation, so it's like the tech. I'm kind of not just saying TV is the like drug of the nation, but it's more so technology and like just the screens feeding us radiation like through our minds. And that's why I'm making reference to like the newer generation, like Gen Alpha, when like everybody's raised by like the fucking iPads and shit, like, because that's something that my father is absolutely against. And so I make reference to that in the song because I feel like that's a cool little like definitely something like somebody from the 90s would do if like they were like facing the issues of today. Like that's probably kind of what this song kind of does as like an old school but also new school approach to like 90s like hip hop. So like that's all to do a really cool like, you know, homage to like the older like style of rap, because it's like, look, we're not gonna forget that like this is how we like hip hop sounded back then, right? It's like this is just a newer way to do it, and also a very like polarizing like thing to do now in a generation where like having a almost 5-minute song like over boom bap, it's like nobody does that anymore. It's like that's a thing that happened in the 90s, and then shit got shorter. Songs got way shorter, but people actually really fuck with this song, and there's nothing like super boring in here either because of the way I'm rapping on it. It's like it's all very captivating, like while maintaining this older school sound and also doing that like chorus. It's very old sounding, but it's like real. It works. It works really well. So That's why the chorus is the way it is. It samples that movie with that like weird breakdown, and then it also has the chorus to that song talking about how television's the drug of the nation, breeding ignorance, feeding radiation. So that's why I'm saying brats are what we created. That's how it is when we're fed the drug of the nation, radiation. You know? So that's why the chorus is the way it is, you know? Actually want to watch this movie now, not gonna lie. Dude, Critter, listen, I definitely want to watch that movie too. Cause like, I'm very curious what it does. I think there's an even funnier line in there that my father was talking about, but I don't know if I can mention it on stream. Cause it's just, it's great. All I gotta say, I feel like from what my father's described it as, I feel like I definitely want to see just how much of a trip I'm gonna have during this movie. But yeah.
Most of the kids fed the drug of the nation. We created it. Most of the kids fed the drug of the nation. We created it. That's how it is when we fed the drug of the nation. Radiation.
Kick back, relax, watching cartoons, cinnamon toast crunch with no milk. Bizarre news about me losing brain cells coming from my ma. All because my father got me hooked on SpongeBob. Now my favorite instrument is mayo.
That's fucking, see, look, shit like that. Kick back, relax, watching cartoons, cinnamon toast crunch with no milk, bizarre news. I do that shit even now in Boom Bap. You hear it in like Fly on the Wall. Fucking the looking glass been shattered and the mask off. We eradicated noise, cause all these mixed signals only added to the ploy. Like if you took my verse from Fly on the Wall and put it on this instrumental, it would sound very similar. Like I do that shit all the time, I think because of artists like Biggie, and like Slick Rick, even. I like doing that, like kind of like like doing that kind of like offbeat, like not offbeat, but like you know what I mean, like fucking going on like the ands like of the beats instead of like the ones and the twos and like going on it all the time. It's like it gives it that like swing like to it, that like I love doing the swing style of like boom bap instead of just rapping straight through, because you could do it in like a straight pattern, and like we've been like trained to do that now in like much more straightforward kind of like 120 BPM like beats. When the beats got faster, we lost that swing, I feel like, and the only time we ever have that kind of swing is with like the triplet flow, but that's it. That's kind of really the only place we have it now. Like, and it's like shit like this, like doing that fucking like we don't do that shit anymore when we fucking rap, you know, like from just the newer shit that I've heard, like that's not a sound we normally like hear in modern day. So like to bring that style like back in like a new way, like I feel like it's like a really fucking cool like thing, especially from somebody that is as young as I am. I was 20 when I made this. 20. Chad, I was 20 years old when I made Flesh and Blood. Come on. That's crazy. But yeah, so fucking, and also that fucking line is very funny with the cinnamon toast crunch with no milk. Like, I loved Cinnamon Toast Crunch as a cereal, and like, fucking, yeah. Fun fact, chat, you wanna know something about me? I'm very fucking weird, and y'all can sue me all you want, but I don't have milk with my cereal. I can't. I don't like plain milk, and the cereal doesn't add enough flavor for me to like having milk with it, because then it's just wet cereal. Like, I like the crunch of the cereal, and it's like, I feel like I would enjoy it more. Like, the only exception I would ever have to that is if I had like Cocoa Pebbles or some shit, and like you poured like already chocolate milk in there, because I know there's the fucking thing, oh, but the cereal flavors the milk. Not enough. No, the fuck, it does not fucking flavor the cereal. It doesn't flavor the milk enough to the point where, because I just don't like plain milk. I like flavored milk where it's like chocolate milk, even like good strawberry milk. I'm not talking about the fucking school strawberry milk. I'm talking like real strawberry milk. Like shit like that. Or like milkshakes. You know, which I was gonna plan on making one of those tomorrow, chat. I bought some chocolate ice cream and I have a blender. I'm actually gonna be making a chocolate milkshake tomorrow. I want some bananas too. That's about to be fucking banging. But yeah, chat. I fucking hate milk in my cereal. I'm just not somebody that does. I really have dry ass cereal. So that's why the only cereals that I really like are ones that are already good without milk. Like, I don't know, Fruity Pebbles fucking are great. I fucking love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. But like the plain cereal is just like boring. Like it's not like, you know, and like with milk, I don't think it adds anything like anything more, you know. Never had milk with my cereal. Thank you, Critter. Thank you. At least someone else fucking is a dry cereal eater. Look, or even like Cookie Crisps, bro. Like I just snacked on that shit as if it were like a bag of fucking like chips. Like, you know, like I would just take the box and fucking just eat it from that. Like if I didn't want to waste a whole fucking bowl, cause like, what's the point of pouring the dry cereal in the bowl? Like I kind of treat it almost like a if we bought it for everybody, I wouldn't do that. You know, because we pour it in the bowl if it's bought for everybody. But if it was just bought for me, you best fucking believe I'm about to be fucking reaching in there and fucking eating it as if it were like a fucking like Cheez-Its or some shit. You know, like that's how I treat dry cereal. Like, and Cinnamon Toast Crunch by itself, bro, the cinnamon sugar, that shit is overly good. Like, cause what the fuck is cinnamon milk? Like that shit just don't translate to me in my brain. I feel like I can't like do that. So that's why I have Cinnamon Toast Crunch with no milk. And then obviously that line earlier with the bizarre news about me losing brain cells coming from my ma, all because my father got me hooked on SpongeBob. Now my favorite instrument is mayo. That shit sounds so fucking ridiculous unless you actually watched SpongeBob, because my mom actually, fun fact chat, she was very opposed to me watching SpongeBob because she was like, dude, like, Ryan's a smart kid and he's watching this dumbass show. I feel like this dumbass show is gonna make him less smart. And my dad's like, dude, let him watch what the fuck he wants. You know, and that's the reason why I was able to watch SpongeBob and Fairly Odd Parents and all the cartoons that I watched. You know? And so my mom, you know, was opposed to it, but then my father watched the show too. He watched the cartoons with me sometimes, and he watched SpongeBob, and he was like, yo, like, some of the show is actually pretty fucking funny. And I think the one thing that he remembers from SpongeBob is Band Geeks is the episode where Patrick fucking goes, is mayonnaise an instrument? When Squidward's trying to teach the fucking Bikini Bottom gang, you know? And fucking Squidward's like, no, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument. And he found that shit so funny. He says it to this day. He always asks me if mayonnaise is an instrument, and I always gotta respond with the line. And it, dude, that shit culminated so much, like, that, fucking, my father found a shirt, legit, that had the image, and it had the impact font text that literally had, is mayonnaise an instrument? He bought that fucking shirt for me. I still have that shirt, I think. He bought it for himself, too. He still has the is mayonnaise an instrument shirt. And so SpongeBob was another way, like, me and my dad, like, bonded, too. Because he actually liked the old SpongeBob. He liked the season 1 through, like, 3, like, a SpongeBob. I'm not sure what episode season Band Geeks was, actually. Can we fact check that? Hold on. Can we just, like... Because if it's, like, season 3 or season 2... Ah, it's season 2. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, I wasn't wrong. Yeah, seasons 1 through 3, fucking banger. Like, even a little bit of, like, season 4 was, like, okay, you know, but, fucking, seasons 1 through 3 was definitely, like, peak SpongeBob. I feel like the older seasons of SpongeBob had some of the best humor, like, you know, and people that watch SpongeBob, they would definitely agree with me on that. But yeah, fucking, So my father got me hooked on SpongeBob. Now my favorite instrument is Mayo. So like that's the reference right there.
Should also thank my dad for letting me watch all the late shows, cause I never lost my brain, bro. But if you say so, being so young, I was focused going up and down the park slides instead of turning to the dark side like my brothers. Conversations of the Mary Jane under their breath as they uttered to each other like I couldn't hear. But when I snoop like a dog, I always had a good pair of ears. And sometimes I hear things that I shouldn't.
Crazy bar. When I snooped like a dog, I always had a good pair of ears. You know, like fucking, you know, because it's like the Mary Jane, and then it goes back to the fucking, you know, like that little tie-in to it in 2 lines. When my brothers were talking about the Mary Jane, like, you know, like, because obviously you know what the Mary Jane is fucking in GTA, you know. But when I snooped like a dog, I always had a good pair of, like, you know, like, cool fucking, like, double. Like there, but being so young, you know, I was focused going up and down the park slides, and yeah, that is a thing I did in my childhood, chat. Whenever I would go down the slides, I loved going up slides. I don't know what it was about me, but every time I went down a slide, I was like, yo, you know what? I could fucking go up that shit, and I would always find a way to like fucking slip and go down the slide. Like sometimes it would be flawless. And like motherfuckers would see me do that and they'd be like, whoa, how the fuck did you do that? I'm like, I don't know. Fucking, I just do it all the fucking time. I would do it on every type of slide, chat. I would do it on a fucking, just the normal downhill ones. I would do it on the spiral slide. I love the spiral slides, I think, the most. But I would always try and climb up the slide, you know, because I was just, I don't know what it was. I liked doing that. I liked going down it, going back up, and then going back down. Like that's how I treated slides back then as a little kid. You know, but yeah, also with my dad for letting me watch all the late shows. That's a fact, chat. Whenever I would be up like past like 11, because I had a bedtime back then, of course, when I was a little kid. But Nickelodeon, actually Nick Jr., they had a channel. Like, they would run certain shows, like, past midnight, like, you know, for people. And, like, that's why they have, like, Nick at Night, like, as a fucking, like, thing, and why, like, they would, like, broadcast, like, Friends and shit. But, like, the thing that I fucking watched was the late night Nick Jr., because there was this show called The Upside Down Show. Now, chat, do you know, Ball? Do you know what The Upside Down Show is? Because, like, if y'all don't know anything about, come on now, The Upside Down Show? What y'all know about The Upside Down Show with these dudes? And it had the sock puppet, it had Ubi and Kiko, like, yo. Come on now. Chat, come on. I know y'all remember this. Someone has to remember this show, right? Bro, I definitely remember this sock puppet, bro. Look at this guy right here. I remember, chat. They will never make me forget The Upside Down Show. I even think I saw a TikTok of this fucking show, like, as of recent. But, like, bro, this was my shit, chat. But, like, they actually, would, like, air this very late at night for me. It was, like, 12, like, it wasn't midnight. I think it was, like, it was definitely late for me, though. And I would have school. And so I would be like, yo, Dad, could I, like, stay up and watch The Upside Down Show? And so my father was like, all right, you can watch one episode, but after you watch that episode, you got to go to bed. I always did. I always listened to my father when he did that. W Dad for fucking allowing me to do that shit. And so The Upside Down Show, by the way, chat, is where I learned one of my first big words. And for my parents, like, loved making reference to the fact that I would use the word, because I would use it correctly too. Because this is the word that I learned, chat. It is a word known as apprehensive. To be apprehensive means to feel anxious, uneasy, or fearful that something bad or unpleasant might happen in the future. So, chat, whenever I said I'd feel nervous or anxious, you feel me? I would say, man, I'm feeling apprehensive. Like, and fucking my parents would be like, yo, where'd you learn that word? I'd be like, from the Upside Down show. And so they they always make reference to it all the time. It's like whenever I'm feeling nervous about something, they're like, Ryan, you're feeling apprehensive, aren't you? And I'm like, yeah. Like, I'm like, damn, I really, like, you know, I feel like they hadn't even used that word until I fucking started saying it. And chat, as you will later hear, that is not the last time I make reference to that, because if you hear an RTK, well, you'll hear it, chat.
Screaming matches with my dad and my brothers, I never understood it until I got older and wiser. Most of the time, the reason why they screaming is because of rent. So now I pay my dad 50 out of every check, and now I give him more, but we split in payment instead. Yeah, he deserves it for keeping this roof over our heads.
Facts. So, yeah, so that screaming matching with my dad and my brothers, I never understood it till I got older and wiser. Most of the time, the reason why they're screaming is because of rent. You know? And that shit is facts. Because, like, I would always hear my father and my brothers argue, and I wouldn't know what it was arguing about, but it was really because my brothers also pay rent when they're in the house, and they still do. They still pay rent under this roof. And so, because of that, you know, it's like when I started getting my job, I started paying rent too. And that's when I started paying $50 out of my paycheck for him, which was not unreasonable by any means, because like I would be making like what, $700 off of my job when I had it. So like $50 out of my check was nothing for me, and I always paid that shit. I never missed a day of paying it, you know, unless like my father specifically said, man, don't even worry about it, you know. Then I started paying for the internet. So now that I pay for the internet every month, because it's $100 every month, it equates to 2 like times of me paying rent, which is $100. So that's like a month, you know. So it was fair. Whenever we upgraded our internet, now I have to pay for the internet bill to make sure I have it. But that's like my form of rent, you know. And so now that I do that, it's like technically, you know, and I technically pay even more because it's like it's a little more over 100 too. Sometimes with it. And that's why I say we split in payment instead, because the way our rent works, it's like me and my brothers are paying the same amount with 50 out of our checks. And so it's like I would give them more to be able to pay for the rent, so that way they don't have to pay for it. But like, you know, the thing that I had to learn is that, well, they kind of have to, because they need something to be consistent with, because, you know, otherwise they wouldn't pay it at all if they didn't have that option to, like, you know, they can't owe my dad anymore. It's like they need to have that money on time, because people that pay rent, y'all know how it is, you know. So yeah.
Forever grateful that I get to sleep up in a bed dreaming about the day I make it big as a rapper. My story just beginning, ain't no skipping over chapters. Just a student hoping to become a master's master, so I'm finna earn what I'm after.
Yes, sir.
We created
real
most
shit.
of the kids fed the drug of the nation on.
I go back to the chorus.
We created most of the kids fed the drug of the nation on. We created most of the kids fed the drug of the nation on. That's how it is when we fed the drug of the nation. Radiation. Tough love come with benefits, are never to expect a gift, but welcome them happily like receptionists. Spitting image of my parents most definite. You mess with me, my father, making sure you mess with him. Hit you with the Jeff Kondo. Fastest way to get your nose broke. My father taking names, pre-ordering gravestones, getting suckers turned into John Doe's.
So, for those of y'all that didn't hear that, fucking hit you with the Jeff Kondo. Motherfucker, what the fuck is a Jeff Kondo? Well, we gotta actually talk about a certain movie known as... Watch this. We gotta talk about a movie known as Napoleon Dynamite. You feel me? Y'all know what Napoleon Dynamite is? Y'all know what Napoleon Dynamite is. Come on. But for those of y'all that don't know what Napoleon Dynamite is, for whatever reason, this movie actually features a character, I think his name is Rex, But there's a scene in Napoleon Dynamite where the dude that's like the fucking martial arts instructor, he has a thing in that movie, and he calls his class Rex Kwon Do. It's really fucking hilarious. And my father is obviously into martial arts. So he said, man, you know what would be really funny? It would be really fucking hilarious if I made my own dojo one day and call it Jeff Kwon Do. Because my father's name is Jeff. You know, so Jeff Kwon Do to replace the Rex. So it's now Jeff Kwon Do. So that's why I make reference to it in the fucking song. And like, if you know, you know. Like, it's really a if you know, you know fucking thing. Like, but that's why I'm breaking it down for y'all, chat. Because now you know why I said that. Because people probably listen to this and they're like, what the fuck is a Jeff Kwon Do? What the fuck? What does that even mean? It's the made-up martial art that my father came up with. Because he watched Napoleon Dynamite. He loves that movie too. Like, he fucking loves Napoleon Dynamite. And I love Napoleon Dynamite. That movie's really fucking funny. And you want to know something, chat? You know who else loves Napoleon Dynamite? I'll tell you. I'll tell you who loves Napoleon Dynamite. Billy Marchiafava. And I'm gonna briefly play this actually, but chat.
Somebody please call the doctor. He's back in the lab and there ain't no stopping. Lyrics so sick, make him vomit. I blew up just like a comet, making hits, that's a promise. You know, nothing changed with the change. NASA, baby, please give me space. Ride around the city, windows tinted, no plates. Hit the show, get a bag out of state. Ain't life great, got Sicilian blood in my veins. Work all night to the day, all gas, no breaks. I've been working, see it in my face. I am him, that's an understatement. I am pulling up to the function without payment. I'm in the kitchen, I'm making bread like a baker. I'm independent, motherfucker, it takes patience. I like good music. Take no drinks and hold them.
Where's this at, chat? Where's this at, chat? This looks like a very interesting. He was at a show? What show was this guy at? Well, I'll tell you where this guy was at. I can tell you exactly where Billy Marchiafava was at this very moment when he was recording for this music video, because we actually have a image telling y'all exactly where he was. Oh wow! It's Billy Marchiafava! Isn't that crazy, chat? Yes, he recorded his music video for No Breaks. He recorded part of that at our show, Halloween. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy how that works out, man? Like, it's just crazy how that all fucking connects together, too. Because it's like, bro, like, I literally made a Napoleon Dynamite reference in the Dad song, and it's like, the fact we met another artist, like, that fucking rocks with our shit, and, like, he loved the show, by the way. Shout outs to Billy Marchiafava, dude. Like, fucking, Billy's been going crazy. You feel me? Like, bro, he already just did this fucking song. But, like, bro, Billy is fucking, like, he is a great dude. Like, he's really chill. And, like, you know, I really do fuck with the shit that he does. Like, overly, when he does, his music. It's actually, and you know what's really crazy, too? Fucking, I didn't know he made that, song with, Chandler. For those of y'all that don't know, Chandler, by the way, I need to find the part that Chandler raps this.
The face looking like Sonic.
Oh, here we go.
Alright, I'm about to yell. I'm running all over the place, blue in the face, looking like Sonic.
Got up on stage around 9 and the next day they called it iconic. In between that I was off for some time, vodka and a lime in a pack of the chronic. Bring that to a beat. Shit is bubonic.
Do y'all remember that? I had no fucking idea that was a Billy Marchiafava Chandler collab. I didn't even hear Billy Marchiafava's fucking part on this shit. I just knew the Chandler part. That shit was memed the fuck out of. Like, bro. Who the fuck remembers this? Bring death to a beat. Shit is bubonic. Like, I fucking, bro. I remember when this shit blew up on fucking Instagram, everybody was talking about this fucking verse. I didn't know this was a Billy Marchiafava fucking song. that he did with fucking Chandler. That's really fucking hilarious. I think he still performs that song if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, fucking Stuart Little is an absolute banger. I just need to play one specific part of
My
this,
balls
of
are on
this
fire.
song. Hold on.
Woke up in the fucking cheese pack. No,
Where's that?
Stuart Little. Do y'all remember Stuart Little?
Here it is.
Getting cheese like Stuart Little. In New York like Stuart Little. Find me another rapper rhyming Stuart Little with Stuart Little. That mouse had 1,000 bitches. He just didn't talk about it. And the CGI in that movie was pretty good. You know, it was pretty good for 1999. You should check it out when you have a chance. This is not coworker music. I'm unemployed.
I fucking love this song is really fucking funny, dude. Billy Marchiafava is like really fucking funny too. I love his fucking songs. I need to find that one where he said I think I saved it on Facebook. It was a Facebook reel, but like he had a song where he's like, I'd slap the fuck out of a bitch named Chris. I'd slap the fuck out of a bitch named Richard. I'd slap the fuck out of a bitch named Nick. Like, it was so stupid. It was so I don't know what song that is. Chad, I need to go find it at some point. But all you gotta know is Billy Marchiafava, bro, coolest fucking artist we fucking put on for Halloween. I definitely want to see him back at the next show. I don't know if we're gonna have him at the next show. I really want to have him at the next show. I need to convince Zach we definitely should get him at the next show, because I feel like people would fuck with Billy being there too, because it's like he was the guest of honor the last time, and he fucking chilled with everybody at the fucking after party. You know, like that, like, look, look, Billy, fucking shout outs to him, man. Fucking, we love Billy Marchiafava over here, man. But look, chat. Yeah, just crazy how full circle that all went. With me mentioning that shit from Napoleon Dynamite, and then like having this reference on like the dad song. It's crazy.
Been told a lot, my father's truly mysterious, I get it. Normally you'd wind up dead being curious. Why sweat it? Let me fill you in. Now that I'm grown, we talk more than we ever did.
Yeah.
But for a period of time, I feel like he thought I lost respect for him. Why? Cause I wasn't the man he thought I was, but that's fine. Instead of pursuing judo and flipping dudes over my shoulders, I told him I wanted to pursue my dream. High key, I wanna make music. I think it took everything in him to not lose it. He really thought that I became lazy, man, that's crazy. If I was lazy, I could never do this. So this is my way of proving that I can murder tracks. But writing out the best song I could write to my dad. To the man that surely never thought his son could rap, but now I'm sure he's proud of who I am.
And I got confirmation, chat. Yes, my father is in fact proud of how far I've come in the music, and that's really great. You know, thank God. Like, you know, like, I'm glad he like came around to fucking seeing the vision of what I'm doing, and like coming around to be like, you know what, I know you got a plan. I'm like, look, he was like, no, you could prove me wrong, because I know it's like really hard to fucking like blow up in the music shit, but like, you know, like fucking, I feel like I believe in you, you know, because like you clearly have like a plan in what you want to do, and you're doing it, you know, so just never stop, you know. So I'm like, thanks, Dad, thank you. But yeah, all that shit is true, and I like that I went into the storytelling part of it like by the very end, because it's like now I provided a lot more context on it, because it's like, oh, you know, my father's mysterious, you know, let me fill you in. It's like, now that I'm grown, we talk more than we ever did, but for a period of time he thought I lost respect for him. Why? Well, because I wasn't the man he thought I was, you know, because it's like I quit martial arts. Instead of doing martial arts, I told him, dude, I want to do music. And initially he had a lot of pushback on his end, because he was like, oh, you're just becoming lazy. Like you just don't want to put in the work to do what I'm doing. And my mom had to really push back and be like, no, dude, like fucking he's pursuing something he actually loves doing. Like, let him do it. So my dad finally was like, all right, I'll hear it out. I'll let him do his thing. And that's when he realized, like, oh, I get it now. Like, he wants to be independent, just like, and my father himself is independent. So him seeing that, he feels like, oh, so like, he definitely got that from me, is what he's thinking. He's like, oh, you know, and I feel like, yeah, there is there is truth to that, you know, because it's like my father's doing his own thing with his own business and he's making it work, and it's like I have my own plan just in my own way, and I'm doing it off of music. And look, the shit that I've been able to do, like I've been able to perform at like shows and like do some crazy things for being somebody that makes music in my bedroom, you know? Like we literally traveled out of state and met like really famous like artists. Like look, we literally went to Pittsburgh. I shook hands with Shaggy 2 Dope and fucking got to see also Violent J. Like, you know, it's just crazy, chat. That's what happens when you pursue your dreams. You never give up, because you can make shit like this happen. And I'm very glad I never gave up and I managed to do shit like this. Like, you see this fucking footage right here, man? You see how fucking, like,
Oh Lord have mercy.
we did, like, look, this didn't happen because I, like, sat back and fucking, like, you know, let God take the wheel on me, you know, like, I put in the work to fucking get to this point, and it's like, you know, like, both me and Zach, we put in the work to get to this point, and look how far we've come since that point. It's crazy, all of that progress, you know, and I mean, look, y'all want a fucking, like, thing to show that? Watch this.
My name is C1NNA, aka Sinner.
I love that shit, man. I love that I made that edit. Yeah, chat, I also made that edit. Just so you know. But that is a pretty perfect example of how, like, it's not about the result, it's about the journey. You feel me? I've been preaching that. And, like, hey, even, like, the Bone Thug show, right? Look, y'all see the pictures, me being on the fucking stage with it with Zach. Like, what the fuck, dude? Boneless Thugs in Harmony. I forgot they put that up there. Like, dude, come on. Come on. Like, y'all see how fucking crispy this shit is? Like, bro, and the pink on the microphone. Like, okay, man. Like, they made that intentional. They made that intentional. There's no way. Like, come on, man. I didn't do this shit for being lazy. I did this shit because I put in the work. And it got me to this point where I got to perform with Zach for the likes of Bone Thugs and Harmony and Insane Clown Posse, who, you know, Insane Clown Posse is featuring with fucking Tech 9 and fucking DJ Paul, you know, from 3 6 Mafia, you know, like, crazy. Crazy the connections we're building just from putting in the work and achieving our dreams, you know? Like, so, all to say, like, this song that I made for my father, like, you know, was very heartfelt, and I wanted to, like, give him something to, like, show, like, no, I didn't become lazy. Like, I genuinely wanted to, like, show off, like, look, this is my way of proving, like, that I'm gonna take this to the distance, and I'm gonna do it by also showing off, like, I'm not just doing this, you know, to do it for fun. I'm doing it because I have the skill to do it, I have the work ethic to do it, I have all of the things to do it, and I'm going to achieve my dream no matter what. And, you know, by writing this album out, it's like this is just the first step in my journey.
We created most of the kids.
So now we got the chorus again, right? So let's let this play out, chat. But if you haven't already, go listen to Flesh and Blood, man. I mean, come on now. You already know.
We created most of the kids had the drug of the nation. We created most of the kids had the drug of the nation. We created most of the kids had the drug of the nation. We created most of the kids had the drug of the nation.
Alright. Now, born and raised. Produced by New Wave. Which for some reason under the beats tab, by the way, for it. He's now renamed to Mono Symbol. If I remember. Yeah. He renamed his stuff, but he's known as New Wave. That is his. That was, well, okay, I guess he changed his name. Because now he's called Mono. But his tag is New Wave on there. Because he used to be called New Wave. That was his tag. But yeah, shout outs to Mono Symbol, aka New Wave, for this experimental hip hop type beat. This is not the last time you will be seeing of this guy, by the way. But yeah. And yeah, this beat definitely, this beat just ran through. I mean, you see how many? 1 million views? Like, dude, this fucking shit right here. You know? We go into the back rooms of this one. Like, yeah, like, the experimental beats are, like, really cool, because I wanted something very different. I want something very dark and gritty sounding, like, for this, fucking track. I wanted it to have that more serious tone, and so I found that beat, and I'm like, yep. This is like, I wanted more so like, when I was thinking of a beat for this, for the beat with my brothers, I wanted more like a Adult Swim kind of sounding, but if y'all know anything about the Adult Swim bumps, I kind of wanted something to sound more so like that. You know, one of the best on the album for real, facts. Bro, Critter, born and raised. Dude, the storytelling on this, chat, you're gonna hear it. You're gonna hear exactly what I did on this fucking track right here, because it's crazy. Like, you know, and all of it is real, too. That chorus is also very inspired off of like A$AP Rocky, probably definitely that one Kendrick song that's called oh my god, what is it called? It's off of Section 80 actually. I don't think I even heard Section 80 yet. Never mind. I'm lying. I didn't hear Section 80 at that point. But definitely more so A$AP Rocky influenced, and my brother actually really pointed it out too, because I've heard the deep voice. I haven't heard like a full A$AP Rocky track before, but I know he does that deep voice on like his choruses and shit, and I was like, hey, I like the sound of that. I kind of want to kind of utilize that, you know, in my own way, and so I came up with that chorus first whenever I was when I learned about what I was going to make the song about. And so I just started repeating that phrase, alcohol, weed, it's a motherfucking music. If I'm missing one, then I'm a motherfucking lose it. I was like, oh wait, yeah, this is the type of song they would bump. And like, I kind of made it that way on purpose. I wanted it to sound like a song they would bump, so that way, when they actually played the song, they could actually pay attention to the lyrics when I started speaking what I was speaking on here, which I will get into once I pull it up on my notes. Hold on 1 second, chat. And I think I might actually, because of how much I'm breaking it down, because the chat, I do need to get sleep too, but I think I'll go halfway through the album, like probably up to Honor, to be honest, to get through the rest of these breakdowns, because I think I'm gonna make it another part series, like after I so tomorrow, chat, I will be initiating a Cine broadcast break, just because I will be taking a little bit of time just to work on some content, and also you know, just have some time to recoup. But after that, I will be returning. I think I will do the rest of the Cine broadcast, rest of the Cine breakdown on Flesh and Blood. And then afterwards, I think I'm gonna, I don't know. I'll figure out what I'm doing after that. I still need to get a consistent schedule on what I'm doing, but for right now, we're using this to break down most of Flesh and Blood, so let's go.
How you doing, brother? Heard you make music, brother. I'm glad you turned out smart and ain't do nothing stupid, brother. Oh, how am I doing? Man, I'm just getting high. Man, I'm just getting fried. Man, I can't even lie. I hate living up in our basement. I gotta pay the rent. I gotta be responsible with all this dough I spend. So I'll spend it on beer. I drink a lot of it. Do as I say, not as I do, and never stop hustling.
So that first verse right there, very like interesting start, because it starts with it starts off as a conversation to me from another perspective, which happens to be my brother Chris. That is who I'm personifying in this part of the song. So he goes, how you doing, brother? Heard you make music, brother. I'm glad you turned out smart and ain't do nothing stupid, brother. Because he would always tell me, you know, like, oh, all of the shit that I'm doing, like, you know, it's like, I'm glad, he's always glad that I turned out to be one of the smart ones. As he says, I'm quoting him. I'm not saying this out of my fucking, like, this is what he said. Like, I'm not blowing smoke up my ass. He's the one that's fucking telling me this. So he's like, man, I'm glad you turned out smarter than us, because, like, we're doing dumb shit, you know? And it's crazy, because, like, they're very self-aware of it, you know? So it's almost, so now that it's like a conversational thing, so it's like, oh, how am I doing? Man, I'm just getting high. I'm just getting fried in GTA. Man, I can't even lie. I hate living up in our basement. I gotta pay the rent. I gotta be responsible with all this dough I spend, so I'll spend it on beer. I drink a lot of it, you know? So that's where it's like, oh, okay, now this is the direction we're going with it. It's like, okay, so he's the one that's like doing that shit where it's like, oh, you know, like just to highlight the hypocrisy, where it's like, oh, I'm glad you ain't do nothing stupid. All right, now let me do something stupid. You know, do as I say, not as I do, and never stop hustling. You know, so it's like he telling me to never stop hustling, but with what he's doing, you know, it from his actions, he's not the one that's like hustling. He's more so using it to kind of lounge around, you know, and just like kind of waste away in the depressive state that he's in when he, you know, has the alcohol, weed, and some motherfucking music, because like that's the environment he's around, you know. So after that's personified, you know, then now you can kind of gauge why the chorus is like that, because I don't have chorus, like, y'all know when I made my music back then, if you know anything about me, I don't talk about alcohol, weed, and shit, you know. I don't talk about smoking or drinking, you know. And if I do, I talk about why I'm against it, you know, and why I don't do it. Or like, you know, I've always been peer pressured into it, but I'm like, yeah, nah, that's just gonna kill my mind. Like, why would I do that, you know? So it's very polarizing to hear this now, because if you hear the chorus, it's like, wait, but like, Cinna doesn't rap about that shit. So it's like when you hear the chorus for the first time, you're like, whoa, did Cinna switch up? And then like you hear the verse, so it's like, oh, okay, I understand why he's saying it now. You know, like just to do that type of shit, because I like that throwing people off, because you never know what my next move is, like, kind of thing. And that's, look, I even say that later, but we'll get to that. But yeah, I make a lot of suspense off of this, because it's like, okay, the chorus is like saying that phrase, and it's like, okay, so alcohol, weed, music, if I'm missing one, then I'm gonna lose it. Yeah. And it's like, who's the one actually losing it? Is it, am I talking about me? Am I talking about, well, as people are gonna find out, it's in the perspective, you get the answer to that question when the verse continues into it from my brother's perspective, because he says, Do as I say, not as I do, and never stop hustling. Can I get some alcohol, weed, or some motherfucking music? So now you know where it's coming from. It's coming from the perspective of my brother. So that's why the chorus is repeating what it is.
If I'm missing one, then I'm a motherfucking music. Alcohol, weed, and some motherfucking music. If I'm missing one, then I'm a motherfucking music.
Can I get some alcohol, weed, and some motherfucking music? If I'm missing one, then I'm a motherfucking music.
So I like what I did there with the chorus. I liked, again, that's that thing that I do. Again, definitely a Kendrick Lamar influenced sounding like chorus, but still also influenced from Jid with Ari specifically in Can't Make You Change, where I do that thing where I start a chorus off with the lower register of my voice, and then I bring it up in the higher part of my voice. So I did that with Mom, but I also did it in Born and Raised, so it makes a little parallel to it as well, because it's like I do that in a bunch of songs to where they're like connected like that. It's like I did that, you know, like I feel like it kind of connects the two of these together, because it's like you know, with my mom and my brother Chris, it's like they're very connected because they're like very similar. It's like me and my brother Nick, we got a lot of our personalities traits from my father, but the one that is more along what my mom kind of does is Chris. And like I have a good mixture of both. I think I have a good mixture of my father and my mother like kind of together. Like my Nick kind of shows more of what my father does, and Chris kind of shows more of like what my mother does, you know. And then it's like I have the best of both worlds on my end with it. So it's like obviously you heard how I delivered the first part, but let's listen to the next verse of this actually.
Alcohol, weed, and some motherfucking music. If I'm missing one, then I'm a motherfucking music.
How you doing, brother? Don't mind your stupid brother. His ass is getting cross-faded. Yeah, he's suited, brother.
Okay, so now we got that perspective now. Now we're changing it up. So it's the same line how it starts it, right? So it's how you doing, brother? Heard you make music, brother. That's where the rhyme scheme comes in with with the first part. It's like that's the more like manic kind of delivery on there, where it almost sounds like drunken in a way. That was kind of the like feeling I wanted to like get across, like with that first part. And then with the other one, it's like the other one's like more calm and like the deeper voice, because like my brother Nick has a deeper voice than my brother Chris. So this is now in the perspective of my other brother, because he's saying, how you doing, brother? Don't mind your stupid brother. You know, he's talking about the other one that was saying, how you doing, brother? Heard you make music, brother. You know, and it's like, oh, don't mind him. He's just getting crossfaded in GTA.
What am I doing? Man, I'm just chilling up in the building. I got a feeling tonight might be some fuck shit if your brother gets pissed off. But I'm acting Will Smith the way I get anyone who messing with Chris Rock.
Crazy fucking bar right there. Oh, it continues a little bit.
Slap a pussy like how I did in school when people picked on me.
So that whole scheme there is funny, because he goes, tonight might be some fuck shit if your brother gets pissed off, but I'm acting Will Smith the way I get anyone who messing with Chris rocked. And then he goes, slap a motherfucker like how I did in school when people picked on him, and then it gets cut off because then my other brother comes in to interrupt the conversation, which very accurate, by the way. You're gonna see the part in the song that's like extremely accurate. Like I nailed this on the head like when I did it. But first we gotta explain that part with Nick. So first of all, obviously I'm acting Will Smith the way I get anyone who messes with Chris rocked. You know? Like, cause it's like fucking with the whole Will Smith and Chris Rock shit, and how Will Smith like slapped the fuck out of Chris Rock at the I think it was the Grammy, not the Emmys, wherever he was. He slapped Chris Rock, and but my brother's name is Chris, so like that's why the bar is the way it is, because I'm not just saying Chris Rock, but I'm also saying Chris, messing with Chris rocked, like getting someone Chris rocked, as in like getting slapped, but like also like Chris Rock, as in like you see what I like, you know what I'm trying to say, you know, like that's the double with it right there. It's like it's a really cool double, because not only does it change the word from Chris Rock to Chris, rocked, you know, because it's like he's saying he acted like Will Smith. He's slapping a motherfucker, basically. That's what it is. And then we get to possibly the craziest part of the song, which is right here. Watch this.
Slap a pussy like how I did in school when people picked
Hold on, give me the phone, fool. Don't listen to Nick, he talking shit. Why you on my dick?
Yo, motherfucker, I ain't do nothing, man. Stop being a bitch.
Oh, I'm a bitch. Just because you're older, don't mean I'm a kid.
Here we go with this.
And by the way, stop stealing my shit. I ain't take nothing from you. I'm telling mine. Then go ahead and snitch, you fucking prick. Keep talking like that, get 5 fingers to your face. You wanna bet? Fucking do. Hey Ryan, I'll call you back. Your brother acting like he know better than me on how to act.
Crazy. And that is also very much a is it United in Grief? Am I thinking of the right? I think it's United in Grief is what that's for. It's definitely, again, Kendrick influenced, but I wanted a kind of argument like scene in that fucking shit, because like that is exactly how my brothers argue, by the way. Fun fact, chat. That's not like me being performative. Like that is extremely accurate. Like to the point where they can't even be like, that's not what we sound like. No, that's exactly what they sound like when they argue with each other. Like that whole conversation, that shit is all real. Don't listen to Nick, he talking shit. Why you on my yo motherfucker, I ain't do nothing, man. Stop being a bit. You know, like that's really how they fucking argue. You know? By the way, stop stealing my shit. I ain't take nothing from you. I'm telling Ma. Then go ahead and snitch, you fucking prick. Like, bro, they really, like, I wasn't exaggerating. That's really how they argue. And so that sets the scene very well, because it's like, so first of all, the storytelling is immaculate, because it's like we set the scene with how the both of them are. One of them is like the more manic kind of like, oh, like, you know, I hate living in my basement, like fucking, you know, I gotta pay rent. You know what, I was gonna be drinking beer and fucking having alcohol, weed, and music, you know? And then my brother Nick is the one that's like overly chilling. He's normally like, he not really a partier, you know? Like he really just kind of doing his own thing. And really he's just like, man, I'm just chilling, but like, you know, if anybody's messing with Chris, you know, it's like back then, like, when my brother, you know, like my brother Nick would like really stand up for my brother, like, you know, in school, whenever like shit would happen, when shit would hit the fan, it's like my brother would always step up to make sure like he didn't get hurt. Cause like he could make comments about him all you want, but anybody else that did it, that's that sibling shit. You feel me? It's like they could pick on the sibling all they want, but anybody outside of that isn't their sibling that's picking on them, yeah, they getting shoved in the locker. You know? So like, that's how it is, man. So, but yeah, chat, that is a very accurate like argument. And so introducing them with the voices, I think, was a very good idea, because I definitely was very intentional with how I delivered both of their lines, because in the first half it was like, how you doing, brother? Heard you make music, brother. Like, it's got that, like, fucking, like, it's almost like he sounds, like, fucking crazy. And then the other one is very laid back, reserved. Like, man, how you doing, brother? Don't mind your stupid brother. Just getting crossfaded, you know, in GTA. And so, when the argument comes, it's like, now you can distinctly know which one is which. Because it's like, I introduce their names in it too, because it's like before he says, Nick in the personification of the song says, I'm actor Will Smith, the way I get anyone who messing with Chris rocked, you know? So then the other voice come back and he's like, don't listen to Nick, he talking shit, when he clearly isn't. But it's like, you know, he's making a big deal out of like what he's saying, you know, like misinterpreting it. And so that's when the argument starts, and then both of the voices clash against each other, because it's like, oh, okay, so like I can actually tell who's talking, which one of them is like doing a different dialogue, despite me being one voice. You know, like that's that voice acting shit for real. Like I really like doing shit like that. And the fact I was able to make it sound like there were two different distinct characters from each other, like very, very good execution from me, I feel. But yeah, that whole half of the song, like a lot of people really fuck with this song, especially because of how I did that, you know? And then we get to this part.
God forbid someday you have someone where he lies through his teeth, buys demonic records, and smokes the dope.
Uh-oh, that's another fucking college radio thing. Hold on now, chat. That's another reference. We gotta pull it up. We gotta pull it up now. Hold on. This right here. I need to download it and pull it up. I'm gonna have this up here.
God forbid someday you
Whoa. Don't play it. Don't play it yet. Don't play that shit yet. We gotta actually pull it up, chat. Hold on. Hold on. This is from another movie. I don't specifically know. I think it says Detroit Rock City. Is that the movie? I don't know, chat. It might be. But this scene right here, this is where that line comes from.
God forbid someday you have a son like you, Jeremiah. A boy who lies through his teeth, buys demonic records, and smokes the dope.
Now y'all heard that, right?
God forbid.
You heard that she said Jeremiah in there. I cut that out, obviously, because there's nobody in the story named Jeremiah. So I actually cut the line to say, God forbid one day you have a son like you. A boy who lies through his teeth, buys demonic records, and smokes the dope. Which is another fucking, my dad heard that as well, and is the one that sent me that shit through my Gmail as well. That was a college radio thing, and I think he's watched that movie too. But yeah, that movie was very synonymous. That scene, that quote is very synonymous with how my father describes my brothers, because, you know, they're very into hitting the Benjamin, you feel me? And so, in GTA. And my father was like, oh, well, so like, whenever he heard that line, he's like, you know what? You know what I think of when I hear that? I think of your brothers. Because it's like, you know, I feel like that's exactly what my mom would say to them, like, if she didn't hold back. And so I was like, God forbid someday you have a son like you. Somebody who lies through his teeth, buys demonic records, smokes the dope. And that shit related so much to my brothers that it was like, I had to include it in this song too, because it's like, that also ties back into Dad, where I'm talking about how, you know, how I kind of spread the message of what this song is about before it even happens, because of that line where I'm like, instead, I was focused going up and down the park slides instead of turning to the dark side like my brothers. Conversations of the Mary Jane under their breath as they uttered to each other like I couldn't hear. But when I snoop like a dog, I always had a good pair of ears. Sometimes I hear things that I shouldn't. Screaming matching with my dad and my brothers, I never understood it. And so I introduced them in the song before Born and Raised. And you're gonna find out why it's called Born and Raised in a second. Because, and why I didn't just call it like Brothers or some shit. because of this.
I was born and raised by bad examples, and yet I'm pure. Was never tempted even within Are You Sure? I don't need alcohol or weed, just some motherfucking music, cause if I don't got that, then I'm motherfucking losing.
So I interpolated the chorus right there. I interpolated it in my own way to be its own thing, to separate it from their part, with how it's by brothers Chris and Nick being a part of the main chorus where it goes alcohol, weed, or some motherfucking music. So then I interpolate my own chorus to go, I don't need alcohol or weed, just some motherfucking music, because if I don't got that, then I'll motherfucking lose it. That's the, because if I don't have music, right, it's like, you know, I would lose it. If I didn't have music in my life, bro, I would go absolutely crazy. A lot of people would go crazy, I feel like, if they didn't have any background music in their life. You know, but yeah, I said the phrase, I was born and raised by bad examples, and yet I'm pure. Because yes, I say, I was born and raised by my brothers. That's basically me saying right there, I was born and raised by my brothers. Because they were the ones that raised me up to be who I am now. And so, I was like, but even though I was raised by them, I remained pure. I was never tempted with an, are you sure? You know, a very nice way for me to say I don't give in to peer pressure, because I could have just straight up said, like, I wasn't pressured by my peers, you know, like, no. It was a very clever way for me to phrase it, to make it all rhyme with, and yet I'm pure, was never tempted even within Are You Sure? You know, like, that is some very Kendrick-esque kind of, writing. And like, look, there's a lot of that throughout this, but that's what really inspired me to get clever with my lines and like really treat it like poetry, you know. So then I interpolated my chorus, say what I said, and then you're gonna hear something really cool right now.
How you doing, brothers? You like my music, brothers? I hope you don't think I'm portraying you as stupid, brothers. You know what I'm doing? I'm trying to keep it real. No more feelings concealed. Alright, so here's the deal. I know you beat my ass for doing substances.
Crazy. So you know how the first parts of it, when they're talking to me, right? They start off their verse by saying, how you doing, brother? It's something, something, brother. I'm glad you turned out in a minute and a stupid, brother. You know? So now, then it's me talking to them with my own voice, because the first part is, how you doing, brother? Heard you make music, brother, with like that kind of like voice crack-esque kind of like voice. And then I have the deeper voice for my other brother to characterize him. How you doing, brother? Don't mind your stupid brother, you know? So then I come in with my normal rapping voice, where I'm like, how you doing, brother? Her music, or fuck, how you doing, brother? Wait, how did I deliver it? How did I say it? Where is it at? Oh, how you doing, brothers? You like my music, brothers? I hope you don't think I'm portraying you as stupid, brothers. You know what I'm doing? I'm trying to keep it real. So like, I flip everything I did because I do it in the same style as them, but I do it in my own way with it. Because they're like, you know, they're like, oh, how am I doing? Man, I'm just getting high. Man, I'm just getting fried. For Nick, he goes, oh, how am I doing? Man, I'm just chilling up in the building. And then like, I go, for my part, I go, you know what I'm doing? I'm trying to keep it real. No more feelings concealed. Alright, so here's the deal. And now I start breaking it down. Now I start breaking them down by going, I know you'd beat my ass for doing substances.
So how come y'all do them wondering why life's such a bitch? How do we work the same job and yet you two are broke? My only guess is that it's caused by all that dope you smoke. Nothing wrong with living life the way you wanna live it. Maybe I'm not grown enough to understand why some people don't try to test their limits.
Wild fucking statement right there. How do we work the same job and yet you two are broke? My only guess is that it's caused by all the dope you smoke. Nothing wrong with living life the way you want to live it. Maybe I'm not grown enough to understand why some people don't try to test their limits. Crazy fucking analysis. Yeah, crazy. Because, you know, I don't completely shut it down, right? I don't shut down people that like smoke weed or like drink, you know, because it's like, live your life how you want to, you know. But at the same time, if you're doing that shit and you're not like doing anything with your life and that's really all you're doing, then it's like, you know, I'm like, well, why would you just waste your life away and like spend all of that money going broke for fucking drinking and smoking all that shit, you know? And it's like, you know, instead of like finding a career like and like building yourself like up, and instead just like wasting away like by doing that. And so that's when I come to the realization, maybe I'm not grown enough to understand why people just don't want to do that, you know, because I'm somebody that's young and ambitious. I'm somebody that wants to push myself and like make a career out of what I'm doing and being independent. So it's like, maybe I can't understand that because like I'm not that type of person, you know, because like I can't do that, you know. So then I start coming to even more realizations throughout it.
Maybe you seek forgiveness. I wish your life was different. I feel like there's a reason why we're close but also distant.
Ouch. So there it is. I feel like there's a reason why we're close but also distant. Because it's like, they're my siblings, they're my brothers, they're the reason they raised me up to be why I became such a responsible person, because they told me not to do the shit they did. But it's like, I feel like there's a reason why we're close in that regard, but also like, I barely know what the fuck happens in their life. You know, like they're distant from me. Cause it's like, the shit that they do, it's like they get into some wild shit. And I don't learn about the shit that they get into until way later when I get told that shit from my parents. Like shit that they've been through. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, they really did that? And they really, like, and chat, they got into a bunch of trouble. I'm not gonna say what they did, just cause, like, that is obviously their personal business. But, like, let me just say, like, yo, I turned out way different from them, like, is all I'ma say, you know? And so it's like, yeah, it's like, even though we're close as family, it also feels like we're not even, like, you know, it's like, they know, like, what I'm doing kind of in my life, but, like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm more distant from Nick than I am my other brother, Chris. But even then, it's like, I barely even know what's happening in his fucking life, too. Because, like, he hides, they hide a lot of shit from what, you know, that's doing. And it's like, you know, it also doesn't help that it's like, the shit that they do, like, I didn't get into doing the shit they do. Because they do, like, you know, smoke and drink. Like, I mean, look, I gotta be honest, they do that. They'll tell you themselves that they do that. That's what they do. You know? And so, because they do that, it's like, I don't relate to it. I don't do that type of stuff. So it's like, you know, so like, I never really have a chance to hang out with them, because like, the way they hang out, they always do that shit. And it's like, you know, that's why I don't really be partying like, you know, like how Chris does. Chris does the party and shit. Like, even if he doesn't necessarily do it now, but like, he's still, like, they're still kind of doing the shit that they're doing. And meanwhile, I'm, like, being ambitious with it. So, it's like, you know, so I don't completely shut down anybody that does that type of stuff, because it's like, you can live your life however you want, you know? But, at the same time, you know, I'm not somebody that does it, and I'm, like, being ambitious with it. And it's like, you know, maybe they wish, like, you know, fucking that their life was different. You know, maybe there's a reason why they continue to do what they do, you know, like, for what's going on, but like, I wouldn't know, you know. So then obviously I provide more commentary at the very end.
Made mistakes and never wanted me to do the same shit. Exactly why I'm here today. But brothers, let me say this, I also make mistakes. I make a lot of them. Do as I say or as I do, and never stop hustling.
Alcohol and weed, just some motherfucking music.
So y'all hear how I ended it, right? Because they actually heard this song, right? Well, it's more so my brother Chris heard the song because he was hearing what I was saying, and he was like, damn, like, so like you were really dissing me for real. And I'm like, no, that's that's not what I know. It's not a diss towards my brother. This is not me dissing my brothers, because in the verse I literally say, I hope you don't think I'm portraying you as stupid, brothers. You know what I'm doing? I'm trying to keep it real, you know? So I'm trying to tell y'all what I see because of your actions that I've grown up around and like seen. This is me basically visualizing that environment, you know? And it's like, if you want to view it as a diss, then, you know, that means like, you know, you're not going to be able to learn the lesson of what I'm saying and doing. Because I say at the end, it's like, I also make mistakes. Like, y'all aren't the only ones making mistakes, you know? So I want them to realize one day, because it's like, if nobody's gonna get through to them, at least I could try as like the youngest in the family, right? To be like, look, I make mistakes. I make a lot of them. Do as I say and as I do. Never stop hustling. You know, because that's what I'm doing. It's like, I'm saying it and I'm doing it. Like, I do both. Like, some people think I'm just talking until they see that I'm a doer for real. You know, and that's why I have to tell them, like, do as I say and as I do. And never stop hustling. You don't need alcohol or weed. You just need some motherfucking music. Which, when I say that, just some motherfucking music, I'm talking about this album, this song, the music that I'm making. Like, y'all, you don't need to waste your life away with like materialistic shit. You can use music for real to really heal your mind. And I'm really proving that, especially with the new album too, Ruin the Moment. But Flesh and Blood really proved that too, because the people that really love this album, that shit changed shit for them. Like, people that really loved Flesh and Blood, like, shit changed after they fucking heard this fucking project. And I feel like a lot of people's perspective on a lot of things, especially with just me as a musician, but also just like life, like, they listen to this album and they're like, damn, it's in a low-key spitting for real, you know? So that's Born and Raised, the track to my brothers, that is meant to be more of an advice piece, rather than something to like call them out, right? This isn't to like call them out, it's to say it like it is, and then to get to the root of the problem. It's like, maybe I can provide that help through telling y'all, like, through the music. Like, you don't need that shit, you just need to keep hustling. And, you know, like, music is a good way to kind of get to that point where if you listen to enough of my music, you will feel inspired. Chat, that's how that works. Whenever you listen to my music from Cinna, C1NNA, creating one new nonprofit artist. So let's now get into Fam Comes First. Now, before I even do that, I want to actually show y'all. I might be able to pull it up, because I definitely have sheet music to this. And I definitely sent it over. Let's actually see. Did I send it to, where is it at? Is it this? Can I download it here? Yes, sir. Bet. I'm glad I had that to pull up, too. Alright, chat, hold on. I'm about to make sure y'all can see this, because this is absolutely important. We're gonna make sure this, always open this and that. Alright, chat, are y'all ready for this? Watch this. Huh. La vita è un dono / regalo. Life is a gift. By Ryan Thomas Curall. Yes, chat. We have fucking sheet music. Yes, chat, I have sheet music to this fucking piece that I made for my album. Now, originally, chat, I wanted this to be performed by a choir, specifically the choir from my college. And that's why there's this email up here saying special request for BW. Now, let me tell you all the story of this, because this is actually really crazy. Okay, so when I originally made this score, right, I made this more so as a melody rather than a choir, but then I made this into something more than just a melody, because I kind of was just like playing around with like chords and shit, and I don't remember why I was playing around with chords, but I was trying to challenge myself to go from one chord to another, like a random one, right? And I made the melody in GarageBand, but then it transformed into something crazy, because I was like, hold on, I kind of want to make like a choir piece, because in college I was in this program. I was in Baldwin Wallace, that was the college I went to, and I was in the program called BW Singers, BW obviously standing for Baldwin Wallace. So I was in that choir program for a minute, and looking at choir sheet music, I was very inspired to make my own piece out of it. And so I was like, I learned a lot of vocal techniques, and I think that's one of the things I'm grateful for even going to college, is I would have never learned those techniques had I not gone to BW to learn how to properly project my voice out and sing, and like really challenge myself to make different sounds with my voice, and like going with like the head space and like the nasal space and the back of the throat, and then like the singing from the chest, you know, like I would have never known how to get those sounds unless I went to BW and learned about it. So I worked with my professor for a minute, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a choir piece to intro into one of the songs for the album, because I wanted to have like a choir like kind of thing, because this is what I did. So I found this Kanye sounding beat, and it says Kanye. Some people have said this sounds like fucking vlog music. I don't blame them for saying that, but this beat right here, yeah, Kanye West J. Cole type beat. I mean, come on, man, the shit. Like, it's like, you know, like, I don't blame anyone for saying this sounds like vlog music, but like, I made it really work. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I made this song really work, but I wanted to do something to where I had a choir part in the beginning transition into this song, because like this beat standalone just wasn't going to cut the cinematic shit I was gonna do on this album. I really wanted it to be like a whole fucking story, so I made it to where it was like a choir. And so I was like, alright, I had a melody, I made it, and I put lyrics to it. Now, BW Singers is also the reason why I did it in a different language, because I don't remember what piece we did, but like we did pieces in different languages before. I think we did it in like Latin, I believe, and so I learned a completely different language with it. But I wanted to do something that paid tribute to my roots, my Italian roots, which that's what my great-grandpa Leo had, because he came from the boat from Italy. His village, I know what his village is actually. Can I actually... Piedmont. That is his village right here. I will show y'all. This is the village that my great-grandfather Leo came from. a region of Italy bordering France and Switzerland. It's also known for sophisticated cuisine and wines and like all of this stuff. Now, chat, one day I want to go to Italy and visit this place from my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather's village, I've always wanted to go to Italy to see just like where he came from, you know, his origins. And I also wanted to pay tribute to the fact that, you know, I'm part Italian. My family is part Italian. And so I found a phrase that I think really fit the meaning of the album, which is, life is a gift. I learned that phrase in Italian, but there's two different ways to say it, because there's two different ways to say gift. And I did a little deep dive on it, chat. One day I will learn fully Italian, but la vita è un dono and la vita è un regalo are two different ways to say life is a gift. Now, the way la vita è un dono is that this actually, dono as a word in Italian means gift, but more so the spiritual form of a gift. Like to say like somebody has like a musical gift, right? It's not physical. My musical gift isn't physical. It's like the spirituality like way to just say like, oh, I have a gift when it comes to playing piano, or you know, or like calling somebody else a gift. It's like you're not physically calling them like a present, you know, materialistically. You're just saying like the, you know, or like saying how life is a gift. Life isn't like a tangible like thing. But then we get to la vita è un regalo, which regalo, the word in Italian, means gift, but it more so means the material way to say gift, like with like something in a box, you know, like you can physically hold this gift, you know, like giving a present out. And the distinction between the two is very important, and I wrote it that way specifically when I came up with the instrumentals to it. So you're gonna hear it, chat. You're gonna hear how I wrote the choir parts in Fam Comes First. So let's actually pull up the sheet music while we listen to this part. So you hear that, chat? So you saw how you see in the beginning it's very like warm starting chords. It's like a F like chord, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, from what I know. I started with a very warm sounding chord and like going into a more hopeful kind of direction with it, going up the scale. So it's instead of an F chord, it turns into like a G-ish chord. Is it G? Or is it like a B flat? I forget what the actual chords are, and like I could tell you off of the sheet music, but it's been a really long time, so forgive me. I haven't like actually read the sheet music in a minute, but like this was written by me. I have the credit right here. It's literally in my name. But yeah, I wrote, and yeah, I didn't write the sheet music first, by the way, chat. I wrote the notes out first in GarageBand, and then I transcribed that into sheet music. So like, and these chords look very crazy, like, and that's why in this one, it goes into a more like crunch distorted-ish chord when it goes to the part where it says La vita è un regalo, you know, but I pronounce it in a very specific way because it fits like the like rising of the chord, like it's like becoming more dramatic. Like as you can see, it goes from a very soft pianissimo right here, you know, into going all the way to a fortissimo, at the very last track, and obviously when pianissimo is like soft and fortissimo is like loud, you know, so like having those markings very, like, these mean something. These letters right here, like, this is just consistent mezzo piano, you know, so like moderately like to that loud-ish kind of like space, and then we get to mezzo fortissimo, you know, it picks up, and then all of these vocals are as loud as possible to just bring up the dramaticness of it. It's like, like, it's like fucking, like an opera almost, you know? Like fucking, like, oh shit, we're going up, oh my god, that's so crazy, you know? Like, really bringing the dramaticism to it, like, oh my god, like, so the dono, like the spiritual version of it is like the more hopeful version, and the one that where we're saying life is a more like tangible, like, gift. It's like the distinction between the two. We're saying that the spiritual version of the gift is the one that actually is like, you could treat life as a gift because of the spirituality of, like, you know, like how you're alive, versus treating it as if like life is like a tangible thing, like your life is surrounded by the tangible, you know. And I go into that in Ruin the Moment too with the promo where I say your mind is shrouded by the intangible, where it's like, you know, like fucking, I go into that part of it too, where it's like some people's lives are based on materialistic shit, like being rich and being like, you know, like having as much money in the world like brings that happiness, and why people are like, oh, I'm glad to be alive because I can have all of this amazing stuff, you know, like they're just treating life as if it's like one big competition to have as much stuff as possible, instead of just living life to the fullest and being appreciative of the spirituality with, like, you know, the relationships between like people, you know, and just like, or like nature, or like any of that other, like, you know, spiritual stuff. So that's why making that distinction even down to the melodies and like just the chord relationships, you know, because it starts with like, you know, the hopeful chords, and then it's like the, oh shit, oh, we're building into something really dramatic, oh my god, what the fuck, and then it goes into a new direction when it picks right back up. Beautiful fucking chord there, dude. That chord, like, amazing voicing. I am very proud of how I did this. And yeah, chat, if you can see, bass 1, 2, and 3, tenor 1, 2, and 3, alto 1, 2, and 3, soprano 1 and 2. If you count how many voices that is 11 different voices. Now let me just put this into perspective for you, chat. When I did the vocal, like, and I will say this as many times as possible because some people don't know what I do to make these sounds, because I did it in FL, right? I don't have the FLP at the moment prepared. I will have to get it another day. But chat, when I do choir vocals, right? Imagine this. Let's say I just wanted to do a voicing for one of them. Let's say I did a bass 1, like, voicing, just as an example, right? The way I voice a choir out is I have one voice, so a bass 1. I do the take for bass 1, right? So, like, I would do this, like, individual line right here, right? Like, just the hum. You know, I would do that, right? But I would also do a voicing where I do 3 for each one. So I do one that's completely in the middle, and then I do one that's panned to the left, and one voice that's panned to the right. So you have 3 voices at once, but one is in the middle, and then the other 2 are in your left and right headphones. So you can get a more fuller part. And then multiply that by all of the times I did it for each individual voice. So I had 3 for bass 1, 2, 3, tenor 1, 2, 3, alto 1, 2, 3, and soprano 1 and 2. Chat, that is 33 different voices. That's 33 different vocal takes, right? 3 for each voice. There's 11 different voices. So there's 11 voices in the middle, 11 voices on the left to varying degrees, and 11 voices on the right to varying degrees. To give the illusion that this is a full choir, like singing in front, like in a room, like in a reverbed space, almost like it's like in a church, in a way. And it's so cool because it's like to have that full of a choir singing this amazing like chord here, like, cause it picks up with saying life is a gift. You know, it's like the phrasing of it is very like sweet. It's like, oh, like life is life. Oh my, life is a gift. Like, you know, like saying it in that like positive kind of like aspect, you know? And then it's like it picks up even more because it's like now we're getting into like just listen.
Life is a gift.
So now we're in like almost like a divine like kind of like space where it's like life is a gift. Oh my, dude, life is a fucking gift. Like, you know, like like just the peak of it. You know what I mean? Like just like, oh my, dude, like fucking it's like now we're in the very like spiritual part of it where it's like, you know, it's like, oh, life is a gift. Oh my, bro. And then we get to the turning point on the very final page of the score right here. Ah. I mean, like, come on, chat. Come on. That is fucking amazing. What the fuck? So look, that is really cool. I learned that from just scoring in general. Like, I was very much studying, like, how choir, like, pieces would progress the voices out. And so I was like, okay, what if I did it to where, like, the higher voices, like, you know, just to give some more dramaticism after the, like, divineness of the sounding, like, life is a gift, oh, you know, just like fucking that, oh my, wow, we are in a completely crazy space right now. And then it goes all the way into, starts saying that this starts pulling a new idea with the higher voices coming out the shadows to go like family, and it like brings it up with the chord, and it's like, oh my god, family, what? Family is life. So it all culminates into that phrase. So literally we go through a whole journey of saying in Italian, life is a gift. The spiritual part, the spiritual good. Life is a gift as with materials. No, oh, scary, bad. No, don't do that. And then we go to the distinction where it's like life really is a gift. Life is a gift. Like this is what the phrase actually means. This is now we're making the distinction. And it's like, oh, life really is a gift. You know, like, oh my god, praise life. Life is absolutely great. It's awesome. You know, that we're even alive. And then it brings the idea in family is life. So life is a gift and family is life. So family is life, life is a gift. So basically it's saying family is a gift. because, you know, family is life. You know, it's like the life begins because of the fact that, you know, you have your family, you know? And bringing that point across and just that, like, crazy, like, just amazingly, like, I feel like I did a really good job scoring this choir, and I feel like I need to do something like that again. Like, I definitely had a lot of fun voicing this out and, like, bringing this idea to life. And look, you know what the best part is, chat? It's like, people, you know, I tried to get this to be performed by a real choir. You know, like, I wanted it to specifically be the one from my college, but they were like, oh, well, we're only going to have so many people doing it. It's like, not many people are very interested in it, so I'm just like, okay, what if I did it myself? So, yeah, chat, all of the choir that you hear in this is 33 different me's. Or it gets to 33 different me's. Some of them is not 33. Some of them it's like only like 12. But like still, it's all my voice, this entire choir. Which, chat, we're going to let this entire thing play all the way out. You feel me? Bro, I got a W Insta, Butter and Saltines. First of all, welcome to the chat, Butter and Saltines. Second of all, W Insta. I mean, I'm not really checking out the Insta right now, brother, because, you know, I'm just trying to break down, for you know, the fans in here, for the album, you know. But if you want to chill and, just, you know, watch the process, you feel me? Like, look, I will be here for the next couple of, you know, hours, just kind of, talking about what's going on right here. And hey, if you want, you can support the page too, also by going to type !socials in the chat to be able to follow the allmylinks.com/C1NNA, where you will be able to also follow my Instagram right here. This is my Instagram right here, brother, C1NNA_1213, if you would like to follow me. And also, you can follow the Ruin the Moment page, because me and my other good friend, Zach the Terror, we are a duo. Currently posting a bunch of content and new music, because we just released our beloved album Ruin the Moment. We actually took it out to out of state. We were in Cleveland, because that's where we are, but also we went out to Pittsburgh to perform and open up for none other than Insane Clown Posse. Right here, these are the guys we opened up for, and we're about to be going to Missouri as well. We're about to be touring with our stuff right here too. So if you would like to follow the pages, then I will be sure to check out your stuff if you would like to follow me on those pages, if you would like. Now, chat, we're gonna let this whole choir part play out on Fam Comes First, because I mean, chat, this is absolutely beautiful. Like, I mean, really, like this, like the genius of being able to write this, like, you know, I definitely want to do that again at some point, because like this song is a banger. Like, what, like, who writes full choir pieces for their fucking songs? Like, you gotta be a very dedicated kind of artist to make something like that. So chat, let's get into this.
Love you. Oh no, no. 나비타의 오늘의 갈로. Life, oh life is a
So, I did break down this part in the previous breakdown, which if y'all haven't seen that, I mean, that's the last stream that I did before this. But I broke down the music video version. Now, as you are about to hear, there's a part that you didn't hear from the music video part that is actually added in to this part. But, yeah, I would just like to say before I even move on that is definitely some of my most energetic delivery that I've done on a song. And it's definitely on purpose because I made it that way to be performed on stage one day, to have like just everybody having their hands in the air with it, you know, and just like vibing out to be fucking spitting game on the fucking mic, you know, with like, I believe fame comes first before work, education, or recording a verse. You know, I wouldn't have the life to live if I was in birth. So to me, my family is worth more than the earth. You know? It's like, shit like that is like so fucking like cool, you know? Like, I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, fucking, fam comes first, man. Like, and look, it's cool because it's like, I talk about it, like, the shit that I'm talking about is literally the title of it. It's like, fam comes first. You know? And this is the song that I made specifically for my grandparents, my aunts and uncles, and everybody that's, like, part of my family. Like, I generalize this very much to talk about my grandparents and my aunts and uncles because it's like, you know, I would put my family first and like my family gatherings over a lot of shit that I do, you know? So it's like, that's why events like, you know, like my 4th of July, like celebrations, or like Memorial Day, or like Mother's Day, like I'm always at my grandmother's place for that. And I always put that first over everything. Like, I stop what I'm doing. I'm not like editing videos. I'm not like doing shit. Like, I'm spending time with my family. You know, and it's like, why have the world in your palms if your world's right in front of you? You know, or why have the world in my palms if my world is right in front of me? You know? It's like, so it's saying like, you know, why would I want to chase the materialistic parts of life of like money and fame and all of that other stuff when like I have what's right in front of me, you know, which is my family. And that's why I will never forget my roots. You know, this is basically a whole verse to say, like, I'm never going to forget who I am past the music. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I'm somebody that was brought up by my family. It's like, I could never forget where I came from, and I could never let any fame or money that comes my way go to my head. Because, like, it never could go to my head. Because it's like, I'm always appreciative of it, and it comes from the support of my family. So it's like, I could never forget anybody that's a part of my life. When people are like, oh, don't forget me when you're famous. You know, as long as you're part of my life, you know, it's like I could never forget you. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it is. But yeah, now, check this out.
Greatness, and that's why I won't forget y'all after I make it. So put your hands up to the sky for your fans and your homies if you rock with the crowd. I said, put your hands up to the sky for your fans and your homies if you rock with the crowd. And if you still ain't put your hands up, please put your hands up for all of my families. I believe fam comes first, even before spending time with your man to your girl. I know you wouldn't have the life to live if you weren't birth, so you should treat your family with the respect they deserve. Why have the world in your palms if your world is right in front of you? Or watching from heaven, saying that they love you too. Real growth comes from your roots, so either treat them with care or let them perish. See how much you lose. Here's something cool about love, we build communities. Whole city could burn down and yet we choose to rebuild. We still have chances in life to do great, so I wait for tragedy to strike, just so we can say remain strong. Cause we've lost, our strength's gone, and we're punishing our state of mind takes long. Well, that's exactly why I choose to make songs. Ain't no need to be tough every day, take them shades off.
So there it is. That's the verse that wasn't in the music video version. That's the one where I also did the falsetto shit too. Put your hands up to the sky for your fans and your homies if you rock with the vibe, I said. You know, and that's also very Kendrick coded too. Like, listen, like, you see how all the different ways I did that though. Like, I made it my own like thing with it. It's like I had the influence with it, but like I made it my own like personality and style, because like you hear these songs and it's like it really does fit who I am. Like if you really get to know me, it's like, you know, like, oh, okay, like this is not just some shit he did to like copy somebody's sound. It's like this is shit he did because like this is really him. This really how, like, it's very my energy, like, you know. So it's like, you know what I mean. So that, and you see how I flipped what I said in the beginning, right? It's like I flipped it in the beginning. So now it's, you know, I believe fam comes first. Even before spending time with your man's or your girl. I know you wouldn't have the life to live if you weren't birthed. So you should treat your family with the respect they deserve. Where in the first part, I said, I know I wouldn't have the life to live if I wasn't birthed. So, oh yeah, what is it? Oh yeah. So to me, my family is worth more than the earth. You know, because it's like, I know that. So it's like, for the people that don't know, that don't appreciate their family, you know, it's like, why have the world in your palms if your world is right in front of you? You know, because I know that mine's in front of me. You know, respect to everyone that's from my tree. So now I'm spitting game on here talking about, you know, like, oh, well, you know, why chase the materialistic shit if you got your family that you should care about, you know? Or the people that's watching from heaven that's saying they love you too, you know? Real growth comes from your roots. So either treat them with care or let them perish. See how much you lose. You know? You can either nourish the fact that you got your roots, you know, or you can disregard all of your roots and see how much, you know, that affects you. You know, see how much you lose from that. You know, because it's like, if you cut ties with your roots and you like try and become something you're not, it's like, see how much that's gonna hurt you in the long run. You know, that's why I could never forget my roots, because my roots coming from my family is the reason that I am the way that I am. So I should be the most me that I should be, you know, in this music like that I'm putting out. And that's why, you know, that's why everything that I say in here works. Also, that line about whole city could burn down and yet we choose to rebuild. We still have chances in life to do great. You know, that's actually in reference to the LA fires. Crazy. Crazy, right? That was actually in reference to the LA fires. Because it's like the whole city burned down and yet we chose to rebuild. Now, chat, Fam Comes First is actually one of the very last songs I had written. Everything else was like completely done, and I just didn't know how to write Fam Comes First. I didn't know what to fully do with it. Like, that shit came in like almost like April-ish. I finally had a way to fucking conceptualize what that song could be. And once I finally thought of the verse, I'm like, oh, there we go. Yeah, now I know what to talk about. And so, it's like that whole shit, like, fits into what I'm saying. Because it's like, you know, it's like we still have chances in life to do great. So why wait for tragedy to strike before we could say remain strong? You know? Why are we waiting for the tragedy to strike us when we could just remain strong right now? You know? It's like, that's why I'm saying, like I'm saying in the song, it's like, people that kind of wait for shit to happen, you know, it's like, before, like, they wait for shit to pass, it's like they don't appreciate what they have before it's gone. So it's like, ain't no need to be tough every day, you know, and like, just push past all the shit, like, take the shades off, you know, let the emotions out, like, show that you care, you know. It's not, you don't have to aura farm all the time, you know. You don't gotta have like your page have only like 3 fucking posts on it and like be this tough individual. Like, fucking, that's why it's cool to show appreciation to the people you love. Like, it's cool. Like, it's not glazing, you know. It's showing genuine appreciation for shit you love, you know. And I touch on that subject after Flesh and Blood too, when I collab with Sierra on Do the Math. Shouts to Sierra in the bonus. We did a song called Do the Math that I featured on, and I talked about how, oh my god, my fault, chat. I'm like getting tired. I'm trying to figure out how I'm wording shit. But I said, it's either you glazing or hating for sport. You know, so rather than mentally coming up short, and the bonus is influence part for the course. You know, because it's like, what happened to casually showing support? You know, it's like some people can't just show like genuine support to people because it's like people want to call it glazing. We're kind of getting to that point now where it's like we're shifting past that. I feel like we're getting to the point where we're shifting past that mentality. Some people still have it, and it's like it's okay because like the wave is just gonna move on, and like they not gonna sound like it's not gonna be cool to say anymore that like, oh, you're glazing, you know, because it's like I'd want to show appreciation to my family and like how they fucking, you know, brought me up, and I feel like it shouldn't be uncool to like get on a whole project and just show love to the people that brought me up. You know, like it's cool to show your emotions. It's cool to fucking be vulnerable. You know, because then people fuck with you more, that you can show that side of you and not feel embarrassed and insecure. You know, like that's why Flesh and Blood being the project that it is, that's why people, when they say they fuck with this project, they heavily fuck with this project. You know, like, and some people can just say like, oh, it's cool, you know, but they don't understand like fully like what it's really about. And the people that do understand, they know, and they overly know. Like this project right here was a very ambitious one, but it was a very well executed idea. Like that I think, you know, even then I improved since this project. It's like this wasn't even my peak, you know, because I got even better in Ruin the Moment, you know? And yeah, Ruin the Moment isn't a Flesh and Blood, but Ruin the Moment is like a genuinely like well put together record. And also the promo was like even crazier and more creative too. You know, it's like it's only getting better. Like the fact it gets better than Flesh and Blood, people are gonna look back at this and be like, dude, how the fuck did this guy come up with the shit in his 20s? I was 20 years old when I wrote the choir part. I'm 20 and I wrote this. Come the fuck on. Like, I feel like, you know, like soon enough they're gonna give that credit. You know, we're already getting that credit from the people that know. For the people that don't know, they just gonna have to hop on the wave a little bit late, but it's all good because any time is better than no time, you know. They gotta stop sleeping, you know. But look, yeah, that shit right there, real shit. I wanted this to be a very like real track, you know, to really like tell people like this was the point in the album where like you get the message like of what I'm trying to say at the end of the day, because it's like don't take for granted like what you already have before it disappears, you know. And that's why I'm taking this time to appreciate my family and everybody that's in it through this song, especially my grandparents, you know. So let's continue, chat.
Family is a gift, don't ever waste it. Family is a gift, don't ever waste it.
So now we're in the part in the music video where I actually I did the breakdown. So now we're at this part that was like the ending when I said your family is a gift, don't never waste it. Now you know where it comes from, because in the promo before you wouldn't know the context of it, but now it makes even more sense when I say family is a gift because of the first the choir part where I say life is a gift and family is life. So family is life is a gift. Family is a gift. Don't ever waste it. That's why the breakdown makes more sense.
Family is a gift, don't ever waste it. 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 Family is a gift.
Fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers.
So you see how I fucking call back to the choir part where I say family is life right here, but then also, guess what? It calls back to the fucking music video too. Ain't it crazy how that works? Chat, if you don't already know about this part, I'm gonna briefly play it, but I teased that part of the fucking song before it even came out. Like I did in Welcome to the Function. So Welcome to the Function, right? I teased the part that was the intro of the song where I go, thank you for coming to this momentous occasion. To each and every one of you, I'm grateful, and my love for you will never die because you're all so amazing. So this entire monologue that was in the beginning of Welcome to the Function, the official track, that was the not like music video version. Now Fam Comes First has that, but in the actual like beginning of this right here.
Life is a gift. Family is sacred.
So you hear that, right? And then of course when we go back to the song, look what I say. Crazy. Chat, let me play that again.
Life is a gift. Family is sacred.
But you know what gift is greater than life? My family!
Yes, is life.
Crazy. Crazy how I fucking call back to it before the fucking song even comes out. Right? And then it just says it. It says it right there. And you like the tie-in that from that too, because it's like fucking but you know what gift is greater than life? My family. And then it goes to the part in the choir where it goes to the very end where it goes, is life. Like it answers the thing, but the music answers the phrase. Like, come on, man. Like shit like that is so fucking cool to point out. And look, like I know like some people probably think in their heads like, dude, this motherfucker is pausing a fuck ton, but like I have to break all of this shit down because like if people don't point this, people are not gonna point this shit out themselves. You know, it's like I have all of the details right here, and this is the most exclusive fucking like breakdown to all this shit, and we're not even halfway through the fucking album yet. You feel me? We're about to be though. We're about to be after this song, but yeah, chat. All I gotta say, bro. Also beautifully put together song. Like a lot of people were like, damn, this damn near sounds like the best song on the album. Until they get to the next ones, and we're going to get there, chat. That's going to be the final ones we cover, and then we're going to actually do a part 3. Because yes, I'm going to make it a part 3. But tomorrow, chat, the next stream that I do is going to be a Cine broadcast break, just so I could do a little mental reset for myself. Not that there's nothing going on. I'm just going to be shooting content and fucking just kicking it, you know, with my family. Because as I say in Fam Comes First, Fam does in fact come first. I'm going to be spending time with my grandmother later today, because today is today, you know, but after I sleep, it's not going to feel like that. And then I'm going to be celebrating a 4th of July party with my family as well. That's going to be crazy. So, chat, let's let the rest of this play out. Love our fathers.
Everybody, can't you see we all strong when we born as a family? I said, everybody, can't you see we all strong when we born as a family? Yes, sir.
Facts.
You see, man, I'm an artist. It's a little music thing. It ain't just a hobby. It's really my passion.
Facts.
Like,
get it to this point. And I'm really proud of how far I've come, you know? The best decision I think I ever made in my life was not quitting. And I think
facts.
My main drive to keep going was like, well, it was a couple things, but the main reason, as far as music, it was my great-grandfather, Leo.
Yep. And as you will see, chat, Leo is the next song. We're actually going to let it play out because I already broke down Leo through the music video, because the music video version is the one that actually has the full song and a little bit more to it on top of it. But Leo is the interlude that goes into the very next song, Honor, and Leo is the turning point where everything changes. Everything in this changes. The moods of the tracks, they absolutely, this is the turning point. You know, it's like, okay, so we had like, you know, Welcome to the Function, you know, the hype one. Mom is the, you know, vibey one. Dad is the kind of like bar heavy one. Born and Raised is like the storytelling, very gritty, like, okay, there's something like up here. And then like Fam Comes First is like the super like, oh my god, like everything is great. Praise life, family is life, everything is fucking great. So what could Leo sound like? And what could Honor sound like? Well, chat, you're about to find out. Chat, I do want to say before that, first of all, yeah, Flip Magic also produced Fam Comes First. I think I forgot to say that. But this is where I got the Leo instrumental right here. Frank Ocean piano ballad type beat from DUMF. Now, as you can hear, that's it, right there. Now, chat, I learned how to actually play this on piano, and you will actually see it. I'm gonna briefly bring this up, just because, like, I did it in the last stream that I did, but I actually learned how to play it on piano. Mind, I'm gonna let it play out. I love this cover of it. Don't you cry, haven't heard from just want to let you know I'm fine. So don't you cry. So don't you cry. And chat, I can still play that. I can still play it to this day, and I will never forget how to play it. You know, because, like, this song is very important to me, man. Leo will live on through this song, too. But Honor is the one that we're going to mainly get into, because this is the one I think that definitely deserves a breakdown. There is a lot to talk about with Honor, and that's why this is likely going to be the last song I cover for today, and then I'm going to do the rest of them because they get increasingly more like I have to break down all of this shit. No Johns is going to be a crazy breakdown, but also RTK is going to be a crazy breakdown. But yeah, chat. So Honor actually has 2 different beats. The first one is by Matthew May. Now, the unfortunate thing is because I don't actually own the beat fully, I have the lease for it, but I don't have the beat. So that means my YouTube is going to be copyrighted as soon as I play this beat. But shoutouts to Matthew May for having their stuff together and being able to have this piano beat. I originally was going to use a completely different beat, but it got sold, so I couldn't actually buy it. And I should have bought it when I had the chance, because it was actually, like, I should have used, but, like, it's okay, because, I mean, this one sounds a lot more intentional, you know? And the other one is by the legendary Agrenius, right here. This guy has produced very many songs for on the Cine catalog, especially because he was the one that produced Just a Shadow. He produced obviously this beat right here. He also, you're going to see later, he produced one of the beats for All Grown Up, and he's also the one that created, he will be featured in many other projects to come, because Agrenius is absolutely amazing when it comes to these very gritty sounding productions, like production sounding beats. He's very good at the gritty stuff. So let's get into the long awaited breakdown for Honor, coming off of Leo. Let's go.
Didn't mean to miss your party, but I made you a gift to make up for being tardy. It's a new song, and if the world play this everywhere that you go, you'll hear it. Maybe if we played at the dinner table, you'll come visit and make an appearance. Not one to believe in spirits, but I swear that I hear you talking to me like I'm near you, guiding me through life and telling me to fight the thoughts of death that I'd hear too.
So already you can hear just the pain in it, like with the more deep, kind of somber sounding, like I really matched the feeling of this instrumental too. Like I really felt this song, like when I did it. Now these lyrics were originally written on a completely different sounding beat. It was definitely more Frank Ocean sounding, from what I understand, because it's called a Frank Ocean like type beat, and it was in the same key. But I needed to find, but because that beat got sold, I had to find a completely different one. So I found an emotional piano ballad type beat from Matthew May, and that one redefined how I delivered my verse because I didn't deliver it like this on the old beat. I delivered it a little bit more higher registered voice, like, but not too high. Like I was like, happy belated to the man of you as the greatest. Didn't mean to miss your party, but I made you a gift to make up for being tardy. It's a new song. If the world played this, everywhere that you'll go, you'll hear it. Maybe if we played it at the dinner table, you'll come visit and make an appearance. You know, because the song was, it definitely fit the vibe more, but this, I think, fit more of the emotion that I was going for, which is why this beat was very intentionally picked to be able to feature on Honor. So, we start off with happy belated to the man of you as the greatest. And I specifically had that because I actually wanted to complete writing Leo, and I think it was either Honor or Leo. I wanted to have a completed song for him written out before his birthday, to have it as like a birthday gift, and I didn't get it done. So that's the lore behind why I say happy belated to the man of you as the greatest. You know, so now I didn't mean to miss his party, but I made a gift to make up for being tardy. It's a new song, and that's what it is. This was the gift that I wanted to give him. I wanted this fully written out before his birthday, and I didn't have it, so I had to finish it belated, you know? So, if the world play this song everywhere that you'll go, you know, you'll hear it, because, like, he's, like, a spirit. He's in, like, you know, like, I'd like to believe not only is he in a better place, but he's also in a place where he can visit, you know, which is why I feel like spiritually he's here with me, too, like, being able to, you know, guide my every move, you know, and especially with the piano being here, like, I feel like that definitely influences me to keep going in music, because every time I see, like, his face on the piano and know, like, spiritually, like, this piano is his, right behind me, the one that passed down to me, like, that right there, like, is why I feel his presence, you know what I mean? And so, you know, it's like, if this song, like, gains, like, you know, like, people love this song, and people play this song all the time, and, like, even Sierra, like, loves this song. Like, you know, this is one of her favorites off the album. This is a lot of people's favorites off the album. And people play it all the time, so it's like, no matter where he goes in the world, you know, as a spirit, it's like, people are playing this song. So it's like, you know, like, he there's no way he couldn't, like, hear this song if it's played across the world, you know? Maybe if we play it at the dinner table, right? I reference the table again. So I'm called back to Welcome to the Function, where I'm talking about sat right here at this table before he passed. That wasn't just a one-off thing. I actually call back to it in Honor, because we're still in that environment, because in Fan Comes First, it still continues the conversation. Because it's like, okay, so I introduce the listener to my mom, my dad, my brothers, and then everybody in my family, like my grandma and grandpa, my you know, I talk about my cousins and, like, my aunts and uncles, and, you know, it's like all of that culminates into the conversation afterwards, and it's like, oh, I'm showing, like, you know, what I wrote, because I said in Welcome to the Function, when the conversation happened, it's like, here, let me just play you what I wrote, man, yo, check this out. And then all of those songs play, and then Fam Comes First comes on, and then it's like that, you know, and then after it ends, that's why I go, see, man, I'm an artist. You know, the music thing isn't just a hobby, and the main reason that I kept going, it was a couple of reasons, but the main thing that really helped, it was my great-grandfather, Leo, and that's when it goes into this song, to where I'm still talking about, like, oh, if we play it at the dinner table, which is where we're sitting, you know, it's like, maybe he'll come and make an appearance spiritually, like, to like, communicate, you know? And that's why I say, not one to believe in spirits, but I swear that I hear you, you know, because I'm not, you know, am I a firm believer in ghosts? I wouldn't say firm believer, but I could definitely say spiritually, like, shit happens for a reason. And, like, I definitely would like to think that my great-grandfather's spirit is with me, especially when it comes to music, because it's like, where else could it be coming from? You know, like, there was a musical bone in, like, my body, you know, like, for my other, but my great-grandpa Leo was the most musical out of any of us. And, like, my grandfather, you know, he was also musical. Like, he still has, like, skills in playing guitar, you know, and, like, singing. But, you know, it really came to fruition with me. Because, like, then I picked up where Grandpa Leo left off, you know, with, like, jazz. And, like, then I got into other, like, genres of music. Like, I played in, like, symphonic orchestra. I played in a band. You know, like, I joined a choir. You know, I did all of this. And then I went to rap and hip-hop as a genre. And I was like, yo, like, this is really me right here. And, like, for my other family, it's like the genre that I'm doing, it's like they didn't expect me to go that route, because I was more in the classical kind of jazz, like, kind of space, to where it was like I was doing more contemporary music. Like, maybe I could have switched to pop or something, or, like, because my mother was very into country music, she still is. And I'm not talking, like, real country music, I'm talking, like, that pop country, because it's a completely different genre now. We're just calling it country. But they thought I would do some shit like that, and it's like, no, I really like the genre of rap and hip-hop and the culture, like, behind it, you know? And so I pay a lot of respect to it, you know, because, like, you know, like, that's kind of my goal as an artist, is, like, you know, to really, like, educate people on that too, because it's like some people don't know anything about it. They, like, judge people and say, like, oh, well, rap is only this one thing, or, like, you shouldn't be doing X, Y, and Z with it. And it's like, no, like, you can really, like, rap is about as, like, transformative, like, as a genre as any other, like, genre out there. Like, you can really experiment with rap kind of as much as you can experiment in any genre, really. Like, you know, you just gotta have the mindset for it. And, like, rap has a very cool freedom to where it's like, there are a lot of forms of experimentation. Like, I think that's why it's one of the most popular genres too. Because, like, even though, yes, there is, like, the money-making aspect of it, and why, like, pop, like, was the one that stuck for a while, and why all the other ones died down, because, like, nobody's paying attention to the other genres. Like, you know, rock is, like, a niche now, like, in a way. It really does feel like it, because it's like, you know, like, rock bands can still find a success, especially with the internet and, like, promoting their band, like, you know, with that. But, like, you know, you don't really hear very much, like, oh, like, this new jazz musician, like, from, like, promoting shit on, like, TikTok and becoming, like, this Grammy award winning, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's more so we're focused mainstream on, like, pop. You know, even country made a huge comeback for a lot of people, and, like, it, you know, and it's just so crazy to me, because it's like, you know, people are trying to say, like, rap is a dying genre, but, like, it really can't ever die, because it's like, you know, not only is everyone trying to do it, but, like, you know, we got, you know, look, in my specific case, I want to, like, really push, like, the correct message out there, like, to people, and, like, use this platform, kind of like what Kendrick Lamar does, to, like, educate, you know, and, like, really teach people in my own way, though. You know, I have my own way of doing it, like teaching people about life, or just, like, the shit to appreciate in life before it's gone, or, like, the shit where it's like, you know, like, just how to go about, like, life through the experiences of someone that's already young, but, like, you know, matured enough to where it's like, I can help people out that are my age right now, like, that are going through it. It's like, you know, like, this music really does heal people. Music is a very powerful, like, you know, outlet for, you know, communicating ideas and getting to move people. And I feel like with what I'm doing in Flesh and Blood, right, it's like this is the perfect way for me to influence people to, like, you know, be like, damn, like, he's right though. Like, I should be appreciating what I got before it's gone. Because it's like, if me at 20 years old can say that, you know, somebody that young, like, especially in the rap game, it's like you don't got many projects out there fucking paying tribute to the entirety of my family tree now. Like, is there really that many? Like, really? Like, doing it the way that I'm doing it? Like, you know, that's why the people gotta pay attention, man. It's like, we're really trying to start a movement with it, and this was just the beginning of that movement. You know, that's why Ruin the Moment became what it was, because it's like Ruin the Moment, you know, Ruin the Moment became the movement for real, you know? Like, that's why we're inspiring a lot of people, even not just in our own city, but outside of our city, and eventually Missouri in August. You know what I mean? Like, that shit is just super cool. All to say, like, yeah, like, the outlet that is music, like, is very powerful, and it's all thanks to my great-grandfather Leo, the reason why I'm even able to use that outlet in the first place, and why spiritually I think me passing that on, like, his musical gift to then give me a gift, like, to use it to educate the world and pick up where he left off, like, that's how I know he's proud of me.
I swear that I hear you, talking to me like I'm near you, guiding me through life and telling me to fight the thoughts of death that I'd hear too. You manifested a man with greatness to fight through battles to the very end.
Facts.
My family still think you live on the side of my head, cause I got your passion and I've got the talent and I've got to balance it with hard work. I can do that, but it comes at a cost, making sure I'm in line, never feeling lost. And if I feel that way, doesn't mean I pray up to God, or do I go to pray to you? Cause I know if it's you, I'll get a better chance of an answer. Just please excuse my manners.
Oh my god. Like, that's crazy to hear right there, because it's like, you know, do I go to pray to God or do I go to pray to you? Because I know if it's you, I'll get a better chance of an answer. Crazy. You know? Like, that's so crazy to say, because it's like, you know, if I feel lost, right, it's like, do I go and pray up to the Lord, or do I go and pray to you? Because it's like, I feel like with me communicating to my great-grandfather spiritually, it's like I can get a better answer, you know, from him, you know, because it's like he lived through those experiences, you know, of feeling lost, of like not knowing what to do. You know, he's had that, and he went through that for a lot of his life, and especially in music. It's like, as a musician, it's like, you know, who would I be able to turn to if it weren't for my great-grandfather, because he's the musician, you know? So it's like, you know, I could, you know, balance passion and talent with hard work, you know? It comes at a cost, though. I have to make sure I'm always together up here, you know? And it's hard sometimes, man, you know? It's hard to keep myself together sometimes, especially when I have all the anxiety that I get, you know? So it's like, what do? Do I go to another entity, or do I go to the person that knows, like, me best, like, for real? Because it's like, my great-grandpa Leo lives inside of my head, you know? That's what my family's saying too, you know? So it's like, yeah, like, that's just some real shit, you know? So it's like, if I go to my great-grandpa Leo, I'm sure I'll get a better answer, but just, that's why I gotta say, just please excuse my manners. Because it's like, you know, because when I'm anxious, it's like, you know, it's very, you know, when it's hard to keep myself together sometimes. Sometimes it's hard to put my thoughts into words. Sometimes I slip up. You know, I make mistakes like every human being does. So that's why I have to clarify. You know, it's like I'll go to you for that answer, but it's like if I speak out of line, you know, or I come off as disrespectful, I never want to come off as disrespectful. So it's like, just excuse my, you know, anxiety and like how I phrase things. You know, that's what I really mean when I say that.
Promise that I'm coming back to piano. Everybody still love when I play it, but nowadays everything I play sound basic. Gotta keep making you proud, hoping you feel that way, even if I don't got me a crowd yet. I mean, I'm only 20, turning 21. 2 decades being surrounded by the family that started with you. Your daughter and your granddaughters are living proof.
So, yeah. So that line sounds crazy now because of obviously what we've done in the past couple of, like, you know, obviously you see, like, we got a crowd now, but remember, this was recent. This wasn't when I was 20. This is when I turned 21. Like I said, I'm only 20, turning 21. You know, I didn't have a crowd before that. Like, the crowd that I had was, like, for the first, like, show that I did, like, at that point. I released this in 2025. So it was like, you know, I released that before I even got to I wrote this before I got to Halloween. So I didn't, like, I was like, you know, I'm hoping, you know, I'm trying to make my great-grandfather proud. I'm hoping he feels that way even if I don't have, like, a full crowd of supporters on my side yet. Because I'm building that. I'm building the building blocks of it, you know? Because I'm only 20. It's 2 decades being surrounded by the family that started with you, because really it goes all the way back to my great, like, obviously grandparents, but my grandpa Leo is the one that I know of course. My great grandpa Leo is the one that, you know, gave life, like, to my grandmother, and also that would mean through my grandmother, my mother was born, and then I was born, you know? So it's like, it really started from that, and then it all got passed down, you know? All got passed down to me, and once that happened, it's like, you know, they're living proof, you know?
Funny how the music came full circle. Wish I could show what I do.
Right.
And you know what I mean when I say that, not just to being conjured. That's why I'm writing this song in your honor.
Yep. You know what I mean when I say that, not just you being conjured. You know? So I say that because it's like, I wish I could show my grandpa Leo, you know, like, what I can do now with the talents that I have. And it's, when I say it, I'm not saying it as in, like, oh, in spirit, because of course it would be in spirit now, but I mean the way that I'm phrasing it, you know, because I'm talking directly to him through the entire verse, like, right? So it's like, you know what I mean when I say it. It's not just you being in spirit. I mean, like, physically, I want to show you, like, right in front of me, like, kind of what I did. I will talk about, actually no, I'll talk about that instance later, because I did have instances where I showed him what I could do musically, but it was obviously back when he was alive, and not like now when I made this really big pivot from doing classical, like, music to rap and hip hop and doing what I do now, you know? So then that's when the transition comes, and that's when we get to this wonderful beat made by Agrinius right here. Definitely one of the best instrumentals on the album for sure. Let's break this down.
Yo. Listen. Leo, I'm writing this song cause I know you're confused. If I could see you today, I would ask if you could see the world in my shoes. The planet evolving, music is calling my name, but it's not the kind of people thought I would do. I got a pair of some musical ears I could use to be teaching the youth. Still wanna do it, but not in the school. Do it through lyrics by spitting the truth.
And you know what's really ironic about that, chat? Is the fact that later on, after that song, I actually ended up teaching for a school right here. Look at this. Look at this, y'all. You see this? I actually did teach for a school. We actually did it. It's right here. Look, me and Zach, we taught how to make beats in a school, you know? But chat, the thing that I wanted to actually say though is that, you know, cause okay, so now I give more clarification. It's like, you know, this song is being written because I know you're confused about why I'm doing this shit, you know, because it's like, you know, it's like, oh, like, why isn't he sticking with, like, you know, the piano and like jazz? It's like he made a huge shift, and it's like this came out of nowhere. So it's like now I'm catching him up, you know. Now I'm catching Leo up through the song, you know. So it's like if I could see you today, I would ask you if you could see the world in my shoes. The planet's evolving, you know. Music's calling my name. It's not the kind that people thought I would do, right? I got a pair of some musical ears I could use to be teaching the youth. I still want to teach the youth, but not in a school. I do it through lyrics by spitting the truth. You know, because I, you know, calling back to Welcome to the Function. Honor and Welcome to the Function, fucking, they literally link together, like, to continue on from each other. You know, like, that's why this entire album is connected with each other, too. Like, it's not just, like, random songs thrown together. Like, it really tells a whole story. So, Honor, you know, and Welcome to the Function, I say, my high school teacher knew I'm gifted. Mama got the same opinion, but the way I think is different. Because they wanted me to become a music teacher. I'm gifted enough to be a teacher to do that, you know? And it's like, I'm not trying to become a music teacher no more. I'm, like, in a school. I want to teach, but I want to do it through the medium of music. And, like, becoming a musician. And, like, teaching, like, the youth, like, you know, all of the valuable life lessons that I've learned over the course of 20 years, you know, which is not a lot of years, you know. Being in the 20s, you still considered young if you're in your 20s, you know. You still considered a youngin' if you're in your 20s, you know what I mean? So, it's like, I'm using this as an outlet to educate. I literally say it, like, if people didn't know by now why I do the shit that I do and why I, like, rap for real, like, this is why. This is the shit, this is exactly why I do it. And I say it in this song, and that's why a lot of people consider this to be one of my best and most realist, rawest songs. And you're gonna see even further down the track, like, why that's the case.
I'm doing it through hip-hop, I consider it art. I know most kids like me don't think like me, I'm truly bizarre. But I stick to what I love most, yeah, I give it the whole night.
Here we go.
If I get famous, send my regards. Cause I'm willing to do whatever it takes, I'ma do great one day. The world will say my name, claiming I'm the best in this sport we call rap. Put it on wax on my tracks, cut me a check or cut some sack for me. I don't need a youngin' to tell me that I'm an unk because criminal activity's bad for me. Great grandpa was a cop, gotta do justice cause justice just might get a brother killed if I kill a brother in cold blood, knock on the door, go on the floor, my knife in hand, stay bread. Escaping out the back door from an officer doing his job, stop a rapper, killing fake friends. Sounding like another mini case in their hands, just wanna avoid that life, smoking the crack pipe, blood shot, I do right, lead the blood through the door, to a life I'd like to call peaceful. When heaven clears the clouds within your state of mind.
Okay, we not skipping past that. We not skipping past that. So yeah, chat. That flow right there, one of my most craziest flows I think I've hit in a song ever. It's no question. I think that was definitely the one where people were like, oh my god, like, that's another reason why I think people really fuck with this song, because it's like, wow. Like, because, you know, Sierra said it best too, because she was like, there are rappers out there that just rap fast to rap fast, you know, just to be, just because they can, but like, this kind of like rapping fast and like getting the words out like in that like tone, you know, and like actually saying shit with it, that's the difference. That's the difference between just rapping to rap fast and actually using it, utilizing it to fucking like spread the message. like, of it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is very, very JID coded. I definitely got that from JID when I was doing that, because I've heard JID hit flows like that before, like in songs, but like that was like completely like just from the soul when I did it, because I was like, yo, like, you know, I needed something to really elevate, like to show what I can do. Like this song is not only just a letter to my great grandfather, but this is a song written to basically show like what I have evolved into as an artist and what I'm able to do. So that's why I go into that kind of flow where it's like, you know, like I'm really like showing off, like, okay, this is what I plan to do. Like, I'm gonna start going crazy. And I did. I went crazy on the flow. That's why I go, because I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I'm gonna do great one day. The world will say my name, claiming I'm the best in this sport we call rap. Put it on wax in my tracks. Cut me a check or cut some slack for me. I don't need a youngin' to tell me that I'm an unk because criminal activity's bad for me. Let me say that again. I don't need a youngin' to tell me that I'm an unk because criminal activity's bad for me. Great grandpa was a cop. Gotta do justice, cause justice just might get a brother killed if I kill a brother in cold blood, knock at the door, guts on the floor, my knife in hand stay red. Escaping out the back door from an officer doing his job to stop a rapper killing fake friends. Sounding like another Melly case in their hands. You know, YNW Melly, like fucking killing fake friend, like, you know, like, if you really listen, that's all facts, you know? It's like, I'm not trying to listen to nobody saying that I'm uncool for doing, like, just shit that isn't illegal, you know? Because, like, my great-grandfather was a cop, you know? That's why I don't, like, do anything, like, criminal like that. Like, I respect, like, that part of me. And it's like, if I were to do anything illegal, like, I think about it as if, like, oh my God, like, how would my great-grandfather feel if I did that? You know, because he's a cop. You know, it's like, fucking, he would be so disappointed in me, you know, and I wouldn't want him to be disappointed. So that's why my influence, like, you know, I always think about that too. It's like, I would be disrespecting, like, him for me doing anything, like, criminal like that, you know. Justice just might get a brother killed if I kill a brother in cold blood, knock on the door, goes on the floor, my knife in hand stay red, you know, like, just using, like, yes, it's a lot of rhyming at once, but it's very much saying, like, getting the point across, you know. And then it's like painting the scene of, like, what it would be like if I was in that, like, crazy ass space, you know, of, like, being a criminal. It's like doing that, and it's like escaping out the back door from an officer doing his job to stop a rapper killing fake friends, like, you know, saying, like, you know, I'm the rapper, like, killing fake friends, like, that's the environment. And it's like, it sounds like another Melly case in the hands, you know. So I just want to avoid that life, smoking a crack pipe, bloodshot eyes, do right, lead the blind through the dark to the light that I would like to call peaceful, you know. Facts. I want to lead the blind through the dark to a light that I would like to call peaceful, you know. And then I elaborate further on it, where it's like, when heaven clears the clouds, wait, no. When heaven, wait, what is it? When heaven clears the clouds, what is that? What did I say? What? When heaven clears the clouds within your state of mind. Yeah, the clouds within your state of mind, like, because it's like, if I'm leading the blind through the dark, you know, like, that's me basically saying, like, I'm providing guidance, you know, like, to people that couldn't see to the light, you know. So I just want to get them to a life that's peaceful, you know. And that's when, like, that's when heaven clears the clouds within your state of mind, you know. So, right, yeah, like, so that whole fast part was just, it wasn't nonsense, you know. I just want to really point that out. It's like, some people could fucking, some people rap fast to rap fast. Me, I don't rap fast just to rap fast. I do that very intentionally, and also use it to further push my message, you know?
Evil, I never speak it, but we see and hear it all the time.
That's a very clever line, by the way. Evil, I never speak it, but we see and hear it all the time. And you know that calls back to the phrase with like, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. You know? So it's like, I don't speak evil, but we see and hear evil all the time. Which also calls, like, that's a crazy foreshadowing, by the way, for Ruin the Moment. Because it's like, we see and hear evil all the time, and we never speak the evil, though. You know, we don't speak the evil, we just see and hear it all the time. And then people
love and hate, we complicate it, but we make it by.
See? Crazy foreshadowing to Ruin the Moment, and just the point that we make on there too. You know, like, that's some real ass shit. People, through love and hate, we complicated, but we make it by. You know, it's like, we are complicated people. Like, you know, as creatures, human beings, we are complicated, but we find ways to make it work. You know, like, you know, because hate is very complicated, love is very complicated, and yet we find ways to still be alive and run as, you know, a society, run as friends, run as whatever you want to call it.
Leo, I promise I'ma keep on fighting till the day I die.
Yeah. I know this ain't what you picture when I picked your violin up. When I took my keyboard to you while you're stuck in that hospital bed, you thought I'd become
a little more like you. Finally thought I would too.
But that's why I'm special. I don't let no one next to me.
Boom. Boom. So like I said, right? In the first part of it, where I was like, I wish I could show what I could do, like with how the music came full circle, you know? And it's like, you know what I mean when I say that? It's not just you being a spirit. And that's what I said earlier. I have had moments where I've shown him my musicality where it wasn't in spirit, it was physical, and then boom, there it is. You know, I know this ain't what you pictured when I picked your violin up. And that gets further elaborated on in Butterfly Effect too, which is really cool, because I pay tribute to that, because when I said, I know this ain't what you pictured when I picked your violin up, I later provide context to that in Butterfly Effect, where I talk about the half-sized violin waiting for the day it could be played again. So began Ryan's journey making music, and no one could predict the way he chose to go pursue it. Like that in Butterfly Effect is a callback to Honor, which is a callback to my life, because it's like, I really started music when I picked up my great-grandfather's violin. He had a half-size violin in a blue case that was used by my brother, Chris. Chris was the one that actually used the half-size violin. And then when I wanted to go to orchestra just sounded interesting to me, you know? And it turns out, you know, my great-grandfather had my brother playing strings. So he was also, in a way, he was musical, you know, as well. So that is another way it ties in to, like, my family being, like, musical, like, you know? And so I actually played his violin, you know, for him. Like, which is a crazy full circle moment, because it's like, when I picked up music, it's like I used his violin and played it for him. And I also had my keyboard. There was a point in time, my great-grandfather was actually in the hospital because he broke his tailbone. And he was in the hospital for a good while. And I visited him with my father, and I brought my keyboard over. I had a very small piano. I brought it over to him, and I played piano for him while he was in the hospital. And, you know, and he really, which, isn't that just so crazy? Because now that I think about it, not only did I do that for my great-grandfather, I did that for my grandparents, too. Because later I would bring my keyboard over and play Let It Be by the Beatles. I played that for my grandparents. So that is 2 times where I was at a hospital and played for my elder relatives. You know, like, crazy how that all comes like full circle like that. I even did it without having the keyboard. I did it when I played the real grand piano on like the stage. They had like a corner in the hospital that my grandmother was staying at. I played piano for her too. I played like a bunch of Christmas music, which was, you know, it was a very sweet moment because like she really enjoyed it. She really enjoyed me playing piano, and you know, it all comes full circle too. But that's why I say when I played my violin and my keyboard for him, I feel like I have a feeling that like he thought in his mind like I would become a little more like him, and everybody, like, as in like playing jazz and classical music, and my family thought so too. But then that's why I say here, one of the most pivotal lines I think I've said in my music is like, that's why I'm special. I don't let them know my next move. You know? It's like, I'm very, like, people could say I'm very unpredictable, but like my moves, the way that I like went about it, you know, it's like one day I could pick up something crazy. Like, look, that's why streaming was something that was a surprise to people, because people are like, wait a minute, like, what? This guy is streaming? Like, what? Like, first thing that I did was I was just a classical, like, musician. Before I was a classical musician, I was an artist. I drew comics, and I made like a trading card game. Like, I was doing shit like way different back then, and then like I turned out to be this version of me, and it's like the version of me from like middle school compared to the version of me now, two completely different people. Like, you would not think I was that person back then, but I was, and that's why I understand it more than anybody could ever, because it's like, I'm a human being. I've made those decisions in my life, and why I don't judge people, because it's like, everybody judged me, but I didn't use that, you know, as like fuel to judge the world. You know, I used that as fuel to be like, man, why judge other people? You know, because it's like, you know, I was judged and seen by people likely maybe as a loser, you know, something like that. But then really they became the losers later, and then I became what I am right now. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, so I don't let people know my next move. It's like, people would have never expected the kid that didn't even know who Eminem was. Like, he didn't even know what Rap God was. I didn't know Rap God was made by Eminem back in middle school. I was asked that question. It was super embarrassing because like everybody laughed at me because they were like, I didn't know. I never listened to Eminem at that point. I listened to a bunch of video game music, but I wasn't ever really thinking about the shit I was listening to on the radio or anything like that. Like, I just loved playing video games. Video games and YouTube were like my life, you know, and that's why I loved listening to a bunch of YouTube music too. Like, I mean, look, if y'all know ball and you know anything about this video game known as Five Nights at Freddy's, if you know the name The Living Tombstone, bruh, that man and his music carried my childhood. I'm not gonna lie to you. And also the game Undertale, like the music from that fucking game like lives on to this day, because like even like YouTubers, like to this day, they still use music from that game and sound effects and shit. Like, bro, like I lived off of that music, and I didn't know anything about like rap or any of like the actual artists like that were like, you know, in like rap and hip hop until I did my research. And then I got to this point where like now, you know, I'm still studying hip hop to this day. Like I'm never going to have a chance to not study hip hop, because it's like, bro, I still have so much to learn. There's so much I don't even know. Like, still, I'm not an expert, and I don't think it's gonna take me like 20 years and I'm still not gonna be a full expert, because there's shit that I'm still not even gonna know. But that's why I'm learning to this day, chat, and I'm gonna do whatever it takes to get to the point that I want to be at, which is, you know, educate people on like the shit that like really influenced like this genre that I'm in, because it's like people that like judge me and what I do, it's like they don't understand like anything about the music I create, and it's like they don't understand I'm creating this music not because it's like a platform to be cool, you know, because some people do use it like that, and if you use it like that, shame on you. You should pay respect, you know, respect the culture, respect the art, you know, like if you don't talk about it in your music, at least like pay respects to it, you know, like especially like with your influences, like your influences in rap, you know, like that, like they were inspired by people before them, you know, like some of the newer artists like in rap and hip hop, they were mostly inspired by Lil Wayne, and Lil Wayne was like inspired by even older artists to get to the style of rap that he got to, you know what I mean? Like it's like, come on, like people don't be thinking about that though. They just looking at the now instead of like what it was, you know, like we are living in the now, you feel me? But it's like we also gotta give respects to like the people that really built this shit up, for real. But all to say, you know, it's like people didn't expect me to do rap and hip hop at all, because like look, they look at me and they're like, you don't look like a fucking rapper, bro. But like that's why I'm very special, like when it comes to me being in the game, because it's like I don't let people know my next move when it comes to music, because it's like people were not expecting me to make Flesh and Blood after hearing shit like Tabula Rasa or like any of my even older songs. Like they didn't think the kid that fucking made those songs would make this album and then go on stage in Pittsburgh for Ruin the Moment with Zach. Like people wouldn't think I'd open up for artists like ICP and Bone Thugs and Harmony. But here I am now, right? Crazy. So let's keep going, chat.
Would you still be proud of me if you saw me today? Would you still be proud of me if you saw me today?
I feel like he would be.
Yeah.
Maybe this ain't what you wanted, but promise I'm beating the odds. I'm turning a hobby into a new job. I'm turning some heads, but I'll make a few nod. I reach for the top when I'm stuck at the bottom, cause that's the only place I'll be if I climb. I know that I gotta be lucky, but it wouldn't hurt if I tried. The public opinion on rap has been shaky, but I wanna change a few minds and change a few lives while narrating mine, and open the door for some people that got some complicated feelings inside. Giving them music and all my support if they here for the ride. To do it, I need me an audience, and I got plenty of time. And really, I'm gonna need plenty of time to turn a fantasy into a reality. Never impossible, not for me, really believing's a power. See, determination is how I unlock my mind to think it was possible. Now it's way too late to stop, in it for the long haul, got a shot. Opportunities come around, yeah, I'll have a lot. Just gotta wait, dreams don't come true overnight. Gotta pray to God, Leo on my side, 2 angels on my shoulder that got me as a soldier. Bear witness, no Jehovah, giving roses to the fallen and the veterans. When the war comes, I'ma show you.
Hey, Grandpa Leo. Looks like everybody knows you.
Crazy way to end that song right there. Also, there's a lot to say about that. First of all, the callback to the roses, like, cause look, chat, fucking, okay, that's the Ruin the Moment page. Wait, hold on, this is the normal page right here. Hold on. What? I did not ask you to do that. Yeah, the callback to the roses, cause look, I've been saying all of that with the roses. I think I said it in, where did I say it? Oh yeah, the roses I give you are as red as the blood running underneath my flesh, which is another callback to Welcome to the Function. But also, throughout the promo, I've been showing off the roses. And why, like, the roses show up in the Leo music video, it show up in the promo itself, it shows up in Fam Comes First, it shows up in Patient, it shows up everywhere. And I always emphasize that part of it because it's like giving the roses out to the people, like, before they're gone. Like, the Man at the Garden remix that I did, chat, yes, I did a Kendrick Lamar Man at the Garden remix. I literally hit on this concept in this remix like, you would think this was just a one-off thing, but this is really like a thing that like I've been like pushing, is the roses, giving the roses to the people before they're gone, you know. And I did this before Flesh and Blood came out by doing it for the greats. Like, I think I listed like my 5 or 7 that I was talking about to the legends here right now. I think they deserve it all. Between Shady, JID, Denzel Curry, Tyler, they're all great to me. I think they deserve it all. We sleep on too many artists, it's quite alarming. Need a wake-up call before they pass away, cause they deserve it all. Don't want to lose nobody too soon again. Rest in peace, Tupac and Big. Yeah, they deserve it all. You know? Like, I was saying that shit even back before I even had Flesh and Blood fully written out. You know? So I'm giving roses to the fallen and the veterans. So the ones that aren't here now and the ones that are here now. The veterans are the ones that's here now, and the ones that to the fallen, they're not here anymore. I'm giving the roses to them too. You feel me? And that's some real fucking shit. And also the callback to the first part of Honor, where I say I got the passion and I got the talent and I gotta balance it with hard work. I could do that, but it comes at a cost, making sure I'm in line, never feeling lost. And if I feel that way, does it mean I pray up to God, or do I go to pray to you? Because I know if it's you, I'll get a better chance of an answer. So I said that in the first part, right? It's the question between whether I pray to God or my great-grandfather spiritually, right? So I answer that question at the very end of the song, where I say, I need plenty of time to turn a fantasy into a reality. Never impossible, not for me. Really believe in the power. See, determination is how I unlocked my mind to think it was possible. Now it's way too late to stop. In it for the long haul, got a shot. Opportunities come around, yeah, I'll have a lot. Just gotta wait. Dreams don't come true overnight. Right? Gotta pray to God, Leo on my side. Two angels, yeah, gotta pray to God, Leo on my side, 2 angels on my shoulders to guide me as a soldier. Bear witness, no Jehovah. So I answer the question. It's both. The answer's both. Right? Because I made it in the beginning sound like it's really like, I would rather pray up to Leo because I have a better chance of an answer. But it's like, I could actually have it be both. Where it's like, if I pray to God, you know, Leo's also on my side when I do that. You know? So it's like, not only am I praying on that end, but I'm also praying, it's both, really. So it's 2 angels on my shoulders. And like, you know how there's like the phrase with like the angel and the devil on the shoulder? Kind of like, one is convincing you to do the good, and then the one's convincing you to do the, like, you know, the deceptive evil. Like, I'm saying I have 2 angels on my shoulder instead of just an angel and a devil. It's like there isn't a devil to control my thoughts and feelings. It's 2 of the angels, God and Leo, to guide me as a soldier, giving roses and the fallen to the fallen and the veterans. And when a war comes, then I'll show you. And when I talk about when the war comes, I'm more so talking about it actually kind of foreshadows Ruin the Moment in a way too, because it's like that war can kind of be seen as the fight between, like, you know, authenticity through like appreciating where you came from and like giving respect to like the reason why you do shit, like, or like it's that versus like acting cool by, you know, not needing to give credit, you know, and making it look like you built this shit all by yourself, and taking, like, that calls back to fam comes first when I talk about the roots, where it's like Your growth comes from your roots. Either treat them with care or let them perish. That's kind of the war, in a way. It's like, treat your roots with care and like show to the world like who you are through the people that built you up, or cut ties with the people that built you up and make it seem like you're bigger than you actually are, you know, because like as if like you're bigger than the program, and all of the people that were in your life, like, they don't mean shit, because it's like, now you're a big you. There's nobody else that could compare. Like, that's kind of the war that we're, in a way, facing right now. You know? Where it's like, you could appreciate the shit that brought you up. You know? Or, you know, you could not do that. And you could, you know, act like a fucking idiot. You know? And so at the very end, after I called that out, it's like, you know, it's like, Grandpa Leo, looks like everybody knows you. Because it's like, you know, now with what I'm doing, it's like now my great grandfather is living on through my music. Because it's like, there are certain songs of mine that he lives on through, but like the ones that people are going to pay attention to is Flesh and Blood and Ruin the Moment, because he lives on through Honor, and he lives on through Butterfly Effect. He lives on through a lot of my music because I pay respects to Leo all the time. Wow, that scared the shit out of me. I didn't even think that unpaused. Oh my god, my fault, chat. Didn't think that would happen. Yeah, fucking, all to say, right, this song is absolutely beautifully put together. Tells the whole story of, you know, from beginning to end, of me talking to my great grandfather, because that was what was mentioned in Leo, where Leo as the interlude was the conversational piece, where it was like, you know, it was me talking and saying, I haven't heard from you in quite some time, hoping that you found peace of mind. I just want to let you know that I'm fine, little soldier, don't you cry. You know, don't worry about me, I'm doing alright, you know? And then that's when it continues on. But also because Leo is like a flip on itself, it's like not only is it me talking to Grandpa Leo, it's Grandpa Leo talking to me. Because in his perspective, he would be saying, haven't heard from you in quite some time, because I haven't talked directly to my great grandfather in a really long time, hoping that you found some peace of mind. So he's hoping that I'm doing all right. And then it's, I want to let you know that I'm doing fine up here, little soldier, don't you cry. You know, don't worry about me up here, I'm doing great, you keep doing you. You know? And so that's when Honor's like the response, where it's like, you know, like, so that's why I'm like, hey, I wrote this song because it's like, I know you're confused with what I'm doing right now, but it's like, I'm really showing you like nothing that you like taught me like left me. You know, it's like, it's now culminating into something even bigger than it could have ever been had I not decided to do this. You know, with like rapping and hip hop, it's like, it wouldn't have got to this point if I didn't, you know, decide consciously, like, yeah, like, I want to do this like this way. Because it's like, I know some people would disagree with me and what I do, but like, I'm proving it right now. I'm proving that this is gonna work. Like, it's all gonna work out, and the world is going to see, like, you know, they don't need to doubt me, you know, because I'm gonna make it happen one way or another. I'm gonna teach, like, the youth, you know, and like to influence them to be better, you know, as human beings, as artists, as whatever they want to be, because that's what I do. I inspire, I uplift people, and I plan to do it through rap and hip hop. And I'm gonna do it one verse, one song, one crowd, one stage at a time. You know? But yeah, chat, that was Honor, the breakdown to the last track on the first half of the album. You know, because I would like to honestly think of it as like, it's 1 through 7 is like the first half, but then like 7 through 13 is the second half, because you got to remember, Honor has a beat switch, you know? So I'd like to think the first part even continues on through Honor, but then the second part of the album truly starts in the middle of this song when it beat switches into the part where it's like, I'm gonna show you why, like, you know, like, I deserve it. I deserve what I'm trying to achieve, and I'm gonna put in all of the work it takes to get to that point. So yeah, chat, that's the first part of the Flesh and Blood breakdown right there. We got through so much of the album already, and we still got quite a bit to go. I mean, look, All Grown Up, On the Couch, Face to Face with My Homies, No Johns, RTK, like, these are some very amazing songs, and they're very long too, but they're not gonna feel very long. It's just the breakdowns and all of the stuff I gotta cover about it. Y'all are gonna see, it's not gonna be a shorter stream, you know, but stream tomorrow is actually gonna be a Cine broadcast break, because I'm gonna need to recoup and also spend some time with my family, you know, fittingly, as, you know, Flesh and Blood is now a year old, and it's like I'm about to be spending time with my family for the next today and tomorrow, you feel me? So chat, I believe it's that time now for me to head out, and let me actually check, is Sierra streaming, yes or no? She's on ITV TV, I see. It says it, she's on ITV TV though. I'm not too sure if she's actually, let me see. Chat, I'm checking for 1 second just to see. Oh, no, she's live. Alright, bet. Okay. Well then, yeah, chat, we're gonna frickin' raid out to Sierra's stream. See, that's why I didn't start the music, because that glitchy ass transition right there, you feel me? Hold on now. Alright, there's one. Not to flex the transition on y'all, hold on now. There we go. Alright, chat. It's time for the obligatory Cine outro, you feel me? Let's go. There we go. Hold on. Turn it down a little bit. Alright, chat. Well, it has been real. W breakdown, W y'all, W fucking movement that we're building. Flesh and Blood is officially over a year old. Ain't that crazy? Man, it's about that time we close up shop for now. But we will be back till next tomorrow, not the tomorrow now, like the next tomorrow. So with that being said, y'all have a good day / night wherever y'all are. Till next tomorrow, all you beautiful people out there, we out.